Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The house stood at the end of a long, winding road, a dilapidated relic from a time long past. Its peeling paint and sagging roof were overshadowed by the dense woods that encroached upon it, as though the forest itself was slowly reclaiming the land. The couple had been searching for a fresh start, and this quiet, secluded place had seemed perfect. It was the kind of house you could disappear into, far from the noise and weight of the world. But as they stepped out of the car, the air felt heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. They were eager to settle in. The house was older than they'd expected, the floors creaking under their weight as they explored room by room. At first, everything felt fine. The kind of fine you expect when you're surrounded by silence, by the absence of people. But it wasn't long before they noticed the neighbor across the street. Her house was almost as old, though in a state of even worse disrepair. The windows were dark, and the shutters hung crooked, yet there she was always watching. The elderly woman had appeared without warning, standing in her front yard, unmoving, her pale face framed by the window. And though she never spoke, her gaze seemed to pierce straight through them, as though she knew them more, perhaps was waiting for them. At first, they thought nothing of it. The elderly often had peculiar habits, they reasoned. Maybe she was just lonely, but each time they looked, she was there, standing still, watching. They waved once hesitantly, but the woman didn't wave back. Instead, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her lips curled into an unsettling smile, one that didn't reach her eyes. It was the kind of smile that made the hairs on the back of your neck rise, and for the first time, they felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being observed, not in a friendly way, but in a way that made their stomachs twist with dread. That night, as they sat down to dinner, the sounds of the house settling were more pronounced than usual. It was as if the house was alive, groaning under its own weight. But then, from across the street, they heard something else, a soft scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged along the floor. The noise came from the neighbor's house. The couple exchanged uneasy glances. They tried to ignore it, but the sound persisted, growing louder, more deliberate, until it seemed to reverberate through their very bones. Then, abruptly, it stopped. The silence that followed felt suffocating. Was it the old woman? Had she been moving furniture? It didn't make sense. Why so late? Why so deliberately? They couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The following days passed in a blur of unpacking, sorting, and adjusting to their new life. The creaks and groans of the house became less of a novelty and more of an expectation, like the faint heartbeat of a place that had been left alone too long. Still, there was something oddly comforting about it. They found solace in the solitude away from city life, away from the constant hum of modernity. It was supposed to be their refuge, but it never felt entirely peaceful at night. When the house fell still, there was always that creeping unease that gnawed at the edge of their consciousness. It was just the wind, they told themselves. The house was old. The woods surrounding it were thick and unyielding. It wasn't a place for people to live, not really. It was a place for ghosts. The woman across the street, the one with the cold smile and vacant stare, had made no attempt to approach them, which they appreciated. They'd waved once more a few days after their initial encounter, but the neighbor hadn't even acknowledged them. She simply stood at the window and stared, as she always did. And now it had become a kind of ritual. Every time they glanced in her direction, there she was, standing by her window, her gaze fixed and unwavering. Her eyes, pale and sunken, seemed to follow their every move with a kind of quiet intensity that made their skin prickle. They began to avoid looking in her direction. It wasn't out of fear, at least. Not entirely, but more out of a strange feeling of being watched, as if something invisible hung in the air, waiting for them to acknowledge its presence. But it was hard not to notice her, and even harder, not to feel her eyes on them, even when they weren't looking. One night, the couple found themselves sitting in the living room, eating dinner. The air outside was still and damp, thick with the scent of wet leaves and earth. The curtains in the living room were drawn tight, the room illuminated only by the soft light of a few candles and the flickering glow of the television. There, conversations were light, mundane even. They spoke about the future, about the things they hoped to achieve in this new home. But something hung in the air, a quiet, pervasive sense that they were not as alone as they thought. The knocking began just after midnight. It was soft at first, almost imperceptible, like the tapping of a finger on a window pane. But it was rhythmic, and it was steady. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the house, reverberating in the silence. They both stopped what they were doing, their conversation dying in the air. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. He nodded, his brow furrowing. "It's coming from the door. It's probably just the wind. Or maybe an animal." She stood up, walking toward the door, her bare feet making no sound on the hardwood floor. But when she reached it, she hesitated. The knocking continued, steady and insistent. Knock, knock. But her voice was uncertain. He joined her, standing beside her at the door. The wood of the door was cold under his hand as he gripped the knob. He hesitated, too. It was late, after all. Who could be out there? With a deep breath, he turned the handle and pulled the door open. Nothing. There was no one standing there, not a soul in sight. Just the dark road stretching into the woods, bathed in the pale light of the street lamp across the way. "See. Just the wind," he said, his voice a little too loud, trying to convince himself as much as her. But she wasn't convinced. Looked up the street. The neighbor's window was dark, but she could have sworn just for a moment that she saw something move inside. A shadow, a figure. She couldn't be sure, but it felt wrong. She stepped outside, her feet sinking into the cool grass. "I'll just have a look around." "Wait, don't." He reached out to grab her arm, but she pulled away, shaking her head. "It's fine. It's just too quiet here. I need to know what's going on." Reluctantly, he followed her. The air was cold, and the wind whispered through the trees. The moon, a thin crescent, cast long shadows across the yard. They crossed the road slowly, the crunch of their footsteps on the gravel sharp in the stillness. When they reached the neighbor's house, everything seemed off. The air was heavier here, denser, as though the ground beneath them had swallowed the light. They stopped at the edge of the yard, staring at the old house. It was dark, but they could feel something watching them, watching her. "Let's just go back," he said quietly, his voice barely audible. His instincts were telling him to turn around and leave, but something held him there. His eyes flicked to the window where the old woman often stood. But she wasn't there. Instead, the window was empty. "See, there's no one home," he said, trying to sound confident, though his voice faltered slightly. She didn't respond. Her gaze was fixed on the door to the house, the front door, which was slightly ajar. It shouldn't have been open. The house was abandoned, and the old woman never left it. He stepped forward, drawn by an invisible force. She followed him, her footsteps hesitant, as though she wasn't quite sure why. She was doing it, but they were already too far gone to turn back now. As they reached the door, the smell hit them. It wasn't the familiar scent of mold or decay, but something far worse, a mixture of rot and something metallic. Their skin filling their lungs with a taste that made their stomachs turn. He turned to her, but she was already moving toward the doorway. She stepped inside, her eyes wide, and he followed her reluctantly, his heart pounding in his chest. The interior of the house was darker than he expected, even with the moonlight streaming in through the broken windows. The air felt thick and oppressive, and the floorboards creaked underfoot, as though they were groaning in protest. They stepped deeper into the house, their eyes adjusting to the darkness. The smell was unbearable now, clinging to the walls like a foul mist. And then they heard it, a soft scrape, the same scraping noise they had heard before, only now it was closer, louder, coming from the far end of the house. It sounded like someone was dragging something heavy across the floor. Her hand shot out, gripping his arm. "We need to leave now." He wanted to agree, but his legs wouldn't move. The sound was pulling him in, drawing him deeper into the house. He didn't know why, but he had to see where it was coming from. They moved cautiously, their footsteps muffled by the dust on the floor. As they rounded the corner, they saw it, a hallway, long and narrow, stretching into the darkness. The source of the scraping sound was coming from there. The scraping continued, but now it was mixed with a low, guttural murmur, words that couldn't quite be made out. The air seemed to vibrate with tension, thick with something ancient and vile. They stood at the edge of the hallway, afraid to move forward, afraid to turn back. And then, as if on cue, the door at the end of the hallway creaked open. It was the same door they had seen the old woman stand behind, only now it was wide open, inviting them into the unknown. Without warning, the door slammed shut. The sound echoed through the house like the final note of a symphony, and they were left standing in the silence, shivering. They turned, ready to flee, but the house seemed to have changed. The walls felt closer now. The darkness was more oppressive, and as they made their way back toward the front door, they noticed something. The windows. The windows were no longer empty. The old woman was there, standing just inside the window, her pale face pressed against the glass, her eyes wide open, unblinking, and she was smiling. The night hung thick with a cold that seeped into their bones, a chill that refused to let go, no matter how much they tried to warm themselves. They hadn't spoken since they left the neighbor's house. Words seemed to escape them, drowned by the overwhelming weight of the silence that followed. When they finally made it back to their own house, they locked the door behind them with trembling hands, as though locking out more than just the dark. They hadn't said it, but both knew. Something had changed. They sat in the living room, the lights dim and the house quiet. The faint rustling of the wind outside was the only sound, but it felt like the house was holding its breath. The old house. They had moved in seeking peace, but now it felt more like a prison, an oppressive force, a place that had once been alive but was now haunted by something that refused to die. "I don't understand," she said finally, breaking the silence. Her voice was thin, fragile, as though she feared the very words might break her. Why was she watching us? Why is she still there? "I don't know," he replied, his voice hoarse, the tension in his throat tight. "But it doesn't make sense. She's been there the whole time, watching, waiting. Why? What does she want from us?" The house seemed to hold its breath. They both felt the sense that something was lurking just beyond the corners of their vision, something waiting to make itself known. "I think we should leave," she whispered, but even as the words left her mouth, she knew it was too late. It was already too late. They had tried to move away from their past, from their grief, from everything that had dragged them down to this remote corner of the world. But the house wasn't the escape they had hoped for. Instead, it seemed to amplify their unease, their fears, their hidden secrets. It knew things. It knew them. And the old woman, she knew them too. She turned to him, her eyes wide, frantic. "You saw it too, right? The shadow in her window. It wasn't just her." He nodded, his throat dry. There was something in there. Something else. Something wrong. They fell silent, lost in the abyss of their thoughts, their minds racing to comprehend the events they had just witnessed. The scraping sound, the whispering murmurs, the heavy silence that had settled over them as they approached the neighbor's door. the feeling that they were being watched, that they had never truly been alone. But it wasn't just her, there was something else here. Something buried deep beneath the house, beneath the earth, and that smelled the heavy, rotting stench that had followed them inside the house, lingering in their clothes, on their skin. It hadn't just been the neighbor's house, it had been their own. The air itself seemed to carry the decay, as though the house itself had been waiting for them. He stood up abruptly, his mind whirling. "I'm going to check the basement," he said, his voice flat, as though he were speaking to himself. Maybe we missed something. We have to know what's going on down there." She looked at him, hesitation written all over her face. "I don't think that's a good idea." He didn't reply. The air in the room felt suffocating now, thick with unspoken words. He had to go. He had to find the truth. His instincts screamed at him to stop, but the weight of the house pressed on him, urging him to search deeper. The basement. They had ignored it up until now, simply locking the door and pretending it didn't exist. But now, the urge to understand what was happening was too powerful to ignore. With slow, deliberate steps, he walked to the far end of the hallway, toward the door that led to the basement. His hand hovered over the doorknob for a moment, then gripped it tightly. The wood felt colder than it should have, and as he turned the knob, a strange sound emanated from within the walls. A low creak, followed by a soft scraping noise that sent a ripple of dread through him. It was the same sound that had echoed through the house earlier. The sound of something or someone moving in the dark. He pushed the door open. A rush of stale, musty air hit him, and he squinted into the darkness beyond. The basement was a narrow, claustrophobic space, the air thick with the scent of mold and rot. The floor was uneven, and the walls were lined with shelves that hadn't been touched in years. Boxers, old furniture, and broken tools were scattered, haphazardly, their outlines barely visible in the dim light of the hallway behind him. And then the scraping started again. It was louder now, much louder. He stepped forward cautiously, his breath shallow, eyes darting back and forth. The source of the sound was just ahead, behind a stack of old crates and a rusted metal cabinet. He could feel the hairs on the back of his neck rise as he moved toward it, each step echoing through the hollow silence. When he reached the crates, he paused. Something was wrong. The air here felt different, thicker, heavier. The scraping was more pronounced now, almost as if it were following him, moving closer with each breath. His hand shot out, moving the crates aside. There in the corner was a small wooden door. It was half buried under layers of dust and cobwebs, but it was unmistakable. It was the source of the sound, and when he touched the door, his hand trembled. It was ice-cold. Without thinking, he reached for the handle. It didn't budge. The door was locked, but it felt wrong. The metal of the lock was cold to the touch, like it had been frozen in time. His fingers ached as he turned the handle again, pressing his weight into it. And then, just as he was about to give up, the door creaked open. Inside, the darkness was absolute. He stepped forward, his heart hammering in his chest. The air was thick and cloying, heavy with the scent of rot and something metallic, like blood. He swallowed hard, trying to steady his nerves. He could barely make out shapes. In the darkness, shadows moving, twitching, as though they were alive. His pulse raced, a voice faint and distant. "Help me." His blood ran cold. He whipped around, but there was no one behind him, only shadows. His breath caught in his throat. "Help me," the voice repeated, this time closer, clearer, more insistent. It wasn't coming from anywhere around him. It was coming from within the walls. The room felt smaller now, the darkness pressing in. Panic gripped him, and he rushed out of the small space, slamming the door shut behind him. His heart was pounding, the walls of the basement closing in around him. He turned toward the stairs, but something stopped him. A figure appeared in the doorway. It was her, the old woman. But this time, she wasn't standing in the window across the street. She was here, in the basement with him, her pale face twisted into a grotesque mask of hunger. Her eyes, sunken and black, stared at him with an intensity that felt like a physical weight, a pressure that crushed the air from his lungs. She stepped forward, slowly, her movements unnaturally fluid, like something that was both alive and dead at once. She was smiling, her lips pulled back in an expression that was both mocking and cruel. "You shouldn't have come here," she whispered, her voice like the sound of dry leaves rustling. "You never should have come." He turned to run, but the walls seemed to close in around him. The door to the basement slammed shut, and when he tried to push against it, it wouldn't budge. The old woman took another step forward, her eyes now glowing with a sickly yellow light. "You're mine now," the house groaned, its walls shifting, closing in around them both. And then, in the suffocating silence, the scraping began again. The old woman's smile, wide and predatory, hovered at the edge of his vision as he stumbled backward in a blind panic. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat a deafening reminder of his vulnerability. The basement air thickened, twisting, like smoke, and with every breath he took, the metallic taste of fear flooded his mouth. His body screamed for movement, but the weight of the house at the very walls, the floorboards beneath him seemed to grow heavier, pressing in from all sides. Her presence, though still as silent as the grave, felt like it was closing in on him, suffocating him. "You shouldn't have come," she repeated, her voice so soft. It felt like a whisper inside his skull, vibrating against his eardrums. Her lips, pale and cracked, stretched unnaturally wide as she spoke, her breath cold and damp. The air around them grew colder still, and a shiver of ice ran down his spine, as if the very temperature of the room had been pulled from some forgotten, desolate place. He could feel her eyes on him now, those dead, sunken eyes that gleamed with an intelligence that felt ancient, predatory. She wasn't just a woman anymore, not in any conventional sense. She was something else, something old, something tied to the very bones of the house, the very land it stood on. The basement seemed to warp and twist around him. The shadows stretched unnaturally, curling and unfurling like living things, like hungry serpents waiting to strike. The soft scraping sound, like nails on stone, had resumed, now echoing around him, reverberating through the walls. It was impossible to pinpoint where it came from, but it seemed to grow louder, more insistent, almost as if the house itself was alive and yearning for something. He couldn't breathe. His lungs felt tight, constricted. "Please," he gasped, backing away, his legs trembling. "What do you want from me?" The old woman tilted her head to one side, her smile never faltering. "It's not what I want from you." Her voice was softer now, coaxing, as though she were trying to lull him into a false sense of security. "It's what you want from me." A cold tremor ran through his body, but before he could reply, the scraping sound returned with a sudden fury, growing louder and more erratic, as if something were scratching at the very walls of the basement, desperate to escape. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned, his eyes wild, scanning the room. Behind him, the shadows had begun to move, twitching and swaying like liquid smoke. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing in and out with a slow, ominous rhythm. The ground beneath his feet rumbled, a low groan that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. And then, the floorboards, those same floorboards that had once seemed so stable and welcoming, shifted. A single crack appeared, splitting down the center of the floor like a wound in the earth, jagged and uneven. It was wide enough now that he could see beneath it, though what lay there, in the darkness beyond, was more terrifying than anything he could have imagined. It was as though the floor had split open to reveal a yawning chasm, a void that stretched down into an abyss of blackness. The scraping sound came from below now, not from the walls, but from deep within the earth itself. It was the sound of something clawing, scratching, desperately trying to climb its way up to the surface. "No," he muttered under his breath, his legs too weak to run, his body paralyzed by the overwhelming sense of dread that clung to him like a second skin. "No, this isn't happening. This can't be happening." But the floorboards cracked wider, splitting open further, and as they did, the room seemed to distort, bending around him. He could see shapes moving beneath the floor, now shadows, writhing like serpents, twisting in unnatural patterns. The air grew thick, cloying, suffocating. A rancid, sour smell rose from the crack in the floor, so foul that it nearly made him gag. The shadows beneath the floor twisted more violently now, surging upward like tendrils reaching for the surface. The old woman's smile widened at the sight of them, her cracked lips stretching impossibly wide, and her hollow eyes glowed brighter with a yellow, predatory gleam. "You can't leave," she whispered, her voice growing louder, more forceful. "You're already part of it now. This house, we are tied to it. You can't escape." The floor cracked open even wider, and the shadows surged forward. Something was climbing up from beneath. The darkness was alive, hungry, and it was reaching for him. He could hear the scraping growing louder, more frantic, as though something beneath the floor was desperate to break through. He reached for the door, his fingers slipping against the smooth wood, but it wouldn't open. The house was pressing in, bending around him like a living thing, and the weight of it was too much to bear. The shadows were crawling up the walls, now slithering in every direction. They wrapped around his ankles, tugging at his legs, pulling him back toward the open crack in the floor. The old woman was closer now, her face twisted into a grin of delight, her lips curling back to reveal teeth that were sharp and blackened like broken shards of glass. He screamed. He couldn't help it. His body lurched as the shadows dragged him closer to the floor, and the smell of rot grew stronger, mingling with the damp, stifling air. His heart pounded against his rib cage as the shadows closed around him. His limbs felt heavy, numb. He tried to break free, but the shadows tightened, pulling him down. The floorboards creaked again, and suddenly, the earth beneath him seemed to give way entirely. He fell. The world around him shifted, twisted, and then everything went black. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the basement. At first, he didn't realize where he was. The air was thick with an unnatural, suffocating silence. His hands scraped against the rough stone beneath him, and when he tried to push himself up, he realized his body felt wrong, heavy, stiff. He was lying on a cold, uneven surface stone. Perhaps it was hard to tell in the darkness. The smell of decay was overpowering now, suffocating, and it clung to everything: his skin, his clothes, his hair. It felt like the very air had become a part of the house's sickness. He pushed himself to his feet, disoriented, his mind struggling to piece together what had happened. The room he was in was dark, but as his eyes adjusted, he could see the faint outlines of old stone walls that seemed to pulse with a sickly energy, like veins under the skin. He wasn't alone. There were shapes here, in the corners of the room, writhing in the shadows. They weren't human, not entirely. They were hunched, twisted things, faces obscured by shadows. But their eyes that glowed with that same yellow light stared at him with that same hunger. He could feel them, even though he couldn't see them clearly. He could feel them, watching him, waiting for something, and then he remembered the old woman's voice. You can't escape. He wasn't alone, and he would never be again. The shadows were everywhere now, but where was the door? The cold seeped into him, a gnawing, biting chill that sunk into his bones and gnawed at his nerves. His breath came out in shallow gasps, the air thick and damp with the musty scent of decay. He tried to push himself upright, but his limbs felt as though they were no longer his own, heavy, sluggish, like they were weighed down by the very air surrounding him. His eyes searched the inky darkness for any sign of movement, any hint of escape, but the shadows were everywhere. He couldn't see their faces, but he could feel their eyes on him. Cold, unfathomable eyes. Their presence was so suffocating, so overwhelmingly oppressive, that he could almost hear them breathing, their shallow, ragged inhales, mixing with the pulse of his own racing heartbeat. The yellow glow in their eyes flickered in the dark corners, a twisted, hungry light that seemed to pierce straight through him. They were waiting, watching. He tried to move, his feet dragging against the cold stone floor, but the shadows they shifted, their twisted forms moving slowly, silently, like smoke in the corner of his vision. They were never still. The whispering started then, low, indistinct murmurs at first, just beyond his hearing, crawling beneath the sound of his heartbeat and the blood rushing in his ears. But it was there, persistent, like a chanta chorus of voices, low and guttural, rising in volume. He could not make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable, a rhythmic, almost hypnotic chant, as though they were calling to him, beckoning him into the darkness. He clenched his fists, trying to shake off the cold dread gnawing at his mind. No, no, I can't be here, he thought, struggling to find a way out. He had to escape, had to, but every direction he turned, every step he took, felt like it led him further into the labyrinth. The air grew thicker, staler, as though the house itself was exhaling something rotten. The walls seemed to pulse with life, shifting ever so slightly, as though they were breathing in time with the rhythmic murmur of the shadows. And then he heard it, the faintest sound. The creaking of the floor. No, not the floor, the walls. Something was moving behind them, something large. His blood ran cold as he realized what it was. It's inside the walls. It felt like a cold hand had wrapped around his throat. The floor beneath him felt unstable, shifting, as though the house itself was alive and awake, aware of him. He pressed his palm against the nearest wall, but the stone was slick and wet with some sort of liquid. It was the smell that hit him. First, the stench of rot, of decay, of something long dead and buried. His heart skipped a beat. What was this? What had been sealed away behind the walls of this house? A crack of light suddenly pierced the darkness, a faint, soft glow seeping from a gap in the stone wall to his left. His pulse quickened. A door, a window. He couldn't tell from where he stood, but something told him it was an opening into something else. He approached it cautiously, every instinct screaming at him to turn and run, but the compulsion was too strong. He had to know what was on the other side. He had to understand. As his fingers grazed the crack in the stone, a sharp scraping sound echoed through the room. The shadows twitched violently, recoiling from the light, as though they were afraid of it. Or perhaps it was the light itself that had power over them. He couldn't say dot without thinking. He pressed his hand harder against the crack. It opened slowly, painfully, like the creaking of an ancient door, revealing a dark, narrow passage that led downward. The air from the passage was colder, almost frigid, as though it had been untouched for centuries. He hesitated only for a moment before crawling through, his chest tight with the weight of the house pressing down on him. Every part of him screamed that it was wrong, that he should turn back, but the darkness, the shadows would not allow him to retreat. Not now. The passage was long, winding, twisting beneath the earth like the belly of some ancient beast. Every few steps, the ground beneath him seemed to shift, groaning under the weight of centuries of buried secrets. The walls of the passage were slick with moisture, and he could feel the weight of history pressing down on him as though the stones themselves were alive, watching, waiting. It wasn't until he reached the end of the passage that he realized he was no longer alone. The moment his hand touched the final stone, the room in front of him shifted. He stumbled back, nearly falling into the darkness, but managed to steady himself. A figure stood at the end of the passage, cloaked in shadow. The shape was humanoid, but it was too tall and Its limbs were unnaturally elongated. For a moment, the shadows seemed to dance around it, as though it were made from them, or they from it. The figure's face was obscured, but its presence was undeniable, suffocating. It was like it was part of the house, part of the very foundation of the earth beneath him. The figure raised its hand slowly, an open palm toward him. Its fingers were elongated, sharp like claws, and as it moved, the shadows seemed to follow its every motion, wrapping around its limbs as though it were a conduit for the darkness. He stepped back, his heart hammering. "Who are you?" he demanded, insignificant in the face of whatever this thing was. The figure tilted its head to one side, as though considering him. The air grew colder still, the temperature dropping to an unbearable low. He could feel the frost biting at his skin, creeping beneath his clothes, his bones. The shadows in the room pressed in, tightening around him. "I am the house," the figure whispered, and its voice was a rasp, like nails on a chalkboard, scraping across the edge of his sanity. "And you are here because you were meant to be. You belong to it now." The walls around him trembled, the sound of the house groaning deep within its foundation. His head spun, dizziness overtaking him. He tried to turn, but the passage had closed, the walls pushing in on all sides. "What do you want from me?" he croaked, his voice barely audible. The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it reached out with its clawed hand, the shadows shifting violently as it moved. When its fingers grazed his arm, he felt an icy jolt of pain shoot through him, as though the very touch had frozen his soul. It was then that he realized this was not just a figure. It was the house itself. It was the thing that had been feeding on him, on all of them, the residents of the house, the land. It wasn't just a haunting. It was a living, breathing entity, a curse that had taken root in this very place. He gasped, struggling to break free from its grasp. "Let me go," he begged, but the figure only smiled a grotesque, hollow grin. "You cannot leave," it whispered, its voice now a chorus of voices, overlapping and multiplying. "You belong to the house, and it belongs to you. The shadows have already taken you. They are already inside you," he screamed, but the sound was lost in the growing darkness. The shadows surged forward, wrapping around him, suffocating him. The figure's face dissolved into the blackness, its form melding with the walls, the earth dot, and then nothing dot. The shadows retreated. The cold lingered, but the house, it was still breathing. He awoke to an overwhelming silence, the kind of silence that presses down on you, a tangible thing that seems to fill every crevice, every inch of space. It was suffocating, almost as though the air had thickened, turning solid, and he could no longer breathe freely. His body felt stiff and wrong, as though it had been contorted in ways it wasn't meant to be. His limbs trembled with a cold that seemed to come from deep within his bones, not the environment around him. The shadows had taken hold of him in ways he hadn't imagined. His vision swam as he tried to stand, his knees buckling beneath him, sending him crashing to the floor. It felt like the very earth had shifted beneath him, and yet he was still in the same room, the same passage, deep dark pit beneath the house. The air around him was stagnant, thick with the scent of rot and old earth. His heart pounded in his chest, a thudding reminder of his desperate desire to escape. But where was the exit? Where was the door? He tried to push himself up again, time more deliberately, his hands scraping against the cold stone, his fingers tracing over the symbols carved into the walls. They were ancient, too old to comprehend, etched deep into the stone as though they had been carved by hands long gone. The very air around the symbols seemed to hum with a strange, foreign energy. The walls themselves, they felt alive, alive, in the way the house had felt alive from the beginning. His breath caught in his throat as he realized the house was still watching him. Every inch of him seemed to vibrate with that truth. The house had always been alive, always been aware, but now it was focused on him. He wasn't just trapped inside it, he was part of it. The dark, twisting maze of the house was no longer just a building, it was a living, breathing entity, and he, a mere man, was its prey. The cold in the air deepened, creeping under his skin, making it feel as though something was inside him, scratching at his bones. He could feel it, the presence of the house reaching into his chest, tightening around his heart. His lungs strained with every breath. The shadows were inside him now. Then, a low, distant rumble rolled through the walls, thick and slow, like the growl of something huge awakening after a long sleep. His body tensed instinctively, his eyes darting around the room in a futile search for something, anything, that might offer a chance of escape. But all he could see were the shapes in the dark, the endless corridors of shadow, the twisting, grotesque limbs of the house itself, moving just beyond his vision. The rumble came again. This time, it was louder, closer. His heart skipped, and a flash of white-hot panic spiked through him. Suddenly, the stone walls in front of him shuddered, the cracks in the stone growing wider, as though something was forcing its way through. He staggered back, clutching at the nearest wall, his eyes wide in terror. The rumble intensified. A low, guttural sound began to rise from the depths of the earth, a sound so ancient, so primal, that it felt like the very bones of the earth itself were groaning in agony. And then there it was, the crack. The fissure in the wall split wider and wider until the stones fell away entirely, revealing what had been hidden beneath them. It was a door, a great, heavy door of iron, ancient and rusted, its surface covered in layers of dirt and grime, as though it had been untouched for centuries. The shadows that surrounded him recoiled, like tendrils of smoke being sucked back into the darkness from which they came. For a fleeting moment, there was nothing but silence, broken only by the sound of his own ragged breathing. Without thinking, he stumbled forward, drawn toward the door. He had to know what was behind it, had to understand what was pulling him. To this place, the house, the shadows, the whispers, they were all part of something greater, something that had been waiting for him. He could feel it in his gut, the hunger, the need. The door groaned as he laid his hand against it, cold and heavy under his touch. It resisted him at first, but with a final push it gave way, the sound of rusted hinges screaming through the silence like a banshee's wail. His breath caught as the door creaked open, revealing the abyss beyond. What lay beyond the door was not what he had expected. The room that stretched before him was massive, impossibly vast. It felt like an underground cavern, its stone walls stretching up into inky darkness. The floor was uneven, cracked, and uneven, like the house itself had been built atop a great, ancient ruin. The air was thick with the smell of something decayed, something rotting, a putrid stench that made his stomach churn. But it wasn't the smell that terrified him. It was the eyes, faintly glowing with an unholy yellow light, watching him from the shadows. He could feel their gaze, heavy and suffocating. The eyes were not alive, but they were watching. And in those eyes, he saw something he recognized. Hunger. A voice spoke then, low, almost indistinct, coming from somewhere in the distance. At first, he thought it was his own mind playing tricks on him, but then it grew clearer, sharper. You are not alone. He spun around, his heart thumping in his chest. But there was nothing there, no figure, no shadow, no being. Just the cavernous expanse of the room, the thousands of eyes watching from the corners. From the cracks in the walls, the voice came again, this time closer, its presence undeniable. It is time. He stumbled backward, his legs weak, his breath shallow. The walls seemed to close in around him, the air growing thicker, more suffocating. The eyes were getting closer. He could see them now, fully, their grotesque, distorted shapes, thick, black veins running beneath their milky, gleaming surfaces. He could feel them crawling on him, creeping inside his head. No, 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 he gasped, struggling to breathe. He tried to scream, but the words wouldn't come. The pressure on his chest was unbearable, like a weight pressing down on him from all sides. The eyes blinked. And then the walls cracked open wider, revealing the heart of the house itself. It was a massive blackened core of twisted stone, a jagged mass pulsing with a rhythm that seemed to echo his heartbeat. The shadows that clung to him recoiled in fear from the heart, but he couldn't move. It was as though he was rooted to the spot, the floor beneath him turning to quicksand, pulling him toward the heart. "We've been waiting for you." The words echoed through his mind, each syllable a death knell, resonating deep in his chest. He wanted to scream, wanted to run, but his body would not obey. It was too late. The darkness had already taken him, and as the last of the shadows closed around him, swallowing him whole, he realized the truth the house had always been waiting. For him, the house was him. He was its heart now. He woke again, though he was unsure when or how. The air around him was stifling, thick with the oppressive weight of something ancient and alive. His eyes fluttered open, but the darkness didn't seem to lift. It was all-consuming, a living thing that held him in place, like 1,000 invisible hands pressing down on his chest. His body felt heavier than it ever had before, as though the weight of the house itself had become a part of him, rooting him to the ground. Every breath was labored, slow, as if he had been submerged in water for far too long. He could taste the bitterness of it, the old, rotten air, the decay. The taste clung to his tongue like ash, but there was something else, a faint, distant thrum, pulsing beneath the surface of the room. It felt like the beating of a heart, a rhythmic pulse that reverberated through the very stone walls, vibrating. In his bones, the house, it was alive. He had always known it in some distant corner of his mind, but now the truth of it settled like lead in his stomach. It was more than a house. It was a thing, a living, breathing entity. And he was a part of it. He could feel it, the cold tendrils of its existence winding around him, sinking deep into his flesh, into his mind. The house was his now. His body trembled, not with cold, but with the strange, sickening realization that he was no longer just its prisoner. He was its vessel. A groan of wood and stone rumbled through the room, vibrating the air. He could feel the floor beneath him pulse, as though the house were inhaling, drawing in a deep, suffocating breath. Then, slowly, deliberately, the house exhaled, its ancient lungs releasing a sound like a soft, slow sigh. The floor beneath him trembled again, but this time it was different. There was a shift in the very foundations of the house, a subtle movement, like something awakening. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to move, to push through the haze of disorientation. He needed to understand. He needed to escape this thing. But as he tried to rise, a sharp, searing pain shot through his chest, paralyzing him. It wasn't just physical. It felt as though the pain was in his very soul, like the house was clawing at the essence of who he was, trying to pull him apart. The pressure, the weight, the suffocating presence, it was all too much. Then he felt it again. The voice, it was not a voice in the traditional sense. It was more like a feeling, like the house itself was speaking to him, communicating in ways words could not convey. It was deeper than sound, vibrating in the very air around him. "Come closer." The words were like a pulse, a heartbeat. They emanated from the walls, from the floor, from the very stones of the house. His muscles tightened involuntarily as he felt the command wash over him, compelling him to obey. The house was calling him, its voice rising in a steady, rhythmic cadence, each word pressing him forward, like an irresistible tide. The shadows in the room seemed to grow darker, thicker, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw shapes within them, figures, moving just beyond the edge of his vision. But when he focused, they vanished. slipping into the dark corners like smoke, their forms too elusive to grasp. Still, the sensation of being watched, of being surrounded, was unshakable. With a groan, he pushed himself to his feet, stumbling against the wall for support. The stone was slick beneath his fingers, like it had been sweating in the heat of something far deeper than just the house's physical form. He gritted his teeth against the pain that surged through him with every movement. Every step he took felt like a step deeper into the house's grasp, pulling him closer to something, to someone. Come closer. The voice was louder now, reverberating in his chest, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He had no choice but to obey. It was as though the very air had grown thick with the weight of the house's command, suffocating him. His feet moved on their own, guided by the force of the house's will. The hallway ahead of him stretched out in front of him, impossibly long, the walls narrowing, closing in on him as though the house itself were constricting. Every footstep echoed too loudly, the sound reverberating unnaturally, a deep, hollow thud that seemed to shake the floor beneath him. The deeper he walked, the louder the thrum in the walls became, until it was all dash-consuming. Weathered, made of dark, tarnished, wood appeared where there had been nothing moments before. The door was not a simple entrance, but a threshold, a boundary that marked the edge between one world and the next. The wood was cracked, the hinges rusted, and the door frame itself was surrounded by strange symbols that seemed to writhe and twist when he looked too closely. The house was inviting him. The thrum in the walls deepened, vibrating through his very bones. There was no more denying it. The house had him. It had always had him. He was a part of it, just as it was a part of him. With a trembling hand, he reached for the door. The air grew colder with each inch his fingers moved toward the knob, as though the temperature itself was drawn by the house's power. The door seemed to pulse in his grip, as if it were alive, breathing with him, syncing with his heartbeat. With a sharp, gut-trenching groan, he turned the knob. The door creaked open with an agonizing slowness, revealing a dark, endless room on the other side. The shadows within seemed to move, shifting like a living thing. There was no light, filled with the same sickly yellow light he had seen in the eyes of the shadows before. The light was everywhere, suffusing the very air, but it was not comforting. It was wrong. It was twisted. Come. The voice spoke again, softer now, but somehow more commanding. He stepped inside, his feet dragging, every inch of him rebelling against the pull of the house. His body was no longer his own. It had been taken. The house had claimed him. As he moved into the room, the walls shifted once more, closing in behind him. The door slammed shut with an echo that reverberated in his skull, locking him inside. The pulse of the house, the rhythmic thrum that had been building for so long, now seemed to come from every direction. It was not just a heartbeat, it was a drum, a constant rhythmic pounding that filled the room, drowning out everything else. He tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed by the thrum, devoured by the pulsing living entity that surrounded him. And then he saw it at the center of the room, beneath the flickering shadows. A shape began to form slowly, deliberately. At first, it was nothing more than a vague outline, a shadowy figure that hovered at the edge of his vision. But as it took shape, he could see it clearly her. A woman, her skin was pale, too pale, like it had never seen the sun. Her eyes were wide, impossibly wide, glowing with that same sickly yellow light that filled the room. Her mouth hung open, though no sound came from it, only the faintest, wet rasping, as though she was struggling to breathe. Her hair hung in clumps, matted with something dark mud. The texture was wrong. She was wrong. She was not alive, not fully, but she was waiting for him. The air grew heavy, thick with the sound of her ragged breath. She took a step forward, and the shadows followed her, clinging to her like a second skin. You have come home. Her voice was low, raspy, like the sound of paper being torn. Now you are part of us. The shadows began to move, drawing closer. The house, the walls, the very air seemed to be closing in on him, tightening like a noose. The cold seeped deeper until it was no longer just around him, but within him. He couldn't move. He couldn't escape. And as the woman reached out for him, her cold, clammy hand brushing his cheek, he realized the terrible truth. The house was not just a place, it was a covenant, and it had claimed him. The room closed around him like the jaws of a beast, the shadows pressing in from every direction, moving in the periphery of his vision, too fast to catch, too slow to be ignored. The air was thick with a cold that wrapped itself around his chest, squeezing the breath from him. It wasn't just the atmosphere that weighed on him. It was the presence, the sense that something ancient, something primal, was watching him, waiting for him to make his next move. The woman, the thing who had emerged from the shadows, was standing before him now, too close, too real. Her pale skin gleamed in the unearthly light that poured from the cracks in the walls. Her eyes, wide and unblinking, glowed with an unnatural yellow, and her lips twisted in a slow, horrific grin. There was no warmth in her expression, no kindness. She was not here to welcome him, to soothe him. She was here for something far darker. "You came," she rasped, her voice like the wind scraping across dead leaves, each syllable carrying the weight of eternity. "You came, and now you belong. You cannot leave. We do not let you leave." The words wrapped themselves around him like chains, cold and heavy. His heart hammered in his chest as he tried to step back, to break free from her gaze. But his body betrayed him, locking him in place. Every part of him screamed to run, to escape, but his legs refused to obey. He was rooted to the spot, as though the very floor beneath him had grown tendrils that wound around his ankles, holding him in place. The shadows shifted again, and from them figures began to emerge, shapes in the dark. Figures he could not quite make out, their outlines flickering like the flames of a dying fire. They were too tall, too wide, too misshapen to be human, their movements jerky, unnatural. Their eyes, if they even had them, glowed like the woman's, but in strange colors: green, violet, red. Each color bled into the next, creating an unsettling kaleidoscope of light and shadow. The figures surrounded him, closing in from all sides. "You are the last," the woman whispered, her voice sending a chill down his spine. The last of the line. His mind reeled, trying to make sense of her words, to make his thoughts scatter like leaves in the wind. The weight of the house, the overwhelming presence of the shadows, the strange thrum in the walls, it was all too much. His thoughts slipped through his fingers, like water through cracks in stone. "What do you mean?" he croaked, his voice barely a whisper against the oppressive hum of the room. The woman tilted her head, the movement unnatural, like a doll whose joints had been twisted in the wrong direction. "Your blood, ... she rasped. "It has always belonged to the house." Before he could process the meaning of her words, the walls trembled again, and a series of deep, guttural cracks filled the air. His skin prickled with a sudden, violent wave of heat as the room seemed to grow warmer to warm. Sweat beaded on his forehead, slicking his skin, and his breath came in shallow gasps. The ground beneath his feet shook again, the very foundation of the house groaning with the force of something immense stirring deep within. "It is time," she said, her voice almost gentle now, coaxing like a mother speaking to her child. He tried to turn away from her, to look for an escape, but the figures were already closing in, their glowing eyes fixed on him with predatory intent. They were circling him now, each one moving with an unnatural fluidity, their forms too tall, too grotesque to be real. Their bodies flickered like shadows cast by a flickering candle, their edges indistinct, blurred, as though they were made from the very dark itself. The woman reached out, her fingers long and spindly, curling like the roots of a tree. He tried to pull away, but her grip was faster than he could react, her cold, clammy fingers wrapping around his wrist with an iron-like hold. "You are the final sacrifice," she whispered, her voice seeping into his very bones. "You have been chosen to bind the house to its true form, to bring it into the world of the living." He tried to scream, but the sound caught in his throat, trapped by the weight of her words, the suffocating presence of the house. His pulse thundered in his ears, his body trembled with the knowledge that he was no longer just a prisoner of the house. He was its servant. He was bound to it mind, body, and soul. The floor beneath him cracked, the sound of breaking stone loud and deafening in the heavy silence that followed. From the fissures in the ground, a pale, writhing light spilled forth, coiling around, his feet like a snake. The shadows pulled away, retreating into the corners of the room as the light grew stronger, brighter, almost blinding. The very air hummed with power, and the walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with the growing intensity of the light. "We are the house," the woman whispered again, her voice almost a chant now, rhythmic and steady. "And we will never be free until you are bound to us." His heart raced, his mind screamed, but there was nothing he could do. He was trapped in the house's grasp, trapped in its history, in its insatiable hunger. The light around him grew stronger still, and in the center of the room, the shadows began to churn, to twist into shapes that were too horrifying to comprehend. Thousands of them appeared in the darkness, staring at him, unblinking. His pulse raced faster as he felt the walls closing in, the ceiling lowering, the air thickening. The house was eating him alive, consuming him whole. It had always been his fate, from the moment he had stepped inside. "No, please," he begged, his voice cracking under the weight of his desperation. But the woman only smiled, slowly, impossibly, wide, her mouth stretching to reveal rows of sharp, jagged teeth that seemed to shimmer in the pale light. The woman's fingers tightened around his wrist, pulling him closer, her grip like iron. "It is done." With a final agonizing pull, he felt himself being drawn into the center of the room, toward the pulsing, glowing light. He struggled, his hands clawing at the floor, at the walls, but there was no escape. The shadows pressed in from all sides, suffocating him, crushing him under the weight of their cold, dead gaze. And then, in a sudden flash of blinding white light, everything stopped. The world met stone. For a moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement, no feeling. And then, with a sickening lurch, he was pulled into the very heart of the house. There, in the deepest chamber of the house, he saw it, the truth of it. The core, it was a vast, cavernous space, but there was nothing organic about it. It was all stone and steel, mechanical, twisted, cold. The house itself, in all its terrible glory, was not a house at all. It was a machine, a great, horrific device powered by an endless cycle of sacrifice, of blood, of life. He was the final piece. And as the walls closed around him, as the light filled his body, flooding his veins with something far colder than death, he knew he was no longer human. He was the house now. Time had no meaning here. He had lost track of how long he had been trapped within the depths of the house, its pulse vibrating beneath his skin, sinking into his very bones. The sensation was inescapable. The house was inside him. It had seeped into his flesh, his soul, twisting his very essence into something unrecognizable, something unholy. He could still feel the woman's cold grip, her fingers like iron around his wrist, but her presence was no longer the most suffocating thing in the room. It was the house. The presence of the house itself, its hunger, its ancient will, its ceaseless drive to consume and expand. It wasn't a structure anymore. It was alive, a beast of stone and shadow, its form an ever-shifting nightmare. He stood in the center of the room, his body numb, his mind a fog of disconnected thoughts. The light around him had faded to a dull glow, but it was still there, pulsing softly, like the beat of a great heart. He could hear it in the walls, in the floor beneath his feet, in the very air. The house was breathing. The house was alive. The shadows still lingered in the corners of his vision, flickering like ghosts, like memories of things long forgotten. He could see them now, the figures that had circled him before, their twisted forms looming in the darkness, watching him with their glowing eyes. They were waiting for something, waiting for him. He wanted to scream. He wanted to fight, to run, to tear himself away from this nightmare, but his body refused to obey. It was like being trapped in a dream where every movement felt heavy, every thought sluggish. His limbs felt as though they were made of lead, his mind distant, like he was standing in someone else's body, someone else's nightmare. But then he felt it, a flicker deep within him. It wasn't a memory. It wasn't a thought. It was something else, a feeling, a pull, a force trying to reach him from the depths of his mind, from the deepest parts of his being. It was a voice, not one that could be heard, but one that could be felt. "You are one with us now," it whispered, the voice like 1,000 murmurs in the dark. It wasn't the woman's voice. It wasn't the voice of the figures watching him. It was the voice of the house itself, deep and resonant, vibrating in the very marrow of his bones. His breath hitched, his heart skipping a beat. The weight of it all pressed down on him again, the suffocating knowledge that he was no longer an outsider in this place. The house had claimed him. He had crossed the threshold, and there was no turning back. "You are the final piece." The voice continued, its tone heavy with finality. "The house is incomplete. It needs you to be whole." He wanted to shake his head, to deny it, but his body wouldn't move. His mouth was dry, his tongue thick in his mouth, like he had been deprived of air for days. It was like being trapped underwater, his lungs screaming for air that never came. He could feel the house's will pushing against him, a wave of pressure that rolled over him, suffocating him from the inside out. The walls creaked, the floor groaned beneath his feet, and the shadows seemed to grow darker, more twisted, as though they were alive, moving, shifting around him like a living, breathing thing. And then, with a sickening lurch, the light around him flickered. His chest tightened, his breath coming faster now, panic creeping up from the pit of his stomach. He tried to move, to tear himself away from the pulsing glow, but it was like his body was no longer his own. The house was in control now. The house was the one that moved him, guided him, shaped him. Suddenly, the room was filled with a deep, low hum of vibration that rattled his teeth and filled his ears, as if the house itself were speaking to him in a language that he could not understand. The sound was deafening, all-encompassing, and the air grew thick with it, pressing in on him from all sides. And then, the figures in the shadows moved. They were no longer just shapes in the darkness. They were real. They were coming closer, their long, spindly limbs reaching out for him, their eyes glowing brighter, more intense. The air around him grew colder, the temperature plummeting, as if the very atmosphere were being sucked into the void. He felt the coldness clawing at his skin, seeping into his bones, numbing him from the inside out. The woman, the thing that had been before him, now just a twisted part of the whole, stepped forward, her eyes wide, her smile grotesque and hungry. "You cannot escape," she said, her voice thick with anticipation. "You are part of us. We are the house." The floor beneath him shifted, the stone groaning in protest, and he felt his body pulled toward the center of the room, as if the house itself were reeling him in like a fish on a line. The shadows swirled around him, closing in from all sides, and he felt a sharp, cold pain in his chest as something inside him shifted. Rearranged, the pulse of the house grew louder, its rhythm quickening, and the figures closed in, their eyes burning into him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "You belong to us," the voice of the house murmured, and now it was no longer a whisper. It was a scream, a deafening cry that filled his mind, shattered his thoughts. You will help us grow, help us feed, help us live. The pain in his chest intensified, the pressure building until it felt like his very ribs were being crushed. Under the weight of the house's will, his breath came in ragged gasps, his body racked with tremors as the shadows pressed closer, their tendrils wrapping around his arms, his legs pulling him deeper into the heart of the room. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The house had claimed him, and then the world went black. In the crushing silence that followed, time became something irrelevant, something that no longer mattered. All that existed was the blackness, the suffocating, absolute blackness, and the heartbeat of the house pulsing through him like the rhythm of his own blood. He was no longer aware of his body, no longer aware of anything except that ceaseless thrum, that endless pounding beneath his skin. The walls, the floor, the air, they all vibrated with the house's presence, its hunger, its eternal need to expand, to grow. And yet, amid that all-encompassing dark, there was a single, terrible truth that gnawed at him like a living thing. He was now part of it. Not a prisoner of flesh and bone, but something more insidious, more intimate. He was part of the house's soul. The same pulse that coursed through the walls now ran through him, and there was no escaping it. He could feel the shifting, the slow, creeping awareness that he was not just bound by the house, but bound to it, intertwined with its very existence. The coldness in his limbs was the coldness of stone, the chill of ancient dead places that had seen no warmth in centuries. His chest felt hollow, like a vast, cavernous emptiness. The house's hunger was his hunger, its thirst, his thirst. It called to him not in words, but in sensations, in needs that ran deeper than thought. His mind strained against it, trying to find a foothold, trying to resist, but the house was relentless. It seeped into his thoughts like a fog, smothering everything that made him human, everything that made him him. But then there was a shift, a sudden, sharp, ripping sound. The blackness around him fractured, and through the cracks there was a blinding light. It wasn't the pale, sickly light that had filled the house before. No, this light was different. It was sharp, it was pure, and it burned. It tore through the darkness like a blade through flesh, and as it did, he felt his body, his soul recoiled from it, a part of him instinctively trying to pull away, but it was too late. The light was already inside him. He opened his mouth to scream, but there was no sound. There was only that bright, searing sensation that filled his chest, his limbs, his very bones. The walls of the house seemed to collapse around him, their oppressive weight crumbling away, as if the very fabric of the place could no longer hold him. The pulse of the house quickened, the rhythm of its heartbeat frenzied, frantic, as if it too could sense the encroaching light. The house was fighting. It was fighting the light, trying to swallow it, to consume it, but the light was too strong. It was too pure in the midst of the chaos. He saw her again, the woman, the thing that had drawn him into the house, the one whose touch had sealed his fate. She was standing in front of him, her twisted form frozen in place, her eyes wide and unblinking. The smile that had once been so grotesque had faded, replaced by a hollow expression, a look of fear. "You don't belong here," she whispered, but it wasn't the voice he had heard before. It wasn't the voice of the house. It was something else, something more human. And there was a deep, unspoken sorrow, an Ida kind of grief that ripped through him. Deeper than the house's hunger, deeper than the dark. The light pulsed again, brighter now, and the house screamed. It screamed in ways that no structure should have been able to scream. The walls buckled, groaned, and cracked, as though they were being torn apart from the inside. A deafening roar filled the air, a sound that was neither human nor animal, but something much older, much darker. The house was fighting, thrashing against the light, against the inevitable end that was now pressing down on it. It was the last desperate cry of something that knew its time had come, that knew it was dying. But even as it fought, the light grew stronger, expanding, stretching out to consume everything. It flooded the room, filling every crevice, every shadow, until there was nowhere to hide. No more darkness, no more cold, and then nothing. The light blinked out of existence as quickly as it had arrived, leaving nothing behind but the hollow echo of its presence. For a long moment, there was no sound, no movement. It was as though the world itself had paused, holding its breath. And then, in the distance, he heard it. A single, soft thud, the sound of something heavy falling to the floor. It wasn't the house. No, the house was silent now, as if it too had been rendered mute by the light's passing. But there, in the shadow of what had once been the center of the room, he saw it. She was kneeling on the floor, her face turned toward the ground, her hands pressed against her forehead. Her body trembled violently, as if she were shivering with some deep, terrible cold. Her once glowing eyes were dull now, vacant, like the eyes of a corpse. Her lips parted, and she let out a low, guttural moan sound that seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the house. Then her body lurched upward, and she turned her face toward him. Her eyes, once bright with the yellow glow of malevolence, were now wide and empty, filled only with a kind of emptiness that made his stomach turn. She opened her mouth, but there were no words, only an endless, silent scream that stretched across the fabric of time, as though the very space around them was tearing apart. The house had lost, it had been defeated, consumed by the light, by whatever force had been stronger than it. And yet, as the woman's final scream echoed through the empty room, he realized the truth. The house had not been destroyed, not entirely. It had simply ... changed. The house was still there, beneath the skin of the world. It still lived. But it was no longer the same. He was free. For now, but the house would wait. It always waited, and it would never forget. The silence that followed was a heavy, unnatural thing, pressing in on him from every angle. The house, the place that had once felt like a prison, now felt more like a grave. A void emptied of its heart, but still clinging desperately to life, in ways that were too subtle, too insidious to be immediately noticeable. He stood at the center of the room, the faintest tremor running through his limbs as his mind tried to grasp what had just transpired. Had it all been a dream? A nightmare from which he had somehow woken? Or was this unsettling stillness a new beginning? The woman, no, not the woman. Whatever she had been lay crumpled on the floor, her twisted form barely moving. Her breath came in shallow, stuttering gasps, but there was no more malevolence in her gaze, no more hunger. Whatever power she had once wielded, whatever role she had played in the house's unholy reign, was now gone, stripped away by the light. It was as though the light had severed her connection to the house, leaving her a hollow shell. He glanced around, taking in the once ornate, now decaying room. The rich tapestries on the walls were now faded and worn, hanging limp like shrouds. The intricate carvings in the wooden beams were warped, distorted, as if the wood itself had been stretched and pulled, torn by an unseen force. The faint hum of the house, the eerie pulse that had reverberated through its halls, was gone, replaced by a deafening silence. There was no longer any feeling of hunger, of presence, of that ever-watchful eye that had once hovered in every corner. The house was still there, but it was no longer the same. He took a hesitant step forward, the floor creaking beneath him like the groan of a dying beast. He couldn't help but wonder what had truly happened. The light had shattered the house's hold on him. That much was clear. But the question remained, was the house truly defeated, or had it simply changed? His heart pounded in his chest as he realized something crucial. The house had let him go. It had allowed him to break free, But it hadn't done so out of mercy. No, it had made him the choice. He had been given the power to decide, and in doing so, the house had relinquished control. For now, he glanced back at the woman, or the thing she had been, lying motionless on the floor. What had she been? Her face was empty, but there was a kind of profound sadness to her expression now, something that made his gut twist with discomfort. She was no longer the monster, the predator. She had become something else, something lost, just like him. He had no idea how much time had passed since the light had engulfed the room. Minutes, hours, days, it didn't matter. The world outside felt unreachable now, like it no longer existed. The walls of the house had closed in around him, creating a reality of their own. Was the house still connected to the world outside? Had it taken that from him as well? Was there any escape? The very thought of leaving filled him with a deep sense of dread. Where would he go? What could he even return to? The weight of his decision pressed on him again, like the house itself was wrapping its suffocating fingers around his heart. He had chosen to fight, to resist, but had he really won? The air around him seemed to thicken, darken, and then there it was again, that flicker, that faint pulse in the walls, the faintest whisper in the air. He wasn't sure if he had imagined it or if it was real. But it came again, this time clearer, more defined, more present. A whisper. "You made your choice," it said. The voice was familiar now, but no longer the woman's. It was something deeper, something older. He froze. The house was speaking to him. "You are still bound to us," the voice continued, its tone no longer threatening but soothing, reassuring. "You cannot undo the bond. You are part of us now. You are one of us." He felt a shudder run through his body, as if the house itself was caressing him with invisible fingers, reaching deep into his soul. His heart pounded in his chest. The pulse of the house, the rhythm of its life, was syncing with his own. Was he becoming the house? "You are the final piece," the voice whispered, its tone laced with something like affection. It was in the walls. It was inside him. His chest constricted as the weight of the words settled on him. He wanted to scream, to shout back at it, but the words refused to leave his lips. He was trapped, no longer able to fight, no longer able to deny what he had already chosen. When he had walked into the house, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He wasn't free. He had never been free. The house had never lost. It had only paused. The choice had never been his to make. The house's pulse grew louder now, vibrating through him, becoming an insistent throb that drove into his skull like a nail. His vision blurred, and in the distance, he saw them again, the shadows, the figures that had once circled him like vultures. But now, they weren't waiting. They were moving toward him. He closed his eyes, shaking his head, trying to block them out. But their presence seeped into his mind, into his very thoughts. There was no escape now, no retreat. He looked down at his hands, watching as they began to twist, the skin stretching and warping, melding with the house itself. His fingers elongated, the veins beneath his skin becoming like thick black roots that burrowed into his flesh, wrapping around his bones. He could feel it, the house, the connection growing inside him. He opened his mouth, a silent scream rising in his throat, but it was swallowed by the hum that surrounded him. The shadows closed in, the walls pressed tighter, and the house was him. "It is done," the voice whispered. And in that moment, he understood. He was the final piece. The house had bound him to it, not as a prisoner, but as a conduit, a vessel, a part of its eternal hunger, its endless drive to consume, to grow, to devour. He was no longer a man. He was no longer a person. He was the house. The world outside the one he had once known, the one he thought he could return to, was now an abstract thought, a distant memory clouded by the dark tendrils of the house that had burrowed deep into his soul. His body no longer felt like his own. He could still sense his form, but it was as though the lines between flesh and structure, between his being and the house's, had dissolved into something fluid, something impossible to separate. His hands no longer just hand-switched. Involuntarily, fingers curling like roots into the ancient wood of the floor beneath him. It felt like a nervous spasm at first, but then it became something else, a growth. The grain of the wood seemed to crawl up his skin, pulsing through the blood and veins in his body like some parasitic vine, its unseen tendrils binding his muscles, stretching them in ways that felt both grotesque and deeply right. His body was not decaying, not exactly. No, it was being absorbed. He could feel the house in his bones now. It wasn't just inside his mind, it was everywhere. The smell of dust and rot, the faint whispers that slipped through the walls, distant creak of the floorboards. It was as though the entire structure had grown around him, become one with him. His lungs pulled in air laced with the musty odor of the old place, but it wasn't air anymore. It was the breath of the house, an exhalation so deep and old that it felt like it had existed long before he ever had. The shadows, those things that had once haunted the periphery of his vision, began to move again. At first, they had only been distant echoes, faint outlines in the corners of his mind. Now they stirred, gathered in the dark like an army that had waited for its signal. The shadows whispered to each other in low guttural voices, and he understood them now, not as words, but as feelings. He could sense their hunger, their impatience, their desire to grow, and there in their heart of the house something stirred. It was deeper than the pulse he had felt before. This was different. This was not just the house, not just the structure, but something far older, something far more powerful. The woman, no, the thing was still there, kneeling on the floor, her form barely moving. Her body twitched at irregular intervals, her face a frozen mask of both fear and resignation. He could hear her breath, shallow and ragged, a faint rasp in the otherwise suffocating silence. She wasn't dead, not yet, not completely. And as he watched her, something new, something he couldn't quite explain, shifted. It wasn't just the light from the walls flickering. It wasn't just the distant creaks of the house, or the low hum that seemed to reverberate through every inch of his being. No, it was the house itself, calling to her, her head jerked up, eyes wide as if she were suddenly aware of something she had missed. She glanced at him with that same empty, hollow expression that had once been so full of malice. Her lips parted, but the words that came out were not words at all. It was a sound low, guttural, and so ancient that it made the air feel colder, heavier. "You are one of us now," she rasped, the words dragging themselves from her throat like they had been buried alive. Her voice was no longer the thing that had driven him to the brink of madness. It was broken, defeated, yet strangely serene. He didn't answer. There was no need to. He already knew what she meant. There was no turning back. The house had taken him, and he had taken the house. They were intertwined, bound together in a way that went beyond physical matter, beyond time and space. As if in answer to her words, the house trembled. It was subtle at first, a faint vibration that hummed beneath the floorboards under his feet. Then it grew, expanding, spreading like a ripple through water. He felt it in his very chest. This shaking, this awakening. The house was alive again. And this time it was hungry. He didn't understand it fully, but he felt it deep in his bones. The house was not a passive entity. It wasn't just was a living, breathing thing with desires, with needs. And now it was awake. Fully, he looked up, his vision still clouded by the strange connection he had to the house. The walls were shifting. The room was changing. The floor beneath him began to warp, stretching and distorting like melting wax. He could feel it in his legs. His feet were sinking into the floor, into the house itself. as if the very fabric of reality was bending and reshaping around him. There was a low humming sound, like the house was singing to him, drawing him deeper into its heart. The woman, no, the thing was shaking now, her limbs jerking with spasms, as if the house's energy were coursing through her, filling her, transforming her. Her eyes met his again, but there was no recognition, no hatred, no malice, only the same hollow vacancy, as though she were a broken vessel, a tool to be used. She opened her mouth, and the sound that came out was not a word, but a scream, sharp, ragged, and so full of terror that it pierced his heart. But it wasn't for herself that she screamed. It was for him. He felt it, then the house's hunger. The gnawing, insatiable need that pressed against his ribs, that pulsed through his veins. His body trembled as the walls continued to expand, the shadows stretching across the room, crawling along the ceiling like black tendrils reaching for something more, something alive. He could feel it now. The house had tasted blood, and it wanted more. It wanted him. The energy that surged through him wasn't just the house's, it was his, too. It was as if his very soul had become imbued with the house's essence. His thoughts were no longer his own. They were fragmented pieces of something much older, much darker. The hunger, the need, the devouring, the shadows around him thickened. He looked down at the woman, the thing, as she began to convulse, her mouth stretching open, eyes rolled back in her skull. The ground beneath her cracked and splintered, revealing the dark, gaping maw of the house's true nature, its hunger. And then, as if to answer her silent scream, the shadows closed in, not on her, but on him. A choice. He was being asked to make a choice. He could feel it now, the weight of it. He had been bound to the house, but he could still choose. He could become part of the house, fully, entirely. Could let it consume him, let it devour him whole. Or he could try to fight, try to break free, try to sever the connection. But he knew deep down that doing so would mean condemning the woman and the house to an eternity of darkness. The house was alive now, and it had awakened. But there was still one thing he had to decide. Would he let it consume him, let it devour everything? Or would he sever himself from the house, knowing that the consequences would be dire? Would the house follow him? Could it follow him, even outside of its crumbling walls? As the walls groaned, as the shadows thickened around him, the whispers grew louder, and it felt as if his mind was being pulled in every direction at once. There was no easy answer. There was no clear path, only a final choice. Time, as it had once been understood, seemed to lose all meaning within the confines of the house. The minutes and hours collapsed into one infinite moment, stifling, oppressive expanse where the air itself felt thick with something unspeakable. His thoughts, once his own, now felt fragmented, like shards of glass buried in the sand. They shifted, bent, broken by the overwhelming pulse of the house, which reverberated through him with every breath. The walls whispered, and he understood the language of their murmurings without the need for words. The house had become a part of him, and now he was part of it. His body, no longer his own, felt as if it had fused with the structure. There were no clear lines anymore, no sense of where the flesh ended and the house began. His feet, still planted on the crumbling floor, seemed to sink deeper with each passing second. His body, pulled by an unseen force, held in place by the weight of the house's desire. He could feel the hunger now, so close and raw, it clawed at his insides, its insistent need like a gnawing ache that wouldn't subside. The walls creaked in sympathy, the floor groaning beneath his weight. The shadows had thickened, stretching across the room like dark rivers that slithered toward him, drawing him closer into their embrace. And yet, it wasn't just the house that was pulling him. In it was his own desire, a twisted, primal urge that he couldn't shake. The hunger, like an insatiable flame, burned inside him, and he could feel himself beginning to feed on the very thing he feared. But then, the The woman, the thing, her form still hunched and trembling on the floor, gave a sudden guttural cry. Her body twisted in unnatural ways as though the house was claiming her, turning her into something that had been consumed and reborn in the same motion. Her eyes, still wide with terror, met his once more. But there was a recognition in them now, a glimmer of something that had been lost. She wasn't just a vessel of the house anymore. She was aware. A part of him recognized that she had known this moment, the transition, before he had. She had been here, in this exact position, long ago, and now she was waiting for him to take the final step, to become one with the house. Her mouth moved again, but the words were barely audible, choked by the strange, muffled air around them. It's ... not ... too late ... She gasped, her breath ragged, her body shuddering with a terrible, sickly rhythm. Her skin stretched and peeled in places, revealing blackened veins that snaked beneath her flesh, pulsing in time with the house's beating heart. Her voice was weak, fractured, as if the very house was stripping her of her humanity piece by piece. But there was something in her words that struck him with a deep, unfamiliar pang. It's not too late. For a moment he froze. Was she offering him a way out? A chance to break free from the house, to sever the connection that had taken root within him? Or was it another illusion, another trick of the house to bring him deeper into its web? Was there still hope for escape, or was he already lost? He stood motionless, the choice heavy on his shoulders. The house had given him power, but it had also bound him. He knew this. He could feel it just beneath the surface, like a coiled serpent waiting to strike. He could hear it in the rhythm of his breath, in the pulsing energy that hummed through every fiber of his being. The house was not just a building. It was an ancient force, alive, sentient, hungry, and it was waiting for him to make the ultimate decision. And yet, the longer he stood there, the more he realized that the house wasn't simply feeding on his body, on his soul. It was feeding on his fear, on his doubt. The longer he hesitated, the more the house's grip tightened, pulling him deeper into its suffocating embrace. You must choose, the voice of the house whispered, its presence as pervasive as the air around him. It wasn't a single voice anymore, it was a chorus. 1,000 voices melding together, each one carrying a thread of its own desire, its own need for completion. You belong to us, now. You were always meant to belong to us. The shadows flickered, casting an eerie glow on the walls. The floor continued to twist beneath his feet, warping into strange, impossible shapes that defied all logic. He could feel the walls closing in, feel the weight of the house bearing down on him. There was no escaping it. There was no running. The house was everywhere now, inside him and around him, pulling him into its ever-tightening grip. But then something shifted. A sharp, jagged crack split the air, echoing through the room like the breaking of a long-forgotten bond. The woman, the thing, screamed again, but this time it was not a cry of fear. It was a cry of release. Her body contorted violently, her skin splitting open in places. She was no longer just a victim. She had become something else, something more. The house had taken her, yes, but in some strange way, it had also made her. She was an agent now, a force of the house, one with it. The woman's eyes locked with his, and in them, he saw something terrifying. Not pity, not regret, but understanding. She knew what he was about to do, and in that knowledge, there was a kind of finality. Let go, ... she whispered, her voice barely a breath. Let go, or you'll be trapped forever. Her words echoed in his mind as the final vestiges of his old self, the man he had been, flickered like a dying ember. Was he truly capable of letting go? Everything he had ever known, everything he had ever been. To become one with the house as she had, was that the only path left for him? Or was there still another way? The house seemed to respond, as if it had been listening to his thoughts. The walls began to hum again, louder this time, a deep, primal sound that filled the room with a sense of inevitable end. The shadows stirred, the air thickened. There was no escape, and yet, as he looked down at his own hands, twisted, gnarled, almost unrecognizable, he knew one thing for certain. The choice was his. The power was in his hands. The house had fed on him, had transformed him into something more than human. But there was still one thing that remained: his will. Would he succumb to the hunger, let the house devour him completely, or would he find a way to sever the connection, to destroy the house from within? The choice, the final choice. His hands trembled, his heart beat erratically in his chest, and the darkness pressed in. But somewhere deep inside him, a spark of defiance flickered, faint but real, and that was all he needed. The darkness seemed to consume him entirely. Every breath he took felt like it was pulled from him, strained and suffocated by the oppressive weight of the house. And yet he remained. The pulse of the house throbbed beneath his skin, a rhythmic beat that was no longer just an external sound, but a part of his very essence. It was in his chest, in his mind, crawling along his bones. He could feel it with every breath, every heartbeat. She had become more of a silhouette, a shadow wrapped in tattered remnants of what she once was, fading in and out like a ghost clinging to her last vestiges of life. Her body twitched sporadically, limbs jerking in spasms, as though her very soul was still at war with the house, unwilling to be fully absorbed. But there was nothing left of the woman she had been. What remained was just a hollow, broken shell, a reminder of the price of surrender. He could feel the change in the air, a subtle shift like the stillness before a storm. The temperature had dropped, the house live as it was seemed to breathe with him, the walls expanding and contracting in time with the rhythm of his pulse. The air tasted of rot, of old stone and decayed wood, but beneath that, something more visceral lingered. The taste of death, fresh and lingering, clinging to the back of his throat. His legs buckled beneath him, and he caught himself on the floor, sinking into the wood. His hands dug into the ground, his fingers scraping at the warped, splintering surface beneath him. The room spun, the shadows growing longer and thicker around him. There was no escape now. There were no choices left. And then he heard it. The whisper, a soft, insidious sound, threading through the heavy silence of the room. It wasn't like before. It wasn't the house simply echoing through his mind. No, this was different. This was something new. It was closer now, almost like a breath on his ear, and it was undeniable. Let go. The words weren't spoken aloud, they were felt. They slid into his mind like a snake slipping into a crack, curling around his thoughts. His thoughts raced. He didn't want to hear it, didn't want to feel it, but there was no choice now. Let go. The thing the house it knew what he was thinking. It knew every doubt, every flicker of hesitation in his mind. He could feel its understanding, its insistence, the hunger that would never be satisfied, not unless he surrendered completely. He could feel it then, coursing through his veins, seeping into his bones. The walls groaned, the air thickening, as if the house itself were pulling tighter, squeezing every drop of energy out of him. His vision blurred, the room spinning violently as the shadows shifted around him. He could feel their presence, their weight. He could feel them moving, stretching, expanding. They were closing in. He could smell them, sickly sweet, like rotting leaves, like decay. The house was feeding on his fear now, his hesitation. It was not just his body, it wanted it, wanted his mind. It wanted his soul. The woman, the thing, suddenly let out a wretched, agonized cry. The sound split the air, raw and desperate. Her body snapped violently, limbs contorting in ways that no human body should be able to. Her head jerked back, her mouth wide open in a soundless scream. But it wasn't for herself. It was a scream of warning, of finality. She had been here. She had endured the same process, and now she was beyond salvation. He looked at her broken body, twisted and stretched as though it was a marionette controlled by invisible strings. Something in him snapped. The final thread of humanity within him wavered, and for a moment he felt the weight of the house's overwhelming power. Let go, but he couldn't, not entirely. His eyes flicked down to his own hands. The skin was peeling from his fingers, revealing the raw flesh beneath. But there was something new, something wrong beneath that. The house had marked him just as it had marked the woman. He could feel the dark marks, the same veins of rot that twisted under the surface of the walls, creeping into his skin. They were not just scars, they were a part of him now, indelible, unstoppable. The shadows closed in further, wrapping around him like a blanket of cold, suffocating darkness. He could feel their pull. They wanted him. They wanted to consume him completely. But then, something in his chest stirred. A flicker. A spark. His hands shook, but the trembling wasn't from fear. It wasn't from weakness. No. It was something else, something deeper, more primal, stirring inside him, awakening with a violent force. The hunger inside him had always been there, growing, festering. But now it shifted. His hand clenched into a fist, nails digging into the flesh of his palm. His breath became shallow, jagged. His pulse pounded in his ears, and the air around him seemed to grow thicker. Heavier. The walls shuddered. The house, alive as it was, seemed to recoil, sensing the shift, sensing that something inside him had changed. The room pulsed, the shadows wavered, flickering as if uncertain. For the first time, it wasn't just pulling at him, it was withdrawing. It was as if the house had underestimated him, as if it thought it had already claimed him, already won. But now, he could feel it, a surge of power deep within him, a strength that he hadn't even known he had. And then, with a primal roar, he ripped his hand free from the floor. The very air seemed to crack as he stood, his legs shaky but resolute. The floor beneath him screamed, groaning with the weight of the house's rage. But he didn't care. The walls shook, the ceiling cracked, and the shadows recoiled as though they were no longer certain what he was. He felt the energy within him, the darkness, but it no longer felt like it was swallowing him whole. It was his now, his to wield. The house was no longer just an entity to be feared. It was a force, a living thing, but it had one fatal flaw. It had underestimated him. The walls shuddered again, and he realized something with sickening clarity. It wasn't just the house's hunger that had trapped him. It was his own fear, his own doubts that had kept him shackled to it. He had given in to the house, allowing it to grow inside him, feeding on the fragments of his humanity. But now he could see it for what it was, just a building, a broken, ancient thing that had fed on the fears of those who lived within it, and it had fed on him, but no more. His hand, still trembling, reached toward the walls. He could feel the vibrations of the house in his bones, the power coursing through the cracks and splinters. And then, with a will he didn't know he had, he reached out and shattered it. The room cracked open, the shadows shrieking in agony as the light of the outside world poured through. The house screamed, its voice rising in a chorus of rage, of fury. But it was too late. He had broken the cycle, and as the house crumbled around him, its hold on him weakened, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he felt free. The woman was gone, her body a distant memory. The walls fell silent. The house, broken and shattered, fell into itself, collapsing into nothingness. But somewhere deep within him, a final whisper echoed, "We are always here." The darkness crept back, lingering at the edges of his vision, and as he stepped into the light, the last remnants of the house faded behind him. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was still there, somewhere, waiting. The world outside was brighter, more real, than he had expected. The sky stretched endlessly above him, the trees around the house swaying in the wind as if nothing had ever happened. The distant hum of the city, the chirp of birds, the rustle of leaves, all of it felt so normal. He took a deep breath, tasting the clean, sharp air that wrapped around him like a forgotten comfort. It was almost too much. Too real. The house was gone, or at least, that's what he told himself. It was nothing more than a collapsed shell of what it had once been. The bones of it were scattered on the ground, the walls cracked and broken, but there was a sense of finality to it, a sense of release. He was free, he told himself. He had beaten it. He had survived. But as he looked back at the remnants of the house, it's fractured. Walls like jagged teeth gaping at the sky, he felt. Something shift in his chest. Something cold, something tight, wrapped around his heart like an invisible hand. His breath hitched. A fleeting shadow slipping between the splintered beams. No, that was impossible. The house was gone. He had destroyed it. He had broken its grip on him. On the very air that surrounded him, there was no more power left in it. And yet, the feeling lingered, that creeping sensation at the back of his mind, the one he couldn't shake, the one that whispered in his ears even now, "We are always here." The words echoed, soft and haunting, repeating like an incantation. He spun around, but there was no one there. The wind had picked up, a chill sweeping across the ground, stirring the fallen leaves into a frantic dance. The faintest scent of something familiar, something rotting, slipped beneath his nose. He shook his head, feeling the panic rise in his chest. It wasn't over. Not yet. The house had been destroyed, but it had followed him. It had followed him into the world outside. Into the real world, there was no physical door, no obvious threshold, but something within him knew. The house, the thing, was not bound by the walls he had shattered. It was not bound by anything except its will. The house had always been more than a structure. It had always been a living, breathing entity that existed within him and in the spaces between. It moved with him. It waited for him. His feet carried him forward, though his mind screamed at him to stop. The house, or what remained of it, seemed to stretch, distorting the world around him. The shadows stretched unnaturally long. The trees bent at impossible angles. His vision blurred. The air became heavy again, thick with something dark, something wrong. His body moved against his will, each step carrying him further away from the world he knew and deeper into a strange, unnatural realm. The edge of the forest seemed to draw closer, but it was as if the landscape was folding in on itself, twisting around him in impossible ways. Nothing was as it seemed. He could feel the presence again closer now, pressing against him from all sides. The darkness, like an invisible tide, rose to swallow him. He could hear the low, guttural hum of the house in his ears, feel the weight of it in his chest. It was as though his own heartbeat had begun to synchronize with the rhythm of the house's pulse. Right in the center of the forest clearing, the trees parted as if they had been drawn by an invisible hand, revealing a door. A door. It stood there, tall and imposing, framed by shadows, its surface covered in ancient, crumbling symbols. The door itself looked wrong, not quite of this world. It was as if it belonged in a place beyond time, beyond understanding, and there was no mistaking it. The door was calling him. He reached out, trembling, unable to stop himself. The air around the door was thick with an energy he could not comprehend, a force that gnawed at his very soul. He could feel it pulling at him, dragging him toward it with an unnatural force, like a moth to the flame. His hand closed around the handle, the cold iron biting into his skin, and for a moment he froze. The voices, the whispers, the endless murmuring of the house, they were louder now. The shadows, those dark entities that had always been with him, surrounded him, filling his vision. He could hear them clearly now, their voices familiar but distorted. They were his own voice, twisted and broken, echoing back at him, reminding him of what he had become, of what he had let go of. You belong here. He felt a tug in his chest. The house wanted him. The door wanted him. And then it clicked. Another dimension that the house controlled. It wasn't just a place, it was a trap of shadows and hunger, where the house had enslaved its victims for centuries. He had thought it was over, but this was never meant to be the end. The house was not destroyed. It had never been destroyed. It had merely been shifted. The house had always existed in the cracks between worlds, and it was still there. Still waiting, the door beckoned him, its cold handle a promise of something darker. He could feel the pull, the weight of the house's influence taking root again, sinking deeper into his flesh. He could hear the voices, now dozens, hundreds, all whispering the same thing. You will never be free. His hand shook as he reached toward the door, his fingers grazing the cold iron once more. He could feel the house's breath on his neck, could hear the low hum of its presence, spreading through the air, through the trees, through the very soil beneath his feet. The door swung open, groaning on ancient hinges, revealing nothing but an abyss, a black void that stretched into infinity. There were no stars, no moon, no light, just the consuming dark, the endless pull of it. He stepped forward, the darkness closed in around him, wrapping around him like an old, familiar friend. There was no sound but the soft shuffle of his own footsteps, the beat of his heart, growing louder and louder until it drowned everything else out, and then the door closed behind him. The world outside was gone, the house was gone. There was no escape, and the last whisper of the house lingered in his ears, fading as he stepped into the void. You belong to us now. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in, the terror continues. Story 2. Claire had always been a city girl, drawn to the noise, the rush, the anonymity. But this was different. The apartment she'd found in the forgotten part of town, nestled between crumbling buildings and silent streets, seemed to call to her in a way the others hadn't. It was small, quiet, almost forgotten, much like herself. A fresh start, she thought, the weight of grief and guilt pressing her chest. Her mother's death was still too fresh, too raw. Maybe this would be the escape she needed. The landlord was an odd one, tall and thin, with a hunched back that made him look like he was perpetually leaning forward, as if eager to whisper something important. His face was hard to read, an unreadable mask of disinterest. The keys he handed her were cold, and his hands shook slightly as they made contact. Quiet building, he said, his voice like a cracked whisper. It's not for everyone, Claire smiled awkwardly and nodded. She didn't need the reminder. She needed a place to be alone, to think, to grieve. But as she stepped across the threshold, there was something strange, something off about the air, heavy and still, as though the building had been holding its breath for years. She shivered. No one had lived here in years, but she wasn't superstitious. Not yet, at least. She took her first steps up the creaking staircase, the steps groaning under her weight as if protesting her presence. The hallway was dim, the only light coming from the flickering overhead bulb. Claire's heart began to pound, a subtle, unfamiliar anxiety beginning to crawl up her spine. She paused in front of her new door, apartment 7B. A faint scratching sound came from behind it, like claws against wood. She pressed her ear against the door, unsure if it was her imagination. The building was old, settling into itself, but then she heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible, but distinct. Claire. Her breath caught in her throat. A moment of hesitation. She backed away slowly, telling herself it was nothing, maybe the wind or the building settling, but she couldn't shake the feeling. something in the air had changed. The world outside seemed to recede, leaving only the unsettling hum of the apartment building's silence behind her. It wasn't just old, it was waiting. The apartment was colder than Claire had expected. The moment she stepped inside, she was hit by a rush of musty air, thick with the smell of old wood and dust. The walls were draped in faded, yellowing wallpaper that seemed to peel away in places, revealing dark, cracked plaster beneath. She set her bags down on the worn, threadbare carpet and walked through the small living room, noting the heavy silence. It was oppressive in a way she couldn't quite place. Not a single sound beyond the occasional creak of the building's aging structure. Claire opened the window, hoping the crisp night air would offer some comfort. But instead of the usual hum of traffic and city lights, she found only a deep, almost suffocating quiet. The moon hung low in the sky, casting long, twisted shadows across the street, making the buildings seem as though they were leaning in, watching her every move. She shook her head, trying to push the unease away. She had to be imagining things. This was just a temporary setback, a new chapter. With an exhale, she set to work, unpacking. But her movements felt mechanical, as though her limbs were moving on their own, disconnected from her mind.
She knew.
She should be more excited to settle in. It was the first step toward leaving behind her past. But every corner of the apartment seemed to stare back at her with hollow, disapproving eyes. The place felt too empty, hoping the warm liquid would ease her tense nerves. But the tea tasted strange, bitter, and sour in a way that made her stomach churn. She pushed the mug away, frowning as she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Her mother had passed only 3 months, a goal leaving Claire with a heavy weight of sorrow and guilt. She'd never told her mother how much she loved her, how much she regretted their last conversation. The guilt gnawed at her, sharp and relentless. The idea of returning to her old apartment, to the life she'd been forced to leave behind, was unthinkable. But this place, this strange, isolating apartment, was somehow worse. The silence was unbearable. The clock ticked loudly in the background, every second stretching into what felt like an eternity. She tried reading, then watching TV, but her mind kept wandering back to the whispers in the hallway earlier that day. She'd heard them clearly, her name, soft as a breath, calling her from the apartment next door. A trick of the wind, she told herself. There had to be an explanation, but the longer she stayed, the more the silence pressed in on her. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to shift subtly at first, then more distinct, as though they were moving when she wasn't looking. Every time she turned her head, she caught the glimpse of something just outside her peripheral vision, too quick to be real, too vivid to ignore. Around midnight, Claire decided to go to bed. The creaky mattress didn't offer much comfort, but it was something familiar, something grounding. She tried to close her eyes, to shut out the anxiety that had built up in her chest, but sleep would not come. Minutes bled into hours, and still she lay there, staring at the ceiling. The air felt colder now, and the silence around her had grown heavier. But it wasn't just quiet, it was unnervingly still, like the world outside had stopped breathing entirely. There were no sounds, not even the usual hum of city traffic, just a pressing, oppressive silence. She tossed and turned, trying to shake off the unease, but it was no use. Her mind was racing, tangled in thoughts of her mother, the life she'd lost, and the new life she was struggling to build. The guilt had followed her into the apartment. She couldn't outrun it, no matter how far she went. As she lay there, waiting for sleep to come, a faint sound broke through the silence. A low, almost imperceptible whisper. At first, Claire thought it was her imagination, the product of too many sleepless nights. But then it came again, clearer this time. Claire, her heart jumped in her chest. She sat up quickly, her breath catching in her throat. The whisper had come from somewhere inside the room, but there was no one there. No one to see, no one to speak. She froze, straining her ears for any sound, but the room was silent again. Still, no one else in the building was awake, or at least no one was making noise. Her pulse was racing, but she forced herself to lie back down, attempting to calm her racing mind. It was just a fluke. The building was old. The pipes probably made strange noises in the walls. She had to get some sleep. But as she lay back, trying to ignore the growing tightness in her chest, a soft thump sounded from the direction of the door. Claire's breath hitched, and she sat up again, staring toward the entrance of her apartment. The thump came again, quiet, so deliberate, like someone gently tapping on the door. But there was no one there, no one she could see. "Hello," she called out, her voice shaky and hesitant. Nothing, no response. With trembling hands, she grabbed her phone from the nightstand and checked the time. It was nearly 2 a.m. Why hadn't anyone else heard it? Was she imagining this? Had her isolation finally started to affect her? She forced herself out of bed and walked to the door, her steps slow, cautious. She pressed her ear against it, listening carefully. The apartment building was as silent as it had been earlier, but the air had changed, thickening with something she couldn't explain, another soft thump. But this time, it was closer. Right behind the door, Claire's heart hammered against her ribcage. She reached for the doorknob with a shaking hand, her mind racing with the possibilities, none of them good. She opened the door a crack, just enough to peer into the dim hallway beyond. There was nothing but shadows, stretching long along the walls. The hallway was empty. Claire stood there for a long moment, her pulse thundering in her ears. Had she imagined it? Was she truly losing her mind? The whispering had stopped, and the building was once again unnervingly still. But Claire couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. The oppressive air, the silence, the strange could feel something watching her, waiting. With a shaky exhale, she closed the door and bolted it shut. She turned back to the room, glancing nervously around. Nothing had changed, except for the growing sense of unease that seemed to cling to the walls. Wrapping around her like an invisible shroud, she crawled back into bed, trying to shake off the dread that had settled deep in her stomach. But even as her body began to relax, she could feel the oppressive weight of the silence pressing in from every direction. The whispers were gone for now, but they would return. She was sure of it. Her mind was racing with questions, but one stood out above the rest. Who or what had whispered her name, and why? The apartment, with its quiet corners and dark shadows, had already begun to feel like a prison, a place where the walls watched, and the silence stretched too thin to be comforting as she drifted off into an uneasy sleep. Her mind clung to the memory of the whisper, unable to escape its echo. The feeling of being watched lingered in her thoughts, even as her eyes fluttered closed. Somehow, Claire knew that the building wasn't just empty. Something was there, and it was waiting. The next morning, Claire awoke with a start, the remnants of the night's unease clinging to her like a second skin. She blinked rapidly, trying to shake off the fog of sleep, but it lingered heavy and suffocating. The light outside was dim, the sky a dull gray, thick clouds hanging low, as though the weather itself was in mourning. She sat up slowly, her limbs still stiff from the restless sleep, her mind drifting back to the events of the previous night. The whisper, the thumps, the strange silence that seemed to suffocate her every movement. It was impossible to shake the feeling that someone had been watching her, waiting for her to slip, to make a mistake. The idea of moving back to her old apartment, to the comfort of a familiar, if broken life, seemed laughable now. But this place felt as though it had a life of its own. And then there was the journal. Claire had almost forgotten about it in the panic of the night before, but now, as she stretched and rubbed her eyes, she felt an odd pull toward the small, dusty corner of the apartment where she'd begun unpacking. It had been wedged between the old wooden boards under the window, a forgotten space, perhaps never intended to be disturbed. The journal had been buried under a pile of yellowed papers, old receipts, and what looked like torn scrap fabric, forgotten relics of previous tenants. She had opened it only briefly, the pages curling at the edges, the ink faded and smeared in places, but something about it had caught her attention. Something in the hurried, frantic scribbles. Her stomach twisted uneasily. She didn't know why she had been so drawn to it. But now, sitting on the edge of the bed, her fingers hovered over the book. She had to know what it said. Claire crossed the room and knelt in front of the corner, the floorboards creaking beneath her weight. She ran her fingers over the hidden space, brushing aside the dust and debris. There it was, the journal, resting in the darkness, waiting for her. The leather cover was cracked, the binding worn with age, and the smell of mildew was faint, almost imperceptible. She lifted it carefully, turning it over in her hands as if afraid it would crumble to dust in her grip. The first page was blank, save for a single line of writing in the corner. "It knows." The words were smudged, as though written in haste. Her heart skipped a beat, a cold chill running up her spine. She flipped the page. The rest of the journal was a mess, frantic, almost manic scribbling that filled every inch of the pages. It was like reading someone's fevered thoughts, too fast for them to keep up with. The ink bled in places, words crossing over one another, paragraphs broken, up into disjointed fragments. But amidst the chaos, Claire could make out the most chilling of details. The walls are alive. They whisper at night. I can hear it even now. It's getting closer. Claire's fingers trembled as she turned the pages, absorbing the desperate words. The entries were all similar mentions of whispers, strange movements in the dark, a presence in the apartment, the feeling of being watched, even in the daylight. Each entry grew more paranoid, more frantic, until the final pages were filled with nothing but incomprehensible marks, scribbles, and half-formed drawings of grotesque, twisted faces. She flipped to the last page, her breath catching in her throat. The final words were written in what seemed to be a last. Desperate gasps scrawled frantically. The ink smeared as though the writer had been in a panic, a deep fear bleeding through every word. It's not gone. It never leaves. It's here, and it's waiting for you. Claire's fingers shook as she closed the journal and stared at it for a long, quiet moment. The silence in the room felt suffocating, almost too heavy to bear. Her pulse thudded in her ears, the blood rushing in her face. She hadn't expected it, whatever it was, but now there was no denying it. The apartment? They weren't just a product of her imagination. The terror she had felt last night was real. It was here, in this place. It's waiting for you. Claire's thoughts raced, colliding with each other. Was the journal a warning? Had the previous tenant, whoever they were, been the same as her? Was the building haunted, cursed? She tried to push the fear down, tried to tell herself it was just an old tenant's ravings, but the writing in the journal had felt too real, too desperate, to dismiss as mere fiction. But she had to know more. She couldn't just leave, not after everything, not after her mother's death, not after all she had left behind. This apartment had become a part of her story, whether she liked it or not. Stood up and placed the journal on the coffee table. The strange unease that had filled her from the moment she stepped into the apartment was still there, gnawing at her insides. But now there was something else clawing its way into her chest. Curiosity. The landlord, the tall, frail man with the unreadable eyes, had given her an odd warning the day she moved in. He'd seemed so distant, almost too calm for someone living in such a decaying building. It made her wonder if he knew more than he let on. She needed to speak to him again, ask him about the previous tenant, glanced at the clock. It was late afternoon, and the sun was beginning to set behind the thick clouds, casting long shadows through the windows. The apartment felt colder now, though it hadn't been cold when she first moved in. She noticed the way the shadows moved now, creeping across the walls. The whispers had been absent since last night, but Claire couldn't shake the feeling that they were still there, hiding just below the surface. Without further hesitation, Claire grabbed her jacket, stuffed the journal into her bag, and headed out the door. She had to confront the landlord. There were too many questions. She needed answers. The landlord's apartment was on the ground floor, just beneath hers. The building groaned and creaked as Claire descended the staircase, the walls stretching and shifting with each step she took. Her footfalls were muffled in the thick carpet, but there was something about the way the air felt damp and thick, as though it too was holding its breath. When she knocked on the landlord's door, the silence was immediate, unnerving. She hesitated for a moment, the discomfort creeping into her skin like a chill. But then the door creaked open, revealing the old man. His eyes were just as odd as she remembered, distant, slightly wild, as though he was always looking past her, into something unseen. "Miss Claire," he said, his voice soft and cracking. "Back again so soon? Is something wrong?" Claire held the journal out to him. "I found this in my apartment. It belonged to the last tenant." The landlord's eyes flickered to the journal and then back to Claire. For a brief moment, his gaze seemed to harden, his expression tightening as though a memory had just pierced through the fog of his years. "Put that down," he said, his voice sharp now. "You shouldn't have read it." "Why?" Claire asked, her voice tight. "What's happening in this building? What is going on here?" The landlord's eyes darted behind her, and Claire instinctively turned, feeling the weight of the space behind her, as though the shadows were watching her. "This place, it's not like others. The walls are thick with memories, heavy with things that should never have been allowed to live. The spirits here never leave." She took a step forward, desperate. What happened to the last tenant? The landlord looked at her for a long moment, and then he leaned forward, his voice lowering to a whisper. "It feeds on fear. It calls to you in the dark, makes you think you're safe, and then it takes you, one by one." The whispers aren't just echoes, they're invitations. The hair on the back of Claire's neck stood up. She wanted to ask more, but she couldn't. The weight of his words was suffocating, pulling her under. As she backed away from the door, she heard him murmur behind her, "The apartment doesn't just choose people, chooses those who are already broken." Claire returned to her apartment, but the questions swirled inside her mind, faster than she could process them. The landlord's words echoed in her ears, growing louder with each passing moment. "The spirits never leave. It feeds on fear. It takes you one by one." And yet, despite the dread that had settled in her chest like a cold weight, Claire couldn't stop herself from returning to the apartment, to the place she now reluctantly called home. She needed answers, and she was no closer to finding them than she had been last night. The air in the building was thick with a low hum, a strange tension that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. Claire could feel the presence of something all around her, something that had been there long before she had ever stepped foot into the apartment. It was as though she were walking on the edge of something ancient and unknowable, a place that had been waiting for her arrival. For the pain she had brought with her, she couldn't help but recall the journal, the terrifying scrawlings of the previous tenant, their frantic, desperate warnings. The journal seemed to pulse with an energy all its own, and she could almost feel it calling to her, begging her to understand. But understanding was far from her reach. Whatever lived in the apartment, whatever had taken root in the very bones of the building, had a grip on her, an insidious pull that she couldn't fight. The shadows in the hallway seemed to stretch longer than they should have, bending at odd angles as if they were alive, watching her with silent, unseen eyes. Claire could feel them creeping closer, though she never saw them move. The building had always been quiet, but now the silence was deafening. each creak of the floorboards beneath her feet like the sound of something ancient, stirring, coming. Awake the moment she stepped inside her apartment, the air changed. It wasn't cold, but it was oppressive, thick and heavy, like a dense fog that clouded her senses. She set her things down in the corner, her pulse quickening as her eyes scanned the room, searching for something, anything, that could explain the growing sense of dread that had taken root inside her. Her gaze lingered on the window for a moment, the pale light of the afternoon casting long, stretching shadows across the floor. The shadows, so dark and unnatural, seemed to move on their own, slowly creeping toward her like hungry tendrils. She shook her head, trying to dispel the thought. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. Claire went into the bathroom to wash her face, hoping the cold water would wake her up, ground her in reality. As she splashed water on her face, she caught her reflection in the mirror. For a moment, her own eyes seemed ... off hollow, as though someone else were staring back at her. Someone not quite herself. The sensation was fleeting, but it left a lingering feeling of unease, like the quiet tug of an unraveling thread. She turned away quickly, stepping out of the bathroom, but as she did, the door to the bedroom creaked open on its own. Claire froze, her heart skipping a beat as the door swung wide, revealing the empty room. There was no breeze, no draft, and yet the door had moved as if someone had just passed through. A cold chill swept over her, and for a moment she thought she saw a figure standing at the foot of the bed, just a shadow. A silhouette, but it was there. It was real. Her breath caught in her throat as she blinked, trying to focus, but the figure vanished the moment she tried to approach. She wasn't imagining things. The shadow had been real, and it had been watching her. She backed away from the bedroom, her mind reeling. What was happening here? Why did she feel as though the apartment itself was alive, as though it had a will of its own? She felt like a stranger in her own home, surrounded by shadows that were beginning to take on shape and form. Suddenly, the whispers returned, soft at first, barely audible, like a distant hum that she couldn't quite place, but then clearer, louder. Claire, Claire, come closer. The voice sounded so familiar, yet it wasn't. It was soft, luring, coaxing. It was the same voice she had heard the night before, but now it had a haunting quality to Eton, almost pleading, tone, as though the voice was trying to draw her in. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up as the whisper echoed through the room, filling the empty space with a sensation of dread without thinking. Claire moved toward the sound, her feet carrying her toward the source of the whispering. She wasn't sure why she should have been afraid, terrified, but the voice felt like it was calling her, beckoning her with an almost irresistible pull. It was coming from the corner of the room, the corner where the shadows seemed darkest. Claire reached out, her fingers brushing the cold wall as she leaned closer. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, and she felt something shift in the air, like a presence, something just out of sight hovering in the corner. A sudden movement, something shifting in the darkness caught her eye. It was fleeting, a flicker, but Claire saw it clearly, a figure, standing just beyond the shadows, watching her. It was tall, thin, with long, gnarled fingers that twitched at its sides. The face was obscured by darkness, but Claire could feel its gaze boring into her, locking her in place. "You shouldn't be here." The words came softly, but they were unmistakable. The figure was speaking to her, its voice low and hollow, like something dragged from the depths of the earth. Claire's breath caught in her throat as the figure stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. It was cloaked in darkness, its form shifting and wavering as though it were made of smoke. The shadows seemed to gather around it, clinging to its body like a shroud. The thing reached toward her, its fingers stretching unnaturally long, its movements jerky and unnatural. Her body froze, unable to move. The figure loomed over her, its presence suffocating, overwhelming. The room grew colder still, the temperature dropping so rapidly that Claire could see her breath fog in the air. She could feel the weight of it pressing down on her chest. Squeezing the air from her lungs, the figure opened its mouth, revealing a mouth too wide for its face, lined with sharp, jagged teeth. But the scream didn't come from its mouth. It came from everywhere, from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, filling the room with a deafening sound that shattered her thoughts and shattered her will to move. The scream was full of pain, of fear, of loss. It echoed in Claire's head, reverberating through her mind as though it were coming from deep inside her own soul. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat sending waves of terror crashing over her. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body refused to obey. The thing loomed closer, its face now visible, though it was barely a face at all. Its features were distorted, twisted, like a patchwork of human and something else, something dark and monstrous. Its eyes were hollow, empty voids that stared into her with an emptiness that made her blood run cold. The more she looked, the more she could feel herself sinking into them, trapped in their depths. "It's too late," the thing rasped, its voice hollow and guttural. "You're mine now." Claire finally broke free from her paralysis, the flood of fear propelling her into action. She turned, stumbling back toward the door, but the thing was faster than her. In the blink of an eye, it was standing between her and the exit, its long, twisted fingers reaching for her, its mouth stretching wider, the teeth gleaming in the dim light. A sudden crash broke through the tension, followed by a loud bang. Apartment shook, and the door to the hallway flew open with a force so violent that it rattled the frame. The figure stopped, its head jerking toward the open doorway, as though something in the hallway had caught its attention. Without a moment's hesitation, Claire dashed toward the door, her legs moving on pure instinct, her breath ragged and fast. She didn't look back, couldn't look back. She sprinted down the hallway, the sound of her own footsteps deafening in the stillness. The whispers had stopped, but the presence lingered, hovering just beyond her reach, waiting for her to falter. She made it outside, gasping for air, the cool night breeze hitting her face. For a moment, it felt like she had escaped, but she knew better. It wasn't over. It was only beginning. As she stood there, trembling, she glanced back at the apartment building. She saw something Anne outline, a figure standing in the window of her apartment, and though it was just a shadow, she knew it was waiting for her. Claire's legs wobbled as she stumbled away from the apartment building, the chill of the night air doing little to cool the heat rising from the panic that gripped her chest. Her heart raced with each breath, her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and terror. She couldn't make sense of it, of what she had seen, what she had felt. She had run, she had escaped. But how long would that last? The thing that shadowed it wasn't human. It wasn't anything she could even begin to understand. The feeling of it still clung to her like a second skin. Its breath hot on her neck, its eyes like black holes pulling at the edges of her mind. She could still feel its presence, as if it were following her, waiting for the moment she would turn around and fall prey to its grip once more. Claire's feet carried her through the dimly lit streets without thinking, until she found herself standing in front of a small cafe. It was one of those places that stayed open late for the insomniacs, the lost souls who wandered the streets in search of answers. The lights were warm, inviting a stark contrast to the cold emptiness that had swallowed her apartment just hours before. She stepped inside, her body trembling, as though trying to shake off the darkness that had attached itself to her. The interior was cozy, the aroma of coffee and warm pastries filling the air, but Claire couldn't focus on the comforting. Her eyes were darting, her senses heightened, as though she could feel the shadows lurking in every corner, waiting for the right moment to pounce. She slid into a corner booth, away from the windows, and tried to steady her breath. The barista, A young woman with dark circles under her eyes glanced up from the counter as Claire approached. "Rough night?" she asked with a tired smile. Claire nodded without speaking, taking a seat at the booth. She needed time to process, to think. The weight of what had happened pressed down on her with such force that she felt like she was suffocating. The woman behind the counter returned with a cup of tea. "Here," she said softly. "Maybe this will help." Claire accepted it gratefully, her hands trembling as she cupped the warm mug. She tried to focus on the soothing warmth, but her thoughts refused to quiet. The shadow, the whispers, the eyes. She had never felt such a palpable sense of dread in her life, and she couldn't escape it. She tried to tell herself that she was imagining things, that the building was just old, and the strange events were merely the product of her exhaustion, her grief. But deep down, she knew better. After a few moments, Claire looked up, her eyes searching the cafe's interior. The barista was wiping down the counter, her movements slow and methodical. For the briefest of moments, Claire thought she saw something in the reflection of the glass door figure standing just outside, watching her. She blinked, but when she looked again, it was gone. The air in the cafe shifted suddenly, as if a cold wind had blown through, though the door was still closed. Claire's breath caught in her throat, and she quickly looked around, but no one else seemed to notice. It was as though time had slowed for her alone. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, a deep, gnawing feeling crawling up her spine. "Is everything okay?" The barista's voice broke through her thoughts, and Claire blinked, realizing she had been staring blankly at the counter. Claire nodded, though her mind was still reeling. "I'm fine, just tired." The woman gave her a strange knowing look, as though she could sense that there was more to Claire's words than she was letting on. She took a step back, her eyes never leaving Claire's. Claire turned her gaze back to the window, watching the empty street outside. The fog was rolling in, thick and low, swallowing the streetlights whole, turning the world outside into a blurry, indistinct mess. But then, as the fog thickened, Claire saw something else. A shape, a figure, standing at the end of the street, completely still, unmoving, watching. Her blood ran cold. It wasn't a person. She could feel it. The shadow was there again. It was following her. She jumped to her feet, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Her pulse was racing now, her entire body vibrating with the intensity of the fear she felt. The figure was watching her, but it was more than just the shape of a person. It was an absence, a void. It felt wrong. It shouldn't have been there. The barista stepped closer, her eyes narrowing. "You're not from here, are you?" she asked in a voice that sounded oddly serious. Claire blinked at her, confusion bubbling up inside her. "What do you mean? You don't know," the woman said, her voice now tinged with something Claire couldn't quite place sympathy. "Pity. You'll find out soon enough." "What are you talking about?" Claire asked, feeling a shiver of dread coil in her stomach. The figure outside was still there, just standing, just waiting. The woman sighed, her expression shifting into one of resignation. "It always starts like this, the whispers, the shadows, the presence you can't escape. It's happened before." "What's happened before?" Claire demanded, her patience snapping as the fear and confusion surged within her. "You should have asked," the woman said, her voice suddenly softer, almost kind. "You should have asked someone who lived here longer, someone who knew about the history of that building. You're not the first." Claire's mind raced, but she couldn't form the words to ask the questions she so desperately wanted answers to. "What do you mean? What's going on? Why is it happening to me?" The woman looked at her, a distant sadness in her eyes. "The building you're in, it's not just old, not just abandoned. It's something else. Something ... darker." Claire's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean, darker?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The woman glanced outside, where the figure still stood, unmoving. Then, with a quiet, resigned sigh. She sat down across from Claire. Long ago, before the building was turned into apartments, it was a place for people who couldn't escape their own darkness. It was a sanctuary at first, but over time, it became something else. The spirits of those who died there, those who had lost themselves, they lingered. And when new tenants moved in, they brought with them their own grief, their own despair. The building fed on that, fed on the pain, the sorrow, and now it's awake. Claire swallowed hard, unable to speak. She wasn't sure what to say, what to do. The woman's words felt too real, too heavy, too close to everything Claire had been feeling. "Do you know what it wants?" Claire whispered, her throat tight. The barista nodded slowly, her eyes darkening. "It wants the pain. It feeds on the fear, the grief. But it also wants to drag you into the past, to make you relive your own suffering, to make you feel that loss again and again until you become part of the building, part of the shadow. And once it has you, it never lets go." A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the soft hum of the cafe's refrigerator and the distant sound of footsteps on the sidewalk outside. Claire sat there, her mind racing, her heart pounding. The words seemed to make sense, in a twisted, horrifying way. The shadows, the whispers, the sensation of being followed, it wasn't just her imagination. Something was alive in that building, something ancient and dark, and it was waiting for her, pulling her into its web. "You have to leave," the barista said softly, her voice laced with sorrow, "before it's too late." Claire's eyes snapped to her, panic rising in her chest. I can't just leave. It's not that simple." The woman shook her head. "It's not about you leaving. It's about surviving. The longer you stay, the more it takes. And once it's had enough of you, once it's drained you dry, you become part of it. Part of the shadow, part of the building, forever." Claire's breath caught in her throat. The weight of the woman's words settled over her like a blanket of ice, freezing her in place. "How do I stop it?" Claire asked, her voice trembling. The woman's face hardened, her eyes distant again. "There's only one way to stop it, but I don't think you'll want to hear it." "What is it?" Claire whispered. The woman looked at her for a long, quiet moment, and then she spoke the words that chilled Claire to the core. "Give it what it wants." The woman's words hung in the air, their weight suffocating Claire. Give it what it wants. What did that even mean? The shadows, the thing that had been haunting her every step since the moment she'd moved into that cursed building. What did it crave from her? What price could she possibly pay to make it stop, to break free from the grip it had on her life? She glanced out the window again. The figure was still there, standing motionless at the end of the street. It had been there for what felt like hours, as if it were a sentinel, waiting for her to make a choice. But what choice was there? How could she possibly understand what was being asked of her? Every inch of her body screamed for her to run, to escape this nightmare that had entwined itself around Herb. Something told her that running wasn't an option anymore. Something told her that whatever this thing was, it was tied to her. Now, it had been waiting for her to arrive. A tremor ran through her as she turned back to the barista, who now looked at her with an expression that was both sorrowful and resigned. She had spoken with such finality. Give it what it wants. But what does it want? Claire asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Why me? Why this building? The woman's eyes dropped to her hands. I told you, she said, her voice trembling with something Claire couldn't place. The building, it feeds on grief, on despair, on loss. Not unless you give it what it craves. Claire felt the blood drain from her face. Lost, she had known that feeling intimately for years. Her father had died when she was just a child, and since then, grief had become an old companion. One she couldn't escape, no matter how far she ran. But was that enough to attract something like this? The thought sent shivers through her. Is there a way out? Claire's voice was shaking now. Some way to stop it without giving it what it wants. The barista slowly shook her head. No, I wish I could tell you there was. But you've been marked, and in this place, once you're marked, there's no escaping it. You can try to leave, but it will follow you. It's not just a shadow. It's an entity, ancient and hungry. It has an endless need, and it has never been sated. Claire closed her eyes, a bitter taste rising in her throat. What does it need from me? What would giving it what it wants even mean? The woman shifted uncomfortably, her hands wringing together. She seemed to struggle with the next words, as though they were painful to speak. It needs your pain, your grief, not just the grief of losing someone you love, but the grief of what's left behind. The unresolved, the things you've never let go of. It wants your deepest sorrow, your most haunting memories, the ones you hide even from yourself. It thrives on that. The air in the cafe grew thicker, as though the walls themselves were pressing inward, suffocating her. Claire felt her hands tremble, and she clutched the mug in front of her, trying to ground herself. Her pulse quickened, her thoughts spiraling. Into darkness? Was it possible? Could something like that truly exist? Could something feed on her grief, her deepest pain? Are you saying I have to feel it all again? Claire's voice cracked as she asked the question, the weight of her words sinking in. She couldn't go back there. She couldn't relive the death of her father, the way it had torn her apart, shattered her childhood, and scarred her forever. She couldn't let the grief swallow her whole again. She wouldn't. The woman nodded, her face pale. You have to let it take you. Let it consume you. You won't be able to fight it. Not forever. Claire stood abruptly, the chair scraping across the floor with a loud, jarring noise. Her mind was spinning, crashing through thoughts she couldn't fully grasp. It felt like the world was falling apart around her, like the ground itself was giving way beneath her feet. It feeds on grief. It needs your sorrow. Could she really let that happen? Was there another choice? Then there's no escape, Claire whispered to herself, more than to the barista. I'm already ... trapped. The woman didn't answer, but the sorrow in her eyes spoke volumes. She knew what was coming. She had seen it happen before. Claire's mind raced. She couldn't just sit here, couldn't just accept what the woman was telling her. She had to do something. There had to be another way. Is there anyone who can help me? Claire asked desperately, her voice rising as panic threatened to overwhelm her. Someone who knows more about this ... this thing. The barista took a long, deep breath before responding. There's someone, but it's not a simple fix. It's not like a magic spell or a quick solution. It's a sacrifice. She lowered her voice to a near whisper. You need to confront the thing that's bound to you. You need to face your grief head on, not just in your memories, but in yourself. It won't be easy. It'll feel like drowning, like losing yourself in the flood. But it's the only way to stop it. Confront it, Claire repeated, shaking her head in disbelief. How? How do I confront something like that? The barista's gaze softened, and she seemed to consider her next words carefully. You need to find the source of your grief, the place where it began. Go back to the memories you've buried, the ones you think you've forgotten. Go back to the last place where you felt whole. Claire's breath hitched. She felt a knot form in her throat, her stomach churning with a dread she couldn't explain. She knew what the barista meant. She had never forgotten that day, the day her father had died. The hospital room, the sterile scent of antiseptic, the cold, lifeless form of the man who had been everything to her. She had tried to bury that pain, lock it away, but it never stayed gone. It always resurfaced in quiet moments, in dreams, that woke her with her heart pounding in her chest. But could she really face it again? Could she really go back to that place and confront the source of everything that had made her who she was today? She felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of it. Go back to the hospital, the barista said, her voice almost gentle now. Face what you've been running from. Only then will you be able to free yourself. Only then will the thing in the building let you go. Claire couldn't speak for a long moment. The thought of returning to the place where everything had gone wrong, where her father's life had slipped away like sand through her fingers, was unbearable. But what other choice did she have? She had come here searching for answers, and now she had them. But they were answers she wasn't ready for. They came with a price that she might not be willing to pay. Finally, she stood. "Thank you," Claire said quietly. Her voice strained as she pushed her chair back. I need to thank." The barista gave a small nod, her expression softening with understanding. "I know, but time's running out. The longer you wait, the more it takes." Claire walked out of the cafe, the cool air biting at her skin. As she stepped back onto the street, the fog had grown thicker, obscuring the view of the world around her. She felt like she was in a dream, a nightmare where nothing was certain, and the ground beneath her was unstable. Her heart beat erratically, as if it, too, was caught in the web of fear that was slowly suffocating her. The building, the shadows, the thing that haunted her, and the one thing she couldn't escape, her grief. She turned and walked toward the bus stop, the cold air nipping at her cheeks as she looked out into the murky fog. Somewhere in that fog, she knew, was her past, the place where it had all started, and the thing in the building was waiting for her to return as she stood there. The bus approaching in the distance, Claire knew one thing. There was no more running, only facing what she feared most. The echoes of the past were calling, and they would never stop until she answered. Claire's breath hitched as the bus rolled through the fog-shrouded streets. It felt surreal, like she was moving through a world that wasn't quite her own. The streets, once so familiar, now felt forensilant and oppressive, as though even the air was holding its breath. She could feel the weight of it pressing in on her, suffocating her from all sides. The fog seemed to reach into her mind, clouding her thoughts, distorting reality. She couldn't escape it. It was like she was trapped in some liminal space, caught between two worlds, neither of which offered any safety. The bus jerked to a stop, the doors squealing open with an unsettling groan. Claire hesitated for a moment before stepping off. The moment her feet hit the pavement, the thick fog closed in around her like a blanket, muffling everything. It was as if the world outside had vanished, leaving only her, alone in the suffocating silence. The streets that had once felt so full of life now felt desolate, abandoned. No one was walking, no cars were passing. It was as though the city itself had fallen asleep, leaving Claire to wander through a forgotten dream. She stood for a moment at the edge of the sidewalk, her hands trembling at her sides. She didn't know how she had gotten here. She didn't know why she had agreed to come back, but somewhere deep inside, she knew it was the only way to break free from the terror that had consumed her. The hospital was ahead. She could see its looming silhouette rising above the fog, the pale lights of the emergency exit casting an eerie glow onto the wet pavement. The building was just as she remembered, cold, sterile, with its sharp edges and stark white walls. But now, in the thick fog, it looked like something more. It was a monolith, a place of suffering and decay, and Claire's heart thudded in her chest as she approached. As she reached the entrance, a chill ran down her spine. The doors were ajar, creaking slightly in the breeze. She hesitated. This wasn't the hospital she remembered it. The air smelled faintly of antiseptic, but there was something else too. A damp, musty odor, like something had been left to rot in the corners of the building. She could feel the weight of the place pressing in on her, as though it were alive. Watching her dot, Claire took a deep breath and stepped inside. The hallway was long and narrow, the lights flickering overhead, casting strange shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally. The silence was suffocating, pressing in on her from all sides. There was no sound, no footsteps, no distant chatter, no beeping monitors. It was as though the hospital had been abandoned for years, left to decay in silence. She made her way down the hall, her footsteps echoing unnervingly in the empty space. The walls seemed to close in around her, the air growing heavier with each step. She felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as though she had been here before, as though she had never left. It was disorienting, the sense of time bending and twisting around her, until she could no longer tell whether she was moving forward or backward as she walked deeper into the hospital. A strange feeling settled in her chest, a sense of something just out of reach, something waiting for her to realize. She could almost hear it in the back of her mind, a whispering presence urging her on. It's here, it's waiting for you. The temperature seemed to drop as she moved past the rooms, and the light grew dimmer, the flickering bulbs casting long, grotesque shadows that seemed to reach for her as she passed. Her heart raced, her breath quickened, but she couldn't stop. She had to keep moving. She had to face what was coming, her father's room. She had reached it. She could feel it in her bones, in the way the air seemed to tighten the silence. Growing louder with every step, the door stood before her, slightly ajar, just as it had been that fateful night. She swallowed hard, the memory crashing over her like a wave. The scent of the hospital, the sterile clinical smell that had always made her nauseous, hit her again. And then there it was, the cold, the emptiness, the feeling of loss. The room was just as it had been that night. The same pale sheets, the same empty chair beside the bed. The only difference was that it no longer felt like a place of life, of care. It felt like a tomb. She stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath her weight. Her father's hospital bed was empty. The room was still eerily quiet. But Claire didn't need to see him to know that he was still here. He was here in the air, in the coldness that seemed to linger, in the heaviness in her chest. Her voice broke the silence, a whisper, fragile as glass. She didn't know if she was calling out to him or to herself, but no answer came. Claire took a shaky step forward, her eyes scanning the room, searching for something, anything that would tell her what she needed to do. She had come here for a reason, hadn't she? She had come to confront the grief, to face the pain that had haunted her for so long. The room shifted suddenly, as though the walls themselves had closed in, the air thickening, turning heavy with something unseen. A low, guttural sound rumbled through the floor beneath her feet, like the building itself was groaning. Claire froze. The sound grew louder, closer, reverberating in her chest. And then, from the corner of the room, a shadow moved. It was slow at first, just a shifting darkness in the corner of her vision. But then it spread, growing, slithering, across the floor, creeping toward her with terrifying speed. Claire's breath caught in her throat. She knew it was here. The thing that had been following her, the thing that had come for her, bound to her grief, to her loss. The shadow took form, twisting and contorting until it was a mass of shifting, formless darkness. It seemed to move with an intelligence, its shape shifting as though it were made of smoke or ink, drawing closer to her with each passing second. Claire stumbled backward, her heart pounding in her chest. No, please. I don't want this. I don't want it. But the shadow didn't stop. It was in the room now, surrounding her, its presence oppressive and suffocating. Claire could feel it pressing in on her, its darkness bleeding into her skin, into her mind. She could feel it inside her. A voice faint like a whisper on the wind began to speak. It wasn't her father's voice, but it sounded familiar all the same. It was the voice of something ancient, something far older than the building, than the city itself. A voice that had been here long before Claire had ever walked through those doors. "You can never escape," it murmured. "It's inside you now. You've brought it here. You've brought me here." The shadow seemed to grow larger, its edges flickering like flames, its form becoming clearer and clearer. Claire could see it now, two dark, hollow eyes, endless. Voids that seemed to pull at her very soul. And there, in the center of it all, was the thing that had been waiting for her, the thing that had been feeding on her grief, on her pain, her father's death, the unspoken words, the loss that had consumed her for years. The shadow was made of it. It was her grief. No, Claire cried out, her voice breaking with raw emotion. I won't let you take me. I won't let you win. The thing laughed low, guttural mocking. You can't stop me. You've never been able to stop me. Her knees buckled beneath her, her body trembling with the weight of everything, the loss, the terror. She could feel it clawing at her chest, at her heart. The shadows were wrapping around her, pulling her deeper into the darkness. But then, in that moment of pure, crushing despair, a thought pierced through the fog, a thought that was clearer than anything else. You have to face it. Her father's death had broken her. The grief had consumed her. But now it was time to face it, to feel it, to confront it in its full, painful truth. The thing that had come, for her, was only a reflection of what she had buried deep inside herself. She squeezed her eyes shut, letting the grief flood her, letting the memories crash over her like a tidal wave. The pain, the loss, the emptiness, she let it all in. She had to face it. Only then could she be free. The shadows seemed to recoil, retreating for the first time. The thing shuddered, its form flickering, destabilizing. Claire's heart pounded in her chest, but she held firm, letting the grief consume her, not running from it anymore. She had come here for this. She had come to end it. And then, just as quickly as it had come, the thing dissolved, vanishing into the ether. The hospital room fell silent once more. But this time, it wasn't the silence of abandonment. It was the silence of release. The fog began to lift. The silence in the hospital room was oppressive, but Claire didn't move. She was too stunned by what had just happened. For a moment, she didn't know if the world around her was real. Had she truly faced the shadow, the thing that had haunted her for so long, or was this just another trick of her mind? The hospital room, once so cold and sterile, now felt strangely empty, as if it had lost its weight, its purpose. She could no longer hear the faint hum of the fluorescent lights, the soft groan of the old building settling. There was nothing, except the aftertaste of her grief. The air was thick, but it was no longer oppressive. The shadows no longer curled and stretched like they once had, no longer crept up behind her. But the loss still lingered, a heavy presence at the edges of her consciousness. The grief had melted into the very air she breathed, and now it seemed like an old, familiar ache, something she could no longer escape, nor did she really want to. Had she truly released it? A cold draft moved across the room, pulling Claire's attention to the open window. The fog was still there, still blanketing the world outside, though now it seemed thinner, less suffocating, as though it had been drawn back into the folds of the night. The air tasted sharp, like the end of something, and for the first time in years, Claire felt the stirrings of something other than fear. Something ... freeing. Could it be over, she thought. Could I be free? And then, with a sudden and sickening certainty, the answer hit her like a physical blow. No. The shadow may have left the room, but it had not truly left her. It had retreated, yes. But now, there was a new weight in the air. Something darker, something deeper. The sense of dread returned, but it was different now. It wasn't just the grief that had been feeding the darkness, it was something more. Something that had never been named. A subtle shift, like the quiet hum of a clock ticking in the background. Claire's heart began to beat faster, her chest tightening as she realized that her attempt to face her grief, to confront the shadow, had come with a terrible cost. She had released the thing that had fed off her sorrow, but now something else had taken its place. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for something, anything that would explain the sensation creeping up her spine. But the room was empty. It was the same sterile room she had stood in just moments before. But now, the shadows clung to the walls, thick and hungry, as if they had learned something new. Then she heard it, the faintest sound, like a whisper, just on the edge of her hearing. A voice that wasn't her own, but still felt so familiar. It echoed through her mind, a soft murmur that filled the silence. The words slipped through the air like fingers brushing against her skin. Claire spun around, her heart racing, but the room was still empty. Her breath caught in her throat as the whispering continued, growing louder, more insistent. "You've opened the door," the voice said, "and now there's no going back." Claire's pulse quickened, the words scraping against her mind like a jagged edge. "What door?" she whispered, her voice trembling, but she already knew. The thing that had been haunting her, the shadow, that had lurked in the edges of her grief, it had been only one piece of a larger puzzle. The door hadn't just been to her past, to the memories she had tried to bury. It had been to something else, something otherworldly. The room seemed to shift again, the walls expanding and contracting, the air thickening around her. The shadows seemed to gather together in the corners, no longer just dark shapes, but figures. Tall, elongated forms that didn't belong in the hospital or anywhere. They shifted and swayed, their movements fluid and unnatural, like they were, stretching and bending in ways that defied logic. Claire stepped back, her mind whirling with the implications. She had thought she had been freeing herself. She had thought that facing her grief, confronting her father's death, would be the end of it, the end of the shadows, the end of the thing that had haunted her since childhood. But this was something far worse. The figures in the corners of the room were no longer just shadows, they were becoming real. Their forms were beginning to take shape, flesh and bone taking form in the darkness. And in the dim light of the hospital room, Claire could make out their eyes, black, endless, like hollow pits leading straight into the abyss. They watched her, their gaze cold and unblinking. One of them took a step forward, its long limbs moving with a slow, deliberate pace. It was humanoid, but wrong. Its body was too long, too thin, its features sharp and unsettling. The shape of its head was elongated, its face obscured by a veil of darkness that seemed to shift and flow like smoke. Claire's breath caught in her throat as it reached out toward her, its hands curling into claw-like shapes, the fingers too long, too thin. She stumbled backward, her mind screaming at her to run, but her body wouldn't respond. She was paralyzed, her legs frozen in place, the weight of the room pressing in on her, making it harder to breathe. The figure's hand reached closer, its fingers stretching with impossible flexibility as it reached out to touch her skin. And then the whispering voice came again, louder, more insistent, echoing through the room like 1,000 voices at once. "You wanted freedom. You wanted to let go. But you don't understand what you've done." Claire's heart thundered in her chest, but she couldn't pull away, couldn't move. She was trapped in the room, surrounded by these things, these shadows, that had now taken form, and in the middle of it all was that voice, the voice that had been guiding her, that had led her to confront the grief, the thing that had haunted her from the beginning. But now it wasn't a voice of comfort, it was a voice of accusation. "Opened the door," it repeated, "and now you will have to face the consequences." The figure's hand was just inches from her face now, its fingers twitching, reaching for her with a hunger that Claire couldn't understand. She could feel its presence, its malevolent energy thrumming in the air. She knew with a terrible certainty that this wasn't just another shadow. This wasn't just another manifestation of her grief. This was something else, something far worse. And just as the shadow's fingers brushed against her skin, everything went black. When Claire opened her eyes again, she was standing in a vast, empty, space, endless and infinite, like the void between the stars. The ground beneath her feet was soft, like ash, and the air was thick with the scent of something rotten. The walls, if there were any, were too far off to see, lost in a haze of shadow. She was no longer alone. The figures, the shadows surrounded her. They stood in silence, watching her with their endless, empty eyes. They were no longer just looming shapes. They were here, their forms now clearer than ever before. One of them stepped forward. It was the same one that had reached for her in the hospital room. Its face was still obscured by darkness, but now she could feel its gaze on her, cold and penetrating. It moved closer, its voice rasping in the air. "You sought freedom," it said, "but you do not understand. The grief was not what bound you. The grief was only the key to unlock the door." Claire's heart stopped. The door, the thing that had been waiting for her to open it, to let it in. She realized with a sudden, sickening clarity what the price had truly been. The door she had opened wasn't just to her past. It was to something far worse, something ancient. And now she would have to face it, whatever it was. Claire's heart hammered against her chest, her breath coming in shallow gasps as the darkness pressed in from all sides. The air in this vast, otherworldly place was thick with the stench of rot. But it was more than that. It was a weight, a suffocating, oppressive force that seemed to seep into her skin. The figures surrounding her, their black, hollow eyes never leaving her, stood in absolute silence. They were waiting for something, waiting for her to understand, waiting for her to realize the cost of her actions. For a moment, the silence was deafening. The only sound was the frantic beating of her own heart. She could feel her pulse in her throat, in her temples, like a constant reminder of her mortality. Her body trembled uncontrollably, but she fought the urge to collapse. She had to stay on her feet. She had to face this, whatever this was. Her eyes darted around, searching for any way out, but there was no exit, no doors, no windows. Only the endless stretch of shadows and the silent figures that encircled her. There was no escape from this place, no path to freedom. The realization settled into her like ice. This was the consequence of opening the door. The figure that had stepped forward, the one with the long, bony fingers and the hollow eyes, was now standing mere inches away from her, its presence suffocating. It loomed over her, its body thin and elongated, its face obscured by a veil of darkness that rippled like smoke. Claire couldn't bring herself to look directly at it, but she could feel it. It was inside her, coiling in the pit of her stomach, pressing on her chest. "You think you are free," the figure said, its voice low and rasping, like the sound of 1,000 whispers blending into one. "You think that by confronting your grief, you have broken the chains that bound you. But that was never the truth." Was it? The words sent a shiver through Claire's body, making her skin crawl. She could feel the thing's gaze, even if she couldn't see its eyes. It was staring into her very soul, peeling away the layers she had carefully built around herself. The grief, the fear, the isolation, it had all been there, buried deep, beneath the surface. "No," Claire whispered, though her voice barely carried above the thick air. "I faced it. I confronted it. I released it." The figure tilted its head slightly, its long neck creaking in a way that made Claire's stomach turn. "You released it. You only unleashed it," it hissed, its voice dripping with cold contempt. "You released the grief, yes, but the grief was not what held you in its grasp. It was your guilt, your weakness. You are bound by your own fear, Claire. Fear of loss, fear of never having enough time, fear of never being enough." The words struck Claire like a blow. The guilt, the constant gnawing weight of it. It had been there, lurking beneath everything, festering. She had always known it, but she had never allowed herself to fully face it. She had tried to outrun it, tried to bury it with her grief, thinking that the sorrow would be the thing that destroyed her. But it wasn't. It was the guilt. It was the belief that she hadn't done enough, that she hadn't been enough for her father, for her family, that she had failed them. "No," Claire muttered again, more firmly this time, as if saying the word aloud would make it true. "I'm not weak." "You are," the figure replied, its voice cold and without mercy. "And now you will pay for that weakness, for the fear that has always controlled you. You opened the door. You invited us in." The words hung in the air like a heavy fog, and Claire could feel the weight of them pressing down on her, suffocating her, cutting off her breath. Her knees buckled slightly, but she didn't fall. She couldn't. She had to stand. She had to fight. She saw him, smiling, laughing, but then, just as quickly, the image warped, and he was lying in that sterile hospital bed, pale and lifeless, his cold eyes staring up at her. The guilt surged again, crashing over her in a violent wave. She had never been there enough. She had never done enough to save him, to make him proud, to be the daughter he had always deserved. And now she was here, trapped in this place with these things, these shadows, who seemed to feed on her torment, on the very thing that had bound her for so long. "You are the price," the figure continued, its voice growing softer, almost gentle. "You are the one who must pay for your own fear. You have invited the darkness into your life, and now you will serve it." Claire's breath came faster, her vision swimming. Serve it. What did that even mean? What was she supposed to do? The figure's words didn't make sense, but deep inside, she felt the truth settling in. The truth she hadn't wanted to face. She wasn't just being haunted by her grief and guilt. She had opened a door that had unleashed something far worse than the shadows she had faced before. These figures, these creatures, weren't just born from her sorrow. They were born from her weakness. They were a manifestation of everything she had feared, everything she had tried to bury. And now, there was no escaping them. The figure stepped closer, its long skeletal hand reaching out toward her. Its fingers brushed her skin, cold as ice, and Claire's breath caught in her throat. A wave of nausea rolled over her as the figure's touch burned, sinking into her flesh like poison. It wasn't just the physical sensation that overwhelmed her, it was the feeling that accompanied it. The knowledge that she was losing control, losing herself. "You will be ours," the figure whispered, its voice now a caress, like the wind brushing through the trees. "You will serve us, as you always have. Your fear, your guilt, your weakness, they feed us. And when you are gone, when you have given all that you have to give, we will consume you, body and soul." Claire's chest tightened, her lungs struggling. To take in air, she couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. All she could feel was the cold. The endless cold that was now wrapping around her, pulling her deeper into the darkness. She was drowning in it. She was becoming it. Moment of despair, she saw it. A flicker, a spark deep within her. It was faint at first, like the tiniest glimmer of light in a vast, endless night. But it was there, and with it came a sudden clarity. She had been afraid. Afraid of facing the darkness, of confronting the grief and the guilt that had been eating away at her. But she had done it. She had faced it. She had opened the door to the shadows, yes, but she could close it too. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. She wasn't just a victim in this place. She wasn't just a prisoner of her own fears. She had the power to control it. She had always had that power. The thing that had tormented her for so long. The thing that had twisted her grief into a cod. She could push it back. She could break free. Without thinking, Claire reached into the darkness, her hand shaking, and pressed it against the figure's chest. The coldness that had seeped into her skin began to melt away, replaced by a warmth that surged through her like fire. The figure screamed in pain, its form writhing and shifting, the darkness twisting and warping. But Claire held firm, pushing forward, using the newfound strength in her chest to drive the figure back. "You do not control me," Claire whispered. Through gritted teeth, "I will not serve you." The figure recoiled, its form disintegrating into wisps of shadow, disappearing into the void. And just like that, the oppressive weight in the air lifted. The figures around her shrank back, vanishing into the ether, leaving her standing alone in the vast, empty space. The shadows retreated, and for the first time in years, Claire felt a fleeting sense of freedom. But the door was still open. She had faced the darkness, but it wasn't over. The price had been paid, but the cost of that release had yet to be fully understood. And in the silence that followed, Claire knew something worse was coming, something that would require even more sacrifice. The silence was suffocating, yet, in a way, Claire found it comforting. The shadows that had haunted her every step had receded, but their presence still lingered in the corners of her mind. The oppressive weight of guilt and grief had loosened its grip, but it was not gone entirely. She could still feel the echoes of it, like the fading reverberations of a storm that had passed but left the air thick with the scent of rain. She was standing alone now, in the same space that had once felt like a prisoner, vast, empty nothingness that stretched endlessly in every direction. But it didn't feel quite so cold anymore. The air had warmed. The shadows that had once crawled along the walls, that had filled her mind and distorted her every thought, had vanished. The figure, the one that had spoken to her with its rasping voice, was no longer looming over her, its hollow eyes burning into her soul. The figures that had circled her, their elongated forms reaching out to claim her, had dissipated. The suffocating fog of despair had lifted, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unfinished business. Claire could feel it, the sense that the battle was not truly over, that the door had not been fully closed, and with that realization, a cold dread curled in her gut like a serpent ready to strike. She had won this round, but something told her that the real test was just beginning. She took a deep breath, but it didn't do much to steady her nerves. The air was still heavy with the remnants of everything she had been through: grief, guilt, the terror of the unknown. The door had been opened, and now the boundaries between the world she knew and the world of shadows had been blurred. For the first time in her life, Claire understood what it meant to be truly exposed. The feeling of freedom she had experienced moments ago was fleeting. It was as though the walls of the space were closing in again. The shadowy figures that had once stood still now began to move. They shifted at the edges of her vision, never fully visible, like ripples in the dark, flickering in and out of existence. They were too elusive, too intangible to grasp, but their presence was undeniable, and Claire could feel them drawing closer, like a storm gathering on the horizon. "Is it over?" she whispered aloud, the words breaking the stillness. She wasn't sure who she was asking, or if anyone could hear her, but the question hung in the air, and for a moment there was no answer. The emptiness stretched on, as though the very space itself was holding its breath, and then the voice came. "You think it's over." The voice was not a whisper, but an insidious presence that filled the air around her, reverberating within her bones. It was low, almost guttural, and it made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Claire's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes widened in horror. She had thought that voice was gone, that it was gone. "No," Claire said, more to herself than to the entity. "It can't be I. I faced it. I faced my grief. I fought through it. I thought I was free." The voice chuckled softly. It was a sound like the rustling of dead leaves, the dry crackle of something ancient and cruel. "You are not free," it said, its tone twisted with dark amusement. "You are no more free than the cage bird who believes it has flown away, only to find itself trapped in a larger cage." Claire's breath quickened. Her pulse raced. No, not again. Not now. She had faced the grief, the fear. She had confronted the shadows. She had thought she was done. But now she was beginning to see the truth that had been hidden from her all along. "You've let it in," the voice continued, growing darker, colder. "You've let the shadows inside your mind, inside your soul. They will never leave you." You think you've confronted your grief, but all you've done is fed it. You think you've freed yourself, but you've only invited more of it. Claire stumbled back, her mind racing to process the words. Her chest tightened, and a suffocating sense of despair crept up her throat. She demanded, her voice shaking, "What is it that you want?" The figure that had spoken earlier began to take shape in front of her. It was still cloaked in shadows, its form an unsettling distortion of human shape, its face shrouded in darkness. As it moved, the shadows twisted and writhed around it, like living things with their own malevolent will. It stood before her, towering over her, its presence looming in the air like a suffocating fog. "You are the key," the figure replied, its voice an eerie combination of silk and steel. "You were always the key, the door you opened. It was never just for grief, it was never just for your father. It was always you." Claire's heart pounded in her chest. The words hit her like a blow, knocking the breath from her lungs. She staggered back, her hands gripping her head as though trying to hold herself together. She had thought she was doing everything right. She had thought she was trying to escape the weight of her past. But in doing so, had she unknowingly invited this darkness? Had she let it in without even realizing what she was doing? The figure stepped closer, its form becoming more distinct, more defined. Claire could see the long, gnarled hands reaching, for her fingers like talons, stretching out with slow, deliberate precision. "No," Claire whispered, shaking her head. "No, I won't let you." The figure's cold, hollow eyes locked onto hers. There was something ancient in those eyes, something deep and endless like the abyss itself. "You already have," it said, its voice seeping into her skin like poison. "Your grief, your guilt, your fear, it's all a part of you. We are one and the same." Claire stumbled backward, her mind racing. She tried to look away, to escape, but it was too late. The shadows had already reached her. The darkness surged forward, a wave of cold that swallowed her whole, pulling her into its depths. The air was thick with the smell of decay, of old things long buried, and she could feel her legs buckling beneath her as she was drawn deeper into the darkness. But then, a voice broke through the suffocating silence. A voice not of the shadows, not of the figure in front of her, but one that came from deep within her, from the very core of her being. It was a voice she recognized, a voice that had been lost for so long. "You are stronger than this," it whispered. "You always have been." The voice was her father's, the voice she had been longing for, the voice she had believed she would never hear again. It filled her with warmth, with a surge of something alive, something real, and in that moment, they were a reflection of her own fears, her own insecurities. The darkness had fed off her grief, yes, but it had been the guilt that had kept her trapped, the guilt of not being enough, of feeling like she had failed the people she loved. It had held her captive in a prison of her own making, but now she could fight back. With the voice of her father echoing in her ears, Claire closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She let go of the fear. She let go of the guilt. She let go of the endless ache that had filled her for so long. And in that release, she found something more powerful than anything the shadows could offer. She found herself. The shadows recoiled. The figures that had once surrounded her faltered, their forms flickering, weakening. The voice of the figures screamed in fury, but Claire didn't flinch. She opened her eyes, and for the first time, she saw the shadowy figure for what it truly was, reflection of her own doubts and fears, twisted into something monstrous. "No," she whispered again, her voice now strong and resolute. "Am not yours." The shadows began to dissolve, the grip they had on her loosening. The air lightened, the suffocating weight lifting. The figure before her disintegrated into nothingness. A cloud of smoke vanishing into the void, and then silence. Claire stood alone once more, but this time she wasn't trapped. She was free. The door was closed. The darkness had been banished, and for the first time in years, Claire could breathe without fear. She could walk forward into the unknown with the strength to face whatever might come. The silence that filled the space now was unlike anything Claire had ever known. It wasn't just a lack of sound. It was a stillness, a deep calm that stretched out before her like an ocean after a storm. The oppressive weight of the shadows, the suffocating presence of those spectral figures, had vanished. For the first time in what felt like forever, she stood on solid ground, her breath steady, her thoughts clear. But even in this stillness, something felt off. Something was missing, and it wasn't the dread that had once consumed her. It was the feeling of finality, of closure. The kind of closure that only came after a battle had been fought, after wounds had been tended to, and after everything had been put to rest. But she knew, deep down, that she had not yet found it. There was still a price to be paid. Claire took a step forward, her feet making no sound on the smooth, barren surface beneath her. There was no longer the unsettling flicker of shadows that had once seemed to dance at the edges of her vision. The strange, oppressive air that had filled the room was gone, replaced by a soft, almost tender stillness. The air smelled faintly of rain, fresh and cool, as though the world had just been washed clean. But even with the tranquility, a gnawing unease twisted in her gut, and she found herself looking over her shoulder, half expecting something to materialize. In the corners of her vision, it didn't, but the tension was still there. Something wanted to reach for her, to pull her back into the depths she had barely escaped. But what was it that still clung to her? As she moved through the empty space, the weight of the silence seemed to press closer. Her eyes scanned her surroundings, but there was nothing here. Nothing but empty void. Yet, despite the void, she knew there was still something at play. The shadows had not left her, not truly. The remnants of that darkness still lingered, just beyond her reach, like a memory that was too painful to forget. She had been free, that much she was sure of. The battle with the shadows, the grotesque entities born from her grief and guilt, was over. But now, as the stillness settled around her, Claire realized that the horror of it all was not something she could simply leave behind. She had confronted the dark things that lived in her mind, the twisted emotions she had locked away in her heart, but there was something deeper, something that connected her to all of it, and that connection had not been severed. And then, as though on cue, a sound broke the silence, a soft, whispering rustle, like dry leaves skittering across the floor. Claire's heart lurched in her chest, her breath catching in her throat. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling, even as she clamped down on the fear threatening to choke her. "Show yourself." The rustling stopped. An unnatural stillness returned, filling the air with a tension that was almost suffocating. Claire took another cautious step forward, and as she did, the rustling started again, this time louder, closer. Then, from the edges of the void, a figure emerged. Not one of the towering, grotesque creatures she had faced before. No, this one was different. It was smaller, hunched over as though weighed down by something unseen. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, its hair matted and thin. It moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, dragging its limbs behind it like a marionette whose strings had been severed. Its eyes were wide and hollow, the emptiness inside them consuming. It wasn't like the others, Claire realized. This one didn't emanate darkness, nor did it seem malevolent. It wasn't angry, it wasn't threatening, but it was there. It was watching her, waiting. The figure stopped a few paces in front of Claire, its head tilting to the side, a soft groan coming from deep within its throat. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. There was something in the air around it, something that Claire felt deep in her chest. Her heart skipped, and she felt the pressure in her chest build. It was like a knot in her stomach, a tightness that made it difficult to breathe. She knew this feeling. It was the same feeling she had had when she first stepped into the shadows. The same feeling she had experienced when everything seemed to be slipping beyond her control. "You," Claire whispered, her voice cracking as she recognized what it was, what this figure represented. It wasn't just a shadow of her fears, was a manifestation of her grief. The grief she had locked away, the grief she had tried to run from, the grief she had buried so deeply inside her that she had thought she could escape it. But she couldn't. Not like this. Not by denying it. The figure's hollow eyes met hers, and Claire felt a wave of sorrow flood her heart. She wanted to run. She wanted to turn and escape. But she knew she couldn't. Not this time. Not anymore. Claire's voice faltered. "I thought I was free. I thought I had faced you." The figure's mouth opened, but no sound came out. The emptiness between them seemed to stretch, like a vast chasm opening up. A gulf of isolation so deep it threatened to swallow them both. And then, just as suddenly, the figure took a step forward, its presence drawing Claire in, enveloping her in a sense of cold sorrow. A rush of emotions long buried, long suppressed surged through her in an overwhelming flood. She felt it all. The ache of lost years, the regrets, the what-ifs. She saw flashes of her father alive and full of joy, then fading, slipping away. She heard the soft whisper of his voice in her mind, calling her back to the truth she had been afraid to face. "You have not released it," the figure whispered, its voice low and raspy. "You cannot run from me. Not anymore." Claire shuddered, the grief rising within her like a tidal wave, threatening to drown her. She pressed her hands to her chest, as though trying to keep her heart from breaking, but the feeling of loss, of endless mourning, was overwhelming. "I can't," Claire whispered, shaking her head. "I don't know how. I can't carry this anymore. I can't keep carrying this weight, this guilt." The figure didn't speak, but its presence was heavy, pressing down on her chest, suffocating her with a kind of unbearable tenderness. It was not anger, it was not malice. It was the kind of grief that loved too much, the kind that made you feel as though you could never be enough. "You've been carrying it for so long," the figure murmured. "It's a part of you now. You cannot separate yourself from it. It's inside you." Claire closed her eyes, trying to shut out the suffocating reality of it all. She had thought that by confronting the shadows, she could free herself from this burden. But the truth was, she had only looked at it. She hadn't accepted it. She hadn't allowed herself to feel the depth of her grief. But now there was no running. "No," Claire breathed, her voice breaking. "I can't let it control me. I can't keep it. I can't keep living in the past. I have to move on." The figure tilted its head, and Claire felt its presence surround her completely. It was as if the very air had become thick with its sorrow, and it was closing in around her. But in that moment, Claire knew what she had to do. She didn't need to escape it. She needed to embrace it. With a deep breath, Claire opened her eyes, and her grief surged forward. It enveloped her, wrapped around her like a cloak of sadness. But this time, she didn't resist. She didn't run. She allowed herself to feel it all, the loss, the heartbreak, the deep sorrow, and, as she did, she let the weight of it settle into her chest, acknowledging its place in her life. For the first time in years, Claire didn't fight it. She accepted it, and as she did, the figure began to fade, slowly at first, but then faster, until it was nothing but a whisper of wind, a flicker of shadow gone into the air. The stillness returned, but now it was different. It wasn't the eerie, suffocating silence of before. It was quiet in the way a room can be quiet after a storm has passed, when the rain has finally stopped and the first rays of dawn break through the clouds. The grief was still with her, but it no longer held her captive. She had faced it, she had embraced it, and she had begun to heal. The door had closed, and for the first time, Claire felt as though she had finally walked through it. She wasn't free of everything, but she had taken the first step toward living with what was left. The moment of stillness stretched on, yet the air felt different now. It was no longer oppressive or suffocating. The weight that had settled on Claire's chest had lifted, but the lingering sensation of the shadows, their ghostly presence still, clung to her like a thin veil of smoke. She had faced her grief, stared into the deepest, most painful corners of her soul, and emerged from it. But now, as she stood alone in the space where once only darkness had existed, Claire realized something unsettling. The world around her was too quiet. It was an eerie, unnatural silence that filled the void, deeper than any quiet she had ever known. It felt as though time itself had frozen, holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for her to act. And with each passing second, Claire's unease grew. It was almost as though the universe was asking her, "What now?" She took a slow step forward, her heart still pounding from the confrontation with her own soul. Each movement seemed to echo louder than before, reverberating through the empty space, but no answer came. There was no sign of the shadows, no looming figures, no crawling dark shapes threatening to consume her. The air smelled faintly of earth-like, the scent of old soil after rain, and the soft whispers that had haunted her mind were gone. Yet, somehow, the silence seemed more unnatural than the shadows ever had been. Had it really ended? She wanted to believe it had. She wanted to walk away from this place, back into the light, into the world she knew. But a cold sense of dread whispered deep within her, an unsettling certainty that the battle she had fought was only a small part of a much larger war against herself. Claire's thoughts wandered to the vision of her father, the figure that had appeared in her mind during the confrontation. She had heard his voice. For a brief moment, it had felt like he was still alive, that she could reach out and hold him once more. But the instant the vision had faded, so too had the warmth, leaving her cold, alone, and once again faced with the crippling reality of her loss. The grief she had thought she had conquered, was it really gone? Or had she simply pushed it away, buried it deeper inside her? Had she truly released it, or was it waiting, like a dormant seed, ready to sprout again the moment she let her guard down? Claire stopped moving, her breath catching in her throat. The idea gnawed at her. It was a horrifying thought. She had been so sure that confronting her grief, acknowledging her pain, would bring closure. But now, standing in the quiet emptiness of this space, she wasn't so sure. She pressed her palm to her forehead, feeling the sudden onrush of dizziness that made the world around her tilt. Her knees weakened, and she sank to the ground, struggling to regain her balance. The quiet was suffocating, pressing against her chest, as though the very air had turned to lead. Her mind began to churn again. But this time, it was different. This time, it wasn't the whispers of the shadowy figures or the anguished wails of her father that filled her thoughts. No, this time it was her own voice. The voice that she had buried beneath all the guilt, beneath all the pain. "You can't keep running from me," it whispered, low and soft, like a long-forgotten memory rising to the surface. "You know what you are." The voice was unmistakable. It was hers, her own voice, but it didn't sound like her. It sounded as though it came from someone else, someone distant and cold. It was a voice full of accusation, full of the dark truth she had been unwilling to accept. "You left me," the voice continued, the words sharp and cutting. "You abandoned us. You abandoned him." Her breath caught in her throat. She could feel her pulse pounding in her ears as the memories surged forward, unbidden. The guilt, the regret, the constant self-loathing that had shaped so much of her life. It had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, and now it was rising, forcing her to confront it once more. "I didn't mean to," Claire whispered into the stillness, her voice breaking. "I didn't mean to leave him, but I didn't know how to stay. I didn't know how to help him. The air around her shifted, and she swore she could feel the presence of something just behind her, something watching her, waiting for her to face the truth. "You knew," the voice hissed. "You knew, Claire. You saw it. You heard it. But you turned away. You closed your eyes to it. And now you're alone." She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the voices. But they came again, louder now, like a chorus of accusations, relentless in their pursuit. "You could have saved him. You could have stopped him. You could have made him see what he was doing to himself." The weight of the words crushed her chest. Could she have done something differently? If she had acted sooner? If she had seen the signs before it was too late? The overwhelming guilt that flooded through her was suffocating. She had always known, deep down, that she had played a part in his downfall, his spiral into despair. But she had never allowed herself to face it, not truly. She had buried it beneath her own shame and grief, hoping that if she ignored it, it would go away. But it hadn't, and now it was too late. As she knelt there in the emptiness, her hands trembling, Claire felt the tears welling up in her eyes. She wanted to scream, to let it all out. But the words caught in her throat. She had to release it. How could she let go of something so huge, so unyielding, that had followed her for years? How could she move on from something that had become such an integral part of her? For a long time, she stayed there, sitting in the void, her head buried. In her hands, the quiet was no longer comforting. It wasn't peaceful, it was agonizing, like 1,000 voices calling to her from the darkness, waiting for her to acknowledge them. But then, in the midst of the suffocating silence, Claire heard something else. It wasn't a voice. It wasn't an accusation. It was a soft, gentle sound, the faintest whisper of something familiar, something comforting, her father's voice. Claire, it was just a whisper, soft, almost too faint to hear. But it was there. And in that instant, Claire felt the weight of the years of grief, of guilt, of fear begin to lift, just a little. For the first time since everything had fallen apart, she felt the smallest spark of hope. "Dad," Claire's voice trembled, raw with emotion. "Dad, is that you?" The whisper returned, and this time it was clearer, stronger. "You don't have to carry it alone anymore." Claire felt the tears fall freely now, but they weren't just tears of sorrow. They were tears of release. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to cry not because of the pain, but because of the healing. "I miss you," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I never meant for any of this to happen." And as the words left her lips, something within her shifted. The presence that had surrounded her heavy with accusations, dark with guilt, began to recede. Slowly at first, but then faster, like smoke dissolving in the air. The shadows that had clung to her, that had consumed her every thought, slowly began to fade into nothingness. The oppressive weight of the grief, the suffocating fear of her failure lifted. The pain, while still there, no longer felt as sharp. It was no longer a constant, crushing force. It was something she could face, something she could live with. And as she sat in the quiet, the feeling of peace began to settle over her, like a blanket of warmth that eased the chill of so many years of torment. Her journey wasn't over. The scars of her past would never fully fade. But for the first time in what felt like forever, Claire realized she had the strength to move. Forward, she wasn't running anymore. She had faced it all. And now she was ready to step into whatever came next. The silence, once so oppressive, no longer felt like a prison. It felt like a beginning. Claire stood in the aftermath, the air still thick with the remnants of the battle she had fought. Though the oppressive weight of grief had lifted, she could still feel its presence lingering like a distant echo in the corners of her mind. The journey was far from over, but for the first time in a long time, she felt something like clarity. The path ahead stretched before her uncertain, yes, but open. She had confronted her deepest fears and darkest regrets, and somehow, Miraculously, she had emerged with the smallest flicker of hope. But with that flicker came something else, a realization that while she had faced the shadows within, she had not yet begun to truly heal. Healing wasn't instantaneous. It wasn't a moment of epiphany or the banishment of all things dark. It was slow, it was messy, and it was something she would need to work through. Her father's voice lingered in her thoughts, a soft whisper that seemed to follow her, urging her on. You don't have to carry it alone anymore. For the first time, Claire felt the weight of those words settle into her bones. She had been carrying it, all her grief, her guilt, her fears alone, so long, but now she didn't have to. She didn't have to keep it buried in the dark corners of her mind where it festered and twisted, controlling her every thought and action. She had confronted it, yes, but to truly let go, she had to start living differently. Her eyes scanned. The space around her, the void that had once felt like a prison, was now open, vast, and strangely beautiful. It was like the remnants of an old world that had crumbled, only to give way to something new. The floor beneath her was no longer the cold, smooth surface that had mirrored the absence of life. Now it was rough, uneven, with cracks and crevices, like the beginnings of new growth. Or perhaps the last remnants of something that had once been. There was no longer a need to rush. She didn't need to escape. She needed to take her time. With a steadying breath, Claire started to move. Her feet were lighter now, each step a little less burdened by the weight of the past. Her journey had taken so many turns, and she knew it wasn't over. But now, the direction seemed clearer, if only just slightly. She wasn't chasing shadows anymore. She was walking toward the light, even if it was only a flicker in the distance. She had to face the world again, of course, but how? What would she say to the people she had left behind, to the friends who had known her before she vanished into this long, dark spiral? Would they even recognize her? Would they see her as the same person, or would they see the broken pieces she had tried to hide? The questions gnawed at her as she walked, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. As Claire continued forward, the space around her began to shift. Once more it was subtle at first, a slight change in the air, a brief flicker in her peripheral vision, but it was there. It was real. She wasn't in the void anymore. She was somewhere else. The oppressive silence had been replaced by the sound of her footsteps on the ground, the soft rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. A light scent of pine reached her nose, and the air felt warmer, softer. She blinked, her heart pounding in her chest. Was this? She was standing on a dirt path. The sky above her was pale and stretched wide, painted with soft strokes of golden light. It looked like the beginning of dawn, an early morning glow that bathed the world in a peaceful hue. It was a world she had known before, a world she thought she had left behind. But now, everything felt different. Everything was lighter. Claire's breath caught in her throat. How had she arrived here? She looked back over her shoulder, expecting to see the remnants of the dark place she had just left behind. The void, the oppressive stillness, the suffocating grief, just the quiet rustle of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. Her eyes widened. Had it been a dream? No, this felt real. More real than anything she had experienced in a long time. And yet, the feeling that something was missing still lingered, tugging at the edges of her mind, as if, despite all the space around her, she was still not truly whole. She reached out a hand and touched the nearest tree. Its bark was rough, covered with moss, but it was alive. It was warm. Her fingers pressed into the grooves, and she could feel the pulse of life in it, something strong and unyielding. A force that had endured through storms, through years, through time, and as her fingers traced the texture of the bark, something else rose within her. It was a memory, faint and distant at first, but then growing clearer with each passing second. She remembered her father, not as the sick man she had been haunted by, but as he once was, a man full of life and laughter. the man who had carried her through so many years, never once faltering in his love for her. The man who had guided her, protected her, and held her. The image was so vivid it nearly took her breath away. How had she forgotten him? Her heart twisted with regret. No, she hadn't forgotten him. She had just buried the man he had been, because it was easier to grieve his loss than to face his absence. It had been easier to let him become a shadow in her life, a hollow memory that she could keep tucked away in the dark places. But now, as she stood beneath the trees, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath her feet and the soft breeze caressing her skin, she knew that wasn't the way forward. She could remember him and still move forward. She could carry him with her without letting his absence define her. Her gaze shifted to the horizon, where the path stretched out ahead. The light of the morning grew brighter, and the trees ahead beckoned her forward. The path was long, but it was hers. It wasn't a path filled with shadows or grief, but one lined with the possibility of renewal. A road that, though uncertain, held the potential for growth. But Claire knew there was one more thing she needed to do. With a deep breath, she turned and walked toward the horizon, the world feeling wide and expansive, full of promise. There were no shadows following her now, no whispers in the wind, just the soft hum of the earth beneath her. Her father's voice no longer echoed in her mind, but the warmth of his love of all that he had been remained within her, like a beacon guiding her forward. And though the past would always be with her, Claire finally understood. It wasn't the shadows that defined her, nor the grief, nor the fear. It was the love she carried within her, and the strength she had found to rise above the darkness. For the first time, Claire walked freely, truly free, into the unknown. The road ahead was long, but she would walk it with grace. And as she walked, the world around her felt more vibrant, more alive. It was as though, with each step, she had taken a part of the darkness with her, leaving behind only the light. And so, her journey continued, not as a woman bound by her past, but as someone reborn, ready to face whatever the future might bring. Claire's footsteps echoed softly along the dirt path, a rhythmic sound that grounded her in the moment. With each step, the weight of the past seemed to lift, and yet there was still an undercurrent of something unknown, a pull that urged her forward, as though this new chapter of her life was not yet fully written. The morning sun bathed the world in a soft, golden glow, casting long shadows that stretched lazily across the earth. It was beautiful, serene, and yet there was something faintly off about it. The path wound through towering trees, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The air was cool, fresh with the scent of pine and damp earth. It felt like the forest was alive, breathing, watching, as though it had always known she would return. And perhaps it had. Her thoughts drifted to the moment she had left, the confrontation with the shadows, the voices that had whispered her darkest fears, the pain she had carried for so long. She had faced it all, walked through the fire, and emerged on the other side. But it wasn't an ending. It was a beginning. She had learned so much during her time in the void, in that place between worlds where time held no meaning. The grief, the guilt, the constant feeling of being lost, it all made sense now. It wasn't about banishing the darkness, because it was a part of her, woven into the fabric of her being. But the key to her freedom, to her healing, was learning to live with it, not letting it define her. She had found peace in that understanding, but it was still fragile, like a thin thread holding her together. As she walked, Claire's gaze lifted to the sky. The blue above was endless, stretching out beyond the trees. And for the first time in what felt like forever, she didn't feel confined. There was no looming shadow, no creeping dread following her every step, just the open sky, the peaceful hum of the world around her, and the quiet echo of her own thoughts, a flicker of movement between the trees. At first, she thought it was the wind perhaps, the branches swaying, or the leaves rustling. But no, it was more deliberate, more human. A shadow darting between the trunks of the trees, just out of her line of sight. Claire stopped. Her heart skipped a beat, and the air around her seemed to grow still. A shiver crawled up her spine, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Her first instinct was to turn and run, to retreat into the safety of the forest's embrace. But she didn't. Not this time. Not after everything she had been through. Slowly, cautiously, Claire moved toward the source of the movement, her breath shallow in her chest, her fingers curled into fists, the remnants of her old fears rising to the surface. Was it one of them? She had faced the shadows, but had she truly defeated them? Were they still out there, lurking in the dark corners of her mind, waiting to pounce when she least expected it? The rustling grew louder, and her steps quickened. She rounded the corner and nothing. The path ahead was clear, bathed in sunlight, the trees standing tall and unmoving. There was no figure, no shadow, just the soft hum of the breeze weaving through the branches. Claire exhaled sharply, feeling a strange mix of relief and disappointment wash over her. She had been so sure. She had seen something, hadn't she? She shook her head, her pulse slowly returning to normal. Get a grip, she thought to herself. The stress of everything she had been through had been wearing on her, and perhaps the exhaustion was starting to take its toll. Maybe it had been her mind playing tricks on her. She took another step, and then another, continuing down the path with more caution. Her senses heightened. The tranquility of the forest had returned, but a part of her still couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. It wasn't the trees, the wind, or the birds that followed her with their gaze. It was something else, something that didn't belong. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound, soft crunching, like footsteps in dry leaves just behind her. Claire froze. Her heart stopped. The hair on her arms stood on end. Her throat tightened, and she spun around. So quickly, she nearly lost her balance. No one. The path behind her was still empty. She swallowed, her breath shaky, her eyes darting between the trees, searching for something, anything that would explain the sound. The wind didn't stir the leaves in that direction. There was no one else here, but she couldn't shake the feeling of being not alone. "Hello," Claire called, her voice hoarse, breaking the silence. She waited, but there was no response, no movement, no reply. Just the distant call of birds and the rustle of leaves. "You're imagining things," she told herself. "It's just the stress. You've been through so much, but the unsettling feeling didn't go away. It clung to her like a shadow, dark and insistent." She quickened her pace, trying to ignore the growing sense of unease clawing at the back of her mind. She had to keep moving. She had to find a way out of this forest, this strange, quiet place that had once felt like a sanctuary and now felt like a trap. The path began to narrow as she walked, the trees pressing in around her. It was as though the forest was closing in, the branches intertwining to form a canopy that filtered out the sunlight, casting long, creeping shadows along the ground. The world was suddenly darker, colder. She stopped once more, her pulse racing. The sound, those faint, crunching footsteps, had returned, only this time they were closer. Not behind her, but to the side. Claire turned her head, scanning the dense underbrush and the gaps between the trees. And there, standing at the edge of the trees, was a figure. A man, tall, thin, and dressed in ragged clothing, as though he had been wandering the forest for years. His face was obscured by shadows, but Claire could feel his eyes on her. His gaze was intense, burning through the air between them. Claire froze again, her chest tightening, her breath coming in sharp gasps. Who was he? Where had he come from? Was this another manifestation of the darkness she had so recently conquered? The man stepped forward, his feet making no sound as they pressed into the soft earth. He didn't move quickly, but with an unsettling deliberateness, as though each step was measured. There was a sense of familiarity in the way he moved, something that tugged at her memory, but she couldn't place it. "Who are you?" Claire asked, her voice shaky but demanding. She didn't want to show fear, but it was impossible to hide the trembling in her hands. The man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at her, his eyes dark and unreadable, as though weighing her every word. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and gravelly. "Do you remember me?" he asked. Claire's breath caught in her throat. The voice was familiar, but who was he? She searched her memory, trying to place him, but there was nothing. Only that nagging feeling that she should know him. His lips curled into a faint, almost pitying smile, and for a moment, Claire felt a wave of cold wash over her. Something was terribly wrong. "You're not alone," the man whispered. "Not ever." The words hung in the air, their meaning slipping just out of her grasp, and before she could speak again, the man stepped back into the shadows, disappearing into the trees as quickly and silently as he had appeared. For a long time, Claire stood there, rooted to the spot, her heart hammering in her chest. The quiet had returned, but it wasn't the same. The silence felt heavier now, as though something was lurking just beyond the edge of her awareness, something she couldn't quite grasp, and as she stood there, trembling, she realized one terrifying truth. She was no longer certain if the shadows she had faced were truly gone. Claire didn't know how long she stood there, staring into the forest, her breath shallow, her mind racing. The man's words echoed through her thoughts, persistent and unyielding. "You're not alone, not ever." She tried to make sense of them, tried to unravel the meaning, but it was like trying to catch smoke in her hands, slippery and intangible, always just out of reach. What did he mean? The trees around her swayed softly in the wind, the air still carrying that earthy, fresh scent, but Claire could taste the sharp tang of fear on the back of her tongue. The oppressive silence had returned, the kind that presses against your ears, the kind that makes your thoughts seem louder than they are. And yet, in the midst of the stillness, Claire felt something stir, faint tremor in the ground beneath her feet, a vibration in the air. The figure had disappeared, but she could feel his presence, lingering like a shadow just out of sight. He hadn't left. He had merely waited. She wasn't alone. With her heart pounding, Claire finally turned and began walking again, each step feeling heavier than the last. The path ahead was clear, and yet she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following her, that someone was watching, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves once more. The tension in her chest didn't ease. If anything, it grew tighter with every footstep. She had fought the darkness. She had fought for her sanity, for her life, for her soul. But this was different. This wasn't some fleeting shadow of fear she could confront and banish. This was something older, more insidious, a presence that had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when Claire would let her guard down, and yet she couldn't bring herself to run. She didn't know if it was because she couldn't bear the thought of fleeing again, or if it was because, deep down, she knew that no matter how far she ran, she would never truly escape it. "You're not alone." Was it a warning, a threat, or something deeper, something more insidious? She hadn't seen his face, not fully, but she felt him. She knew he was real, but how could he be real? She had been. To the depths of darkness, she had faced the things that haunted her, that clung to her like a second skin. She had seen the nightmares, the phantoms of her grief and guilt manifest before her. She had won, hadn't she? Her footsteps slowed, the weight of her thoughts dragging at her, as though the air itself had thickened. The path stretched endlessly before her, but now it seemed to wind tighter, more constricted, like a loop with no end. The trees loomed, taller, their trunks dark and gnarled, their leaves forming an oppressive canopy that shut out the light. She could still feel the oppressive weight of the forest around her, the feeling of being watched, of being trapped, as though the walls of this place were closing in on her. She wasn't alone. And then there it was, again a faint whisper. In the distance, barely audible, but unmistakable. A voice, it wasn't the man's. This was softer, familiar, almost comforting. She strained to listen, heart pounding, her breath shallow. It was a sound she knew, one she had heard too many times. Before in her dreams, Claire, her name spoken like a prayer. Her pulse quickened as she spun around, her eyes searching the trees. Her heart hammered in her chest, panic beginning to creep in like a tide. She could have sworn it came from somewhere just behind her, but there was no one. "Claire," the voice whispered again, this time clearer, and it wasn't coming from behind her. It was coming from within her. Her stomach lurched, the voice was inside her head, and it was a voice she knew all too well. It was her father's voice. No, it couldn't be. "Please, Claire, don't leave me." Airs sprang to her eyes. She stumbled back, her feet tangling in the uneven earth, her body slamming into the trunk of a nearby tree. The pain shot through her, but she hardly felt it. The voice was louder now, more desperate. She could hear the crack in his voice, the fear, the grief. She could hear him begging her, "Please, Claire, don't leave me." She closed her eyes tightly, clutching at her chest as if the pain might stop if she could hold herself together. She had to keep moving. She had to leave this place, leave the voice, leave the memories. But the voice only grew louder, more insistent, reverberating inside her skull. Her father, the man she had failed. The guilt surged again, flooding her mind like a tidal wave. She could feel the grief rising, the weight of it pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. She had always blamed herself, always thought that if she had been there, if she had known what was happening, if she had done something, he might still be here. Her father was dead. She knew that. She had seen it. The funeral, the closed casket. But somehow, in the depths of her mind, she had never truly let him go. He was still with hers, still alive in her memories, in her heart. And now, as the voice called out to her, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was still here, still reaching for her, still needing her. Tears slid down her face, and she fell to her knees, trembling with the weight of it all. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I'm so sorry. I never meant to leave you." But the voice did not answer. Instead, the trees began to rustle, the wind picking up, twisting through the branches. The shadows grew longer, and the forest around her seemed to shift. The path no longer felt like it was leading her somewhere. It was closing in, forcing her toward something, somewhere. The trees moved like they were alive, bending inward, forming a wall around her. And with every step she took, the pressure increased. The air growing thick and heavy. The sky above her was no longer the soft, pale blue of dawn. It had turned dark, the sun fading, the moon rising in its place. Claire's heart began to race. Again, her breaths coming faster as panic seized her. She was being surrounded. She was being trapped, but just as the darkness seemed to reach for her, something changed. A light, a faint glow in the distance, like a candle flickering against the vast expanse of night. It was small, but it was enough to cut through the blackness, offering a sense of something, hope maybe, or salvation. Claire's legs felt like lead, but she forced herself to stand. She had to go toward the light. She had to escape. But where was she going? What was waiting for her there? Was this the end of her journey, or was it just the beginning of something even darker? Her feet began to move on their own, pulling her forward despite the heaviness in her chest. As she stumbled through the trees, the light grew brighter, and for a moment she felt her breath catch in her throat. She wasn't sure what it was, what this light represented, but she knew she had to reach it with each step. The forest around her seemed to fade, the sounds of the night slowly dissipating. The grip of the trees loosened, and the oppressive weight began to lift. The light stretched wider now, illuminating the path before her, and in its glow, she saw something she hadn't expected. A figure, her father, standing there, waiting for her. Tears blurred her vision, but she didn't hesitate. She rushed toward him, her heart swelling with an emotion too deep for words. She reached for him, her hands trembling, but as she did, he faded, like mist, slipping through her fingers. "No," she whispered, her voice cracking with despair. "Please, don't go." But he was already gone, and for the first time in her life, Claire understood. Her father wasn't the one she had been holding on to. It had never been about him or the past. It had always been about her, of her fear of letting go, of moving forward. But now, as she stood alone in the light, the darkness finally faded. She was no longer chasing shadows. She was ready to live. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments who else is staying up late to face this nightmare. Settle in. The terror continues. Story 3. The house stood silent, its once proud frame now sagging under the weight of time, like a forgotten relic begging to be noticed. Newly arrived, the Carver family thought it might be their salvation, a fresh start in a place where no one knew their names, where the echoes of their past lives would not follow them. But the moment the door creaked open, the weight of the house's stillness settled over them, cold and uninviting. James and Claire, along with their 2 children, Emma and Nathan, moved through the dark hallways with lanterns flickering in their hands. The house smelled of dust, aged wood, and something more unsettling, something that clung to the air, a faint trace of decay that even the smallest breeze couldn't disperse. They had hoped for an easy transition, but the house seemed to watch them, its walls heavy with the ghosts of its past. The first night was the worst. James had set up their things, trying to give his family some semblance of comfort, but it felt wrong from the start. The wood floors groaned underfoot, even when no one moved. Claire tried to keep busy, preparing dinner as best she could in a kitchen that felt colder than it should. Nathan had been on edge, the strange noise outside their bedroom window unnerving him, scratching, light tapping, like fingers running across the glass. Emma, however, seemed perfectly at ease. She was almost too quiet. She had always been the more sensitive of the 2 children, but tonight there was something different about her. Her small voice, almost a whisper, echoed through the hallway. As she stood in the middle of the living room, staring at the walls, "Mom, Dad," she called softly, her voice distant. "Do you hear it? She's calling me." James felt a shiver crawl up his spine, but he brushed it off. "Come on, Emma, you're just tired. There's nothing here but the house settling." But Claire, feeling an uneasy pang in her chest, knelt down beside Emma. "Who's calling you, darling?" Emma's eyes never left the wall. "The lady in the walls. She says hello." James and Claire exchanged a glance. It was a child's imagination, nothing more. But even as Claire reassured Emma, a shiver ran through her. The air felt too thick, the shadows too heavy. It wasn't until the lights flickered and the room seemed to fall into an oppressive quiet that they realized nothing was normal about this house. The first night, they thought, would be the hardest. But it was only the beginning. The house had settled into an uneasy silence by the time night fell. The air seemed thick, like it was waiting for something, holding its breath just beneath the surface. It wasn't just the kind of quiet that could be attributed to an old home, no. This felt different. It was as though the house itself was listening, waiting for the right moment to speak. James lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling. He could hear Claire's soft breathing beside him, the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest as she slept, unaware. Their bed was uncomfortable, the sheets scratchy and cold. His mind kept drifting back to Emma's words, the strange look in her eyes when she spoke of the lady in the walls. He had dismissed it as childish fantasy, but the way she had said it so sure, so solemn, his stomach tightened. He turned his head to the side, trying to find sleep. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the window panes in their frames. Then he heard a faint sound. At first, it was so soft, so subtle, that he couldn't quite place it. It was like a whisper, just on the edge of his hearing, too quiet to understand, but too distinct to ignore. He strained to listen, his heart quickening as he lay there, motionless, in the dark. There it was again, a faint murmur, like someone calling a name, James. He froze, his breath caught in his throat, his pulse raced. He turned to Claire, reaching out with a trembling hand to touch her shoulder. Her skin was warm, her breathing steady. She was still fast asleep, but the voice was clearer, now closer. It wasn't her. James, he sat up, his eyes darting to the door. The shadows in the hallway outside their bedroom seemed to move, shifting just beyond the reach of the dim light from the night lamp in the corner. The whisper seemed to come from the darkness that pressed against the edges of the door, barely visible. He tried to convince himself it was the wind, the house settling, but the voice was too clear, too human. James, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up, his feet sinking into the cold wooden floor. The house groaned around him, the timbers creaking as if to warn him not to go. But the voice, faint yet persistent, continued to call his name. He couldn't explain why, but he had to follow it. The air felt heavy in his lungs. Each step he took toward the door, making his skin prickle with a cold sweat. He moved down the hallway, his heart pounding in his chest. The lights flickered again, plunging the house into brief moments of complete darkness, only to return in a weak, flickering glow. James paused at the top of the staircase that led down to the ground floor. The house was old, but it shouldn't have been this eerie, this unsettling. He had lived in old homes before, but there was something distinctly oppressive about this one. Something wrong. And then the voice came again this time. It wasn't just a whisper. It was a breath, an exhale, so close to his ear that he jerked his head toward the source, his pulse quickening. "Come to me," it whispered, like a siren's call, as if the house itself was drawing him in. He shook his head, his feet moving, involuntarily toward the stairs. He told himself to stop, that this was madness, but his legs kept moving, carrying him down into the darkness. The house seemed to stretch endlessly, the staircase going on longer than it should have. As he reached the bottom, he could feel the temperature drop. A chill seeped into his bones, curling around his spine, twisting through his chest. At the bottom of the stairs, the front door to the house loomed ahead of him, standing ajar. He didn't remember leaving it open. His hand trembled as he stepped toward it, and then the whispering came again, louder, more insistent, filling his mind with cold dread. "James, come outside." The wind howled in through the crack in the door, a bitter gust that sliced through him like ice. He hesitated at the threshold, the shadows outside stretching like dark fingers reaching toward him. A strange light flickered in the distance, a pale, sickly glow that seemed to beckon him. It was then that he saw a figure standing at the edge of the yard, bathed in the light of the moon. The shape was faint, obscured by the trees. There was something about it that felt wrong. The figure was too tall, too thin, and its head tilted at an unnatural angle, as though it was studying him. The figure didn't move, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. James stepped forward, drawn by an invisible force. His breath quickened as he approached, his legs growing heavier with each step. The figure in the yard remained still, but its presence seemed to grow more intense, like it was pulling at him, urging him closer. He felt his heart race faster, his palms slick with sweat. His body screamed for him to turn back, to flee from whatever this was, but his legs refused to obey. The figure, its face, still hidden in shadow, spoke. "James." The voice was not just a whisper now. It was a deep, guttural sound, a twisted mockery of his name, pulling at his very soul. And then the air grew thick with a buzzing sound, like a swarm of bees or something much worse. The world around him began to distort, the air shimmering like heat rising off pavement. His vision blurred, the ground beneath him trembling, as though the earth itself was alive then, as if by instinct. He turned around and bolted back into the house, slamming the door shut behind him. The buzzing stopped, but the chill remained. The house groaned again, louder this time, as though something was moving within its walls. Pushing against the foundations, he backed away from the door, his mind racing. What had just happened? Had he imagined it? He glanced down at his hands, trembling with fear. A soft sound, like the creaking of wood, broke through the silence. Then the whisper again, this time, not from the yard, but from within the house. "James, she knows you're here." It wasn't just the voice of the house anymore. It was something else, something old and hungry. He turned toward the stairs, his mind spinning. Was it just the house playing tricks on him? Or was something much darker, much more malevolent, reaching out from the very walls? Claire's voice broke through his thoughts. "James, what's wrong? You're shaking." James didn't answer. He couldn't, but he knew one thing for certain. Whatever had been calling his name was no longer just a voice in the night. It was real, and it was waiting for him. The house creaked as if the weight of centuries was pushing down on it, as though it could no longer bear the secret it had kept hidden for so long. James stood frozen, his hand still on the door as the last echoes of that chilling voice, the one that had pulled him from his bed and into the night, faded into the darkness. Claire was still upstairs, unaware of what had transpired, her voice soft and uncertain, calling to him. He didn't answer, couldn't answer. The house had become a maze of his own fractured thoughts, and now he felt utterly trapped in it. The silence after the whisper was suffocating. The air thickened, hanging around him like a fog, pressing in, suffocating. He swallowed hard, feeling his heart pounding in his chest, but when he moved his legs to take a step back, they felt like stone, heavy, immobilized. The walls of the house seemed to stretch outward in the silence, their weight pressing down on him with every breath. The oppressive quiet didn't last long. Footsteps, soft, faint, but unmistakable. They came from above, light and delicate, as though something was walking along the second-floor hallway, just beyond sight. James could hear the floorboards creak underfoot, the low, drawn-out groan of the wood straining under the weight. His gaze flickered upward, drawn to the darkened staircase leading to the upper floor. Was Claire awake now, coming down to check? On him, he didn't think so. Her voice had been too soft, too distant. These were different steps, deliberate, slow, calculated. The kind of steps that echoed in the silence of a house that had long forgotten how to be still. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs. For a long moment, there was nothing but the steady beating of his heart in his ears. Then, with a suddenness that made James' skin crawl, the floorboards in front of him shifted, a faint scraping sound, like something sliding across the floor. He darted his eyes around the room. There, at the far end of the hallway, just outside his Vijuna shadow, flickered in and out of the dim light. It was there one moment, and gone the next. James' breath hitched. This was no trick of the light. This wasn't his mind unraveling. It was something else, something much older and darker than his understanding could fathom. He moved toward the staircase, his pulse quickening as he stepped cautiously forward. His eyes darted between the shadows, trying to catch a glimpse of the source of the movement. But the house had a way of hiding the truth in plain sight. It made things disappear into the dark corners of perception, only to reappear when you least expected it. The second he reached the first step of the staircase, the floor above groaned, and some presence swept past him in the hallway. He spun, adrenaline surging through his veins, but saw nothing. The shadows had swallowed it whole. "Claire," he called out, his voice trembling, though he couldn't understand why. Claire wasn't down here. She couldn't be. No answer. Presence of something unseen was now pressing on him. An invisible weight that seemed to push against his chest, suffocating him. His thoughts swirled, unable to find clarity. Was he hallucinating? The fear inside him said no. It felt real. The shadows that stretched across the walls weren't just shadows, they were alive, watching him, waiting as he reached the top of the stairs. The floorboards beneath him seemed to echo louder now, each step a drumbeat of impending dread. At the top, he paused, his hand on the railing, as if he could somehow ward off whatever was lurking in the dark. His eyes adjusted slowly, the dim light from the hallway barely penetrating the shadows. The house was quiet now, still to still, and that's when he heard it, the whisper, low and steady, like a breath just above his ear. James, he froze. It was right there, beside him, close enough that he could feel the coldness of it on his skin. It wasn't Claire. It wasn't Emma, it was something far older and far more dangerous. He wanted to run, to shout for Claire, but the fear locked him in place. He knew, deep down, that there was something here. Something ancient. Something that had been waiting for him. He slowly turned to face the hallway. The shadows had shifted. Where there was once nothing, now a figure stood. A woman, tall, pale, her hair dark as the night, hanging in a matted mass around her face. Her eyes black as obsidian, hollow and endless, stared straight at him, locking onto his very soul. Her skin was unnaturally smooth, too perfect, as if it were stretched across a skull rather than a living face. She didn't move, didn't speak, but James knew he could feel it, that she was watching him, watching his every move. He wanted to scream, but the sound lodged itself somewhere deep in his throat. And then, as if to prove that it wasn't an illusion, she took a slow step forward, her feet gliding across the floor with an unnatural grace. The air around her seemed to grow colder, like the night itself was spilling into the house, making everything freeze. The temperature plummeted, and James could see his breath coming out in thick, visible puffs, as though the very warmth of his body was being drained from him. The woman took another step, and then another. James didn't know how he moved, but suddenly he found himself backing up, his legs shaking beneath him. His heart thundered in his chest. He wanted to call out, wanted to run, but something was stopping him. A force, something he couldn't see or touch, was holding him in place, keeping him rooted to the spot. He glanced over his shoulder. Claire was nowhere to be seen. The woman's movements grew more deliberate. The further she came, shadows seemed to pull her into them, as if they were part of her. Her steps were rhythmic, like the ticking of a clock, and with each one, the space between them grew smaller. And then, as if in response to his mounting terror, she spoke. James. Her voice was a breath, a rasp like dry leaves crumbling. In the wind, you shouldn't have come. James swallowed hard, his throat dry, his limbs heavy with dread. What are you? His voice cracked, barely a whisper. The woman's eyes, those dark, endless eyes, burned through him, like they could see the very core of his being, like they could tear apart his soul and leave only the remnants behind. I am what's been waiting, she whispered again, her voice just a breath of wind, waiting for you, for your return. Return, he echoed, his mind racing, heart pounding. I've never been here before. I don't understand. The woman's lips curled into a slow, unnerving smile. It wasn't a smile of kindness, but something else, something dark, predatory. She took another step, and this time James didn't back away. He couldn't. His legs refused to move, his body paralyzed by an unseen force. You don't remember, do you, James? She asked, her voice now low and venomous. You don't remember what you've done, what you've awakened. Her words struck him like a physical blow. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. His mind was racing, frantically trying to latch onto something familiar, but it was all slipping away. What did she mean? What had he done? And then, with a final, slow step, she reached out to touch his chest. As her hand made contact with his skin, he felt a searing cold, icy needles piercing through his ribs, sending a shockwave of pain through his entire body. Everything around him shattered into darkness. The house, everything was gone, swallowed whole by the void. And in the depths of that blackness, he heard her voice one last time. Welcome back. James woke with a jolt, his breath ragged as he shot upright in bed. The cold sweat that coated his skin felt like ice against his burning body. His heart pounded erratically, and for a moment, he couldn't remember where he was. The room was dark, far too dark. He could barely make out the outline of furniture, the faint glow of moonlight creeping through the curtains. But his mind was in a storm. His pulse throbbed in his ears, and for a moment, he couldn't distinguish between the dream and the waking world. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to shift, swirling in on themselves like the remnants of the nightmarish vision he had just escaped. The woman, her face burned into his memory, her eyes hollow and endless, her voice a breath that still echoed in his skull. What had she meant? What you've awakened? The words clung to him like a stain he couldn't scrub away. Claire, he whispered hoarsely, his voice catching in his throat. He turned quickly to the side of the bed, expecting to find his wife lying there, still in a peaceful slumber. But the sheets were empty, the indentation where she had slept no longer warm. His stomach twisted with unease. Hadn't she been beside him when he fell asleep? He could have sworn she had been. He reached over, feeling the coolness of the sheets, his hand shaking as he did so. The room felt wrong, off in a way he couldn't describe. There was no sound in the house, the kind of silence that made his skin crawl, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath. He couldn't hear Claire, couldn't hear Emma, or Nathan, not even the soft, rhythmic sounds of a house settling. It was as if the world had been drained of noise. A single thought tore through his mind. Where is she? His breath hitched as he pushed himself from the bed and stood shakily on the cold wooden floor. The house stretched around him in eerie stillness. He felt the air press in on him, the weight of the house seemingly heavier than before, as though the very walls were closing in. Each step he took seemed to echo far too loudly in the empty space, a reminder that something was terribly wrong. James moved cautiously down the hall, his eyes scanning the dimness for any sign of life. The house was eerily still. No sounds of Claire's soft movements, no sounds of Emma's late-night rustling, no signs of anyone at all. The silence wrapped around him, thick and suffocating. He reached the stairs, his hand gripping the railing with white knuckles. Something in the pit of his stomach churned uneasily, like a warning his body was giving him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, that there was something else in the house with him, something that wasn't supposed to be there. His breath came in shallow gasps, and the faintest of whispers drifted through the air. Just beyond the threshold of hearing, it's waiting, it's watching. The voice, soft and rasping, sent a tremor of fear through him. He swallowed hard, refusing to acknowledge it, refusing to let it take hold of his thoughts. He had to find Claire. He had to make sure she was safe. The stairway creaked beneath his feet, each step sending a pulse of dread through his spine. He hesitated before moving further down, pausing at the edge of the staircase. The floor below him stretched out by shadows. The house seemed different now. The air was thick, pressing against him like a physical weight. He called out, his voice strained and hoarse. Claire, Emma, Nathan. His voice sounded hollow in the empty space, swallowed by the walls. There was no response. He reached the bottom of the stairs, his feet moving through the darkened hallway toward the living room. It felt wrong. Everything felt wrong. He could almost taste the darkness in the air, thick with a sense of impending doom. And then, at the far end of the hallway, he saw it, a shadow. A flicker of movement, something just beyond his peripheral vision. He froze, his breath caught in his throat. Was it her? He blinked, his heart thudding in his chest. The shadow was gone, slipping back into the dark like a wisp of smoke. But it had been there? He was sure of it. He took another step forward, his hand reaching for the light switch on the wall. The sudden burst of light seemed to sting his eyes, but it didn't reveal what he was hoping for. The room remained empty, still Claire. He called again, more urgently this time. There was no response, no movement. James stood frozen, his mind racing with possibilities. Where could she have gone? Why hadn't she answered him? He had only been gone for a few minutes, and yet the house felt so much emptier, more oppressive. The silence seemed to grow, thicker, the weight of it suffocating him. He turned toward the kitchen, hoping for some sign of life, some indication that this wasn't the nightmare it felt like. But the room was cold, too cold. The stove was off, the refrigerator door slightly ajar, but everything else in the room remained perfectly still. The kitchen wasn't even a reflection of its usual warmth. The familiar hum of appliances was absent. The house didn't hum anymore. It was as if it had forgotten how. That's when he noticed the picture on the wall. It was an old family portrait. Photo he didn't remember seeing before. He stared at it, trying to place it in his memory. It showed Claire, smiling brightly, with the children at her side, but something was wrong about it. The colors of the photograph were faded, worn with time. The people in the picture looked too stiff, their smiles too wide, too unnatural, and in the background behind them was the house. But it wasn't the house as it stood now. No, this house in the picture looked different. The windows were larger, the porch fuller, and there was a presence in the background, something he couldn't quite make out. A figure, barely visible, standing in the shadows. How long had this picture been here? James wondered, a chill running down his spine. He reached out and touched the frame, the glass cold under his fingertips. But as soon as his hand made contact, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his chest. He recoiled, gasping for breath as an icy chill enveloped him. His heart raced, his vision clouding for a moment. It was as if something had reached out from the photo itself, from the past, to seize him, to pull him back into the darkness. And then, just as quickly as it came, the sensation was gone. The photo remained, the figures in it locked in there, unnatural smiles, staring at him with lifeless eyes. James stumbled backward, his mind spinning. He was losing his grip on reality. The house was shifting, the air was changing. The shadows were moving. His breath hitched. He felt it then, the sensation of being watched. It wasn't just the photo. It wasn't just his imagination. There was something here, something older, something much more ancient than he could comprehend. Claire, he whispered, barely able to form the words, but as he called out again, the house responded. A low, guttural groan reverberated through the floorboards, a noise that seemed to rise from the depths of the earth itself. The walls trembled. James could feel the vibrations in his chest, in his bones. It wasn't just the house that was alive, it was something in the house, something that had been waiting for him, for them. The lights flickered, casting the room in brief staccato bursts of light. In the shadows, a figure emerged, moving toward him, its form slowly coming into focus. The woman from the nightmare. She stood before him now, her pale face drawn with a hunger, her eyes as dark as the void, staring into him. Her lips parted slightly, revealing teeth that were too sharp to pointed. She reached for him with fingers that seemed to stretch and elongate, her touch colder than the darkest winter night. And then, in a voice that made his very bones ache, she spoke. "You have forgotten, James. We have all forgotten." Her voice seemed to come from everywhere, the words crawling into his mind, burrowing deep. "But now you will remember. You will awaken. The room seemed to dissolve around him as the shadows closed in, darkness swallowing him whole. And then, nothing. The cold grasp of darkness tightened around James as the woman's hand reached for him, its shadowy fingers stretching toward his chest. His entire body screamed in terror, but the air had thickened to the point where even his screams felt muffled. The house felt like it was closing in on him, its walls shrinking and warping with each breath. His body froze, trapped in a state between waking and dreaming, suspended in a nightmarish limbo. His mind screamed for escape, but his limbs wouldn't respond. Rooted to the spot as the woman's pale face hovered closer. "You remember nothing, do you, James?" she whispered, her voice an eerie, hollow echo. It was as if the sound wasn't coming from her mouth at all, but from the very walls around him, as though the house itself was speaking. "You've forgotten why you came back. Forgotten what you awakened in this place. Forgotten who we are, who you are." James' heart hammered in his chest, his pulse racing like a wild drumbeat. Every instinct he had screamed to run, to turn away, but the house was holding him. It had been waiting for this moment, for his return. The shadows were thickening around him, pulling him deeper into their embrace. I don't understand," James gasped, his voice strained. "What are you? What do you want from me?" The woman's lips curled into a smile, though the expression was devoid of warmth, of any human connection. It was more like a predator's grin, full of malice and hunger. She didn't answer him immediately. Instead, she took another step. Forward, her body barely visible now, just a shape made of shadows, her eyes burning like twin black holes. The room seemed to stretch impossibly, the walls bending and pulsing like the body of some ancient beast, exhaling and inhaling as if it were alive. His mind was reeling, 1,000 thoughts crashing together, unable to form a single coherent idea. His gaze flickered toward the window toward the light outside, but he couldn't bring himself to look away from her. Every inch of his being was aware that if he looked away for even a moment, it would be the last thing he ever did. She reached out and placed her cold hand on his forehead, the touch searing through his skull like ice. His vision swam, and for a moment he thought he would lose himself entirely. But then, something inside him, something primal and desperate, snapped. "No," James shouted, forcing himself to move, to break free from the woman's touch. His arm shot forward, his hand brushing against hers, and a surge of energy, a jolt of raw terror, exploded through him. It wasn't his will, it wasn't his mind. It was something older, something buried deep within him, something that the house had pulled out, dragged into the light. The woman recoiled, her body flickering like a broken reflection in water. The shadows that surrounded her pulsed, as if the very air itself were gasping for breath. "You shouldn't have done that," she hissed, the air growing colder with each word. Her voice was no longer just a whisper, was now a sharp, biting sound, one that scraped against his very soul. "You've broken the balance. You've awakened the curse. Your curse." James' breath hitched in his chest as the words struck him like a blow. A curse? What was she talking about? His mind spun wildly, trying to piece together the fragments of the nightmare, of the shadows of the woman, but nothing made sense. And then it hit him. The house, the place, the things he had felt. They were not new. They were not part of this moment. They had been with him. All along, the memories surged through him like a wave. He saw faces, distorted and blurred, flickering in and out of focus. A younger version of himself, standing in a place that was both familiar and foreign. A memory of a fire, of flames licking the walls, swallowing the rooms in red and orange. A scream, someone's scream. But he couldn't place whose. A woman, his mother, standing at the center of the house, her face twisted in anguish. She was holding a doll, a small porcelain figure, its face cracked and broken. "Don't touch it. Don't ever touch it." His vision blurred, the images blending together. the noise deafening. And then there it was, the truth. The house, the woman. He fell to his knees, clutching at his temples as the flood of memories overcame him. He could hear her voice, now clearer than before. "You don't remember, do you, James?" she crooned, her voice no longer a whisper, but a command. "You brought this upon yourself. You opened the door to the past and invited it back inside." His mind swam, the pieces of his fragmented past assembling themselves in front of him, like a broken jigsaw puzzle, each jagged edge forcing its way into his consciousness. He had been here before. He had lived here once, a long time ago. He remembered now the house wasn't just a place of memories, it was a prison that had held them all, bound by something darker than time itself, something he had been forced to forget. He had come here willingly. In his youth, James had been part of the house's dark history, a history intertwined with the supernatural, with a family curse that had begun long before his birth, a bloodline that carried a terrible secret passed down through generations each, one destined to fall victim to the same tragic fate. The house had never let go of its hold on them. It had been waiting for him to return, had been waiting for him to remember. "You were the key, James," she whispered, the coldness in her voice creeping under his skin. "You always were. It's your blood that binds us, your soul that sustains us." His body trembled as the memories began to flood in. His childhood in this house was a series of fragmented moments where the lines between the living and the dead blurred. He remembered how the house called to him, how it pulled him in with promises of safety, of home. But those promises were lies, all lies, James whispered, his voice cracking as the weight of the truth bore down on him. "I didn't mean to," but the woman was already moving closer, her footsteps silent on the floor, her form now entirely engulfed in shadows. "It doesn't matter now," she said, her voice a low, menacing hum. "You are the curse, James. No one can." The air grew colder, and James' breath came out in ragged bursts. He felt the walls around him close in, the pressure of the house's weight unbearable. The shadows in the corners of the room stretched toward him, like hungry tendrils reaching for his very soul. The house was alive. It had always been alive, and it was waiting for him to succumb to the darkness. His vision blurred again, the edges of the room fading as if he were being pulled into another reality, one where the rules of time and space no longer applied. The walls groaned, the house itself seemingly alive with anticipation. The shadows whispered, 1,000 voices pressing in on him, beckoning him toward something terrible. "No," James gasped, his heart racing. He fought the pull of the shadows, but they were too strong, wrapping around him like chains. "I won't," but the woman's laughter filled the air, cruel and hollow. "You cannot escape the past, James. It has already claimed you." The darkness swirled faster now, the shadows crashing together in a violent maelstrom, pulling him deeper into their depths. And then, all at once, the house seemed to shatter, the very air around him breaking apart as though it were made of glass. The last thing James heard before he was consumed by the blackness was the whisper again, this time filled with a sickening promise. "You belong to us, James." And with that, the house was silent once more. The silence that followed was unlike any James had ever experienced. It was a complete, oppressive stillness, one that pressed in on him from all sides, suffocating him with an intensity he couldn't even begin to comprehend. His mind was reeling, his body frozen in a place between life and death, between waking and sleeping. The shadows had consumed him whole, pulling him into a void so deep he wasn't sure if he was still in the house or if he had even left it. But he was aware. He could feel the weight of the darkness, the chill in the air, the thick pulse of something ancient and malignant surrounding him. He could hear the soft hum of whispers, voices not his own, seeping into his consciousness. At first, they were faint, barely perceptible, like distant murmurs on the wind. But slowly, they began to grow louder, more distinct, until they were all he could hear. James, the voice was soft, almost tender, but it carried with it an unspoken command. It didn't come from anywhere in particular. It seemed to echo from every corner of his mind, reverberating in his skull. It was the voice of the woman, the figure, who had haunted his every thought since his arrival. The one who had promised him answers and then drowned him in confusion. The one who had shown him the house's terrible truth. But now, in the depths of this consuming void, her voice sounded different, closer, more intimate, as though she was standing right beside him. Where am I? The thought flickered through his mind like a dying spark. What's happening to me? You're with us now, James, she whispered again, her voice soft and insistent, wrapping around him like a cold fog. You belong here. You always have. His throat tightened at her words, and an icy shiver ran down his spine. The sound of her voice, the sound of those words, made something inside him twist in horror. This wasn't just a dream. This wasn't just a nightmare. This was real. This is real. The realization struck him with the force of a thunderclap. The house, the shadows, the curse, it was all far more than he had ever understood. The house wasn't just a structure, a building with walls and rooms. It was something alive. It had been alive for centuries, perhaps longer, and it had been waiting for him. A flash of light sliced through the suffocating darkness, momentarily blinding him. It was a soft, flickering glow, almost like the distant gleam of a candle, but the light was weak, fragile. When his eyes adjusted, he saw the outline of the room, but it was no longer the living room he had once known. It had changed, warped by the darkness that had claimed him. The walls were covered in thick, black veins, pulsating gently, like the surface of some great, slumbering creature. The floor beneath him shifted, the boards creaking and groaning under some invisible weight. The air was thick with a damp, musty scent, as if the house itself had been left to decay for centuries. But what truly made his skin crawl was the silence. The silence was everywhere. There were no sounds of wind, no distant creaks, no murmurs of life, only the oppressive stillness pressing in on him like a physical force. James, the voice purred again. Don't be afraid. We've been waiting for you. And then, from the corner of the room, something stirred. It wasn't the woman, not quite. It was a figure, dark and indistinct, like a shadow made flesh. It hovered in the air, its form constantly shifting, slipping in and out of focus. The longer James stared at it, the more real it seemed, its edges becoming more defined, more tangible. It had no features, no eyes, no face, just a shapeless mass of shadow that exuded an ancient, palpable malevolence. The figure stretched out a hand, and as it did, the shadows in the room seemed to bend toward it, twisting and curling around its outstretched fingers. A cold gust of air swept past James, lifting his hair, sending a shiver through his body. The figure's presence was suffocating, and it seemed to fill every corner of the room, blocking out the light as it moved closer. We've always been here, the voice whispered again, growing louder now, filling the space with a haunting, insidious cadence. You were always meant to join us, James. Your blood was the key. Your return was inevitable. The words hit him like a punch to the gut, and for a moment he couldn't breathe. He stumbled backward, his legs weak beneath him, his mind racing as the truth began to crystallize. This wasn't just some ghostly haunting. It was a binding, a curse that had followed his bloodline through generations, a curse that had taken root in the house and spread like a poison through his very veins. His hand flew to his chest, his heart hammering wildly. It's true. He could feel it now, deep inside his bones. The blood he carried, the blood that had been passed down from his ancestors, was tied to this place, to the house, to whatever malevolent force had taken root here long ago. Why? He croaked, his voice trembling with fear. Why me? The shadow figure tilted its head slightly, a motion that seemed almost knowing, as though it were pleased by his question. "Because, James," it answered softly, "you were always part of the plan. You were the one who would come back. You were the one who would awaken." The words were like a sharp blade cutting through his mind, and for a brief, desperate moment, James struggled to break free of the suffocating weight of the house's grip. He tried to turn away, to run, but the shadows surrounded him in an instant, closing in, dragging him back. He could feel the chill of their touch, cold as death, and his body refused to obey him, paralyzed by a terror so deep, so consuming, that even his thoughts felt as if they were being suffocated. "You will join us, James," the voice continued, growing louder, more insistent. "You will take your place among us, as it was always meant to be." The air around him shimmered, warping like heat rising from pavement, and suddenly he found himself standing in a different part of the house. He didn't remember moving, but the room before him was unmistakable. It was the same room from his childhood, the one that had been left untouched all these years. The furniture was different, older, worn down by time, but the room itself was unchanged, as if frozen in some distant memory. But something was wrong. The room wasn't. Empty dot figures stood in the corners of the room, dark, twisted silhouettes, their shapes indistinct, but their presence undeniable. James could feel their eyes on him, their cold gaze piercing into his soul. These were the ones who had been waiting, the ones who had lived and died within the house. Their forms flickered in and out of focus, like fireflies trapped in a jar. "Don't you see, James?" The voice came again, now behind him, as though it were coming from all around him. "This is your home. This is where you belong." A soft, almost imperceptible noise filled the room, a slow creaking, like the sound of old wood stretching under weight. And then the woman appeared, her form materializing out of the shadows, her pale face framed by dark hair, her hollow eyes locked onto his with an intensity that sent another wave of dread crashing over him. "You're here to complete the circle," she said softly, her voice almost tender. "You're here to finish what was started, to take your place." Her hand reached out, fingers curling toward him. He could feel the coldness of her touch before it even made contact. His body screamed in protest, but he couldn't move, couldn't fight. The weight of the curse of the house was too great. It held him in its grip like a vice. "Your bloodline has always been bound to this place," she continued, her voice now a soft, almost hypnotic rhythm. "It's time for you to join us." And then, as her fingers brushed against his skin, something shifted. The world around James spun violently, the room warping and twisting, the figures in the corners of the room closing in. A rush of memories flooded his mind, fragments of faces, of moments of death. His heart raced as the darkness began to swallow him whole. But in that moment he realized something. He could fight. He could push back against the curse. The shadows might be closing in, but they couldn't hold him forever. And with that realization, a surge of energy flooded through him, stronger than anything he had ever felt. The house, the shadows, the woman, they all shrieked in unison, as if a great force had been set loose. The grip of the curse loosened, just for a moment. James shouted, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence. The shadows recoiled, their forms flickering, struggling to hold onto him. The woman's face twisted in fury, but James refused to yield. His heart pounded in his chest as he fought, against the darkness, pushing with every ounce of strength he had left. He wasn't finished. The shadows recoiled like wounded beasts, their tendrils retreating from James, as if the very air itself had become hostile to their existence. He stood, trembling with exhaustion, his chest rising and falling in frantic bursts, but his mind was sharp, burning with a single desperate thought. Escape. He had no idea where he was, or even how he had broken free from the curse's grip for that fleeting moment. But he knew one thing: he couldn't stay in this place any longer. The house was not just a structure. It was a living, breathing entity, and it was far more ancient and dangerous than he had ever imagined. The walls seemed to shudder around him, a low groan vibrating through the very foundation of the house. It was as if the house itself were aware of the shift, aware that the chains binding James to it, the woman she had been the key to that release. A figure so tightly woven into the house's dark history that her very presence seemed to tether the supernatural forces within these walls. And yet, for the briefest of moments, she had faltered. Her power had been challenged, and that, more than anything, had given James the strength to resist. But now, as the woman's shadow hovered in the center of the room, her figure twisted, her features warping and distorting with every breath he took. Her face was a mask of fury, her eyes wide, burning with an unnatural hunger. "You think you can escape me, James?" Her voice, once so cold and composed, now quivered with rage, the darkness of the house echoing her every word.
You think you
"Can defy us? You can't run, you can't hide. You will never be free." Her voice reverberated in his skull, the words sinking deep, embedding themselves in his mind. The intensity of the sound made the room spin, the edges of his vision blurring and flickering as though reality itself was breaking apart. But James clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, pushing back against the fear that threatened to overwhelm him. "No, I can't go back. Not again." His feet were unsteady, but they carried him forward, out of the small, dimly lit room that had been the site of his brief victory. He needed to move. He needed to find a way out, but every hallway he turned down seemed to stretch endlessly before him, the same twisting corridors leading him deeper into the heart of the house that had shaped him, that had claimed him from the moment he was born. The walls pressed in on him, the floorboards creaking under his weight as he pushed forward. Each step seemed to take him further away from hope, deeper into the maze of rooms and corridors that spiraled out in every direction. The air was thick with dust, a musty scent clinging to every surface, but it was something else too, something more insidious. It was the smell of decay, of death, the same smell that had filled the house all those years ago when he was a child, when his family had lived here, oblivious to the forces that had slowly but surely been eroding their sanity. He remembered the cold nights, the whispers that had echoed from the dark corners of the house, the strange events that had happened so frequently that they'd become part of the daily rhythm of life. He remembered his mother's frantic eyes, the desperate way she had clung to him, as if protecting him from something that neither of them could fully comprehend. And then there had been the fire, the terrible fire that had consumed the house, reducing it to nothing more than ashes. His mother's scream, her face as she disappeared into the flames, her hands reaching out to him in the final moments of her life. He had been so young then, so naive. He had thought it was an accident. But now, in the depths of this suffocating house, the truth was beginning to reveal itself in jagged, horrific pieces. The woman, the one who had claimed to be his mother, wasn't who she said she was. She wasn't human. She had never been human. She was a part of the curse, a vessel of the house's dark power. And so was he. James' head swam as the memories continued to crash into him. His heart pounded, each beat echoing in his chest like a drum, louder, faster, until he could no longer tell where his pulse ended and the house's heartbeat began. The walls seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, vibrating beneath his fingertips as he touched them, desperately searching for any way out. But the house wasn't letting him go. It was pulling him back, pulling him deeper into its grip, and then he saw it. A door, the only one he hadn't yet passed. It stood at the end of the corridor, its surface dark and weathered, as though it had been untouched for centuries. A faint, flickering light spilled from beneath the doorframe, casting long shadows. Across the floor, his pulse quickened, hope flickering in his chest like a dying flame. It was the door. This was the way out. With trembling hands, he reached for the handle, his fingers cold against the tarnished metal. He twisted it, half expecting it to be locked, but it opened easily, silently, as if the house itself were allowing him to pass through. He stepped inside, but the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he felt the temperature drop. The air turned, thick with a coldness that gnawed at his bones, and the door slammed shut behind him with a force that made the walls tremble. James whirled around, his heart racing as the room came into focus. It was different from the other rooms. This one was vast, stretching impossibly high into the darkness. The ceiling lost in a shadow so deep it seemed to swallow everything. The walls were lined with old, brittle bookshelves, their contents decayed and long forgotten. Dust hung in the air, thick enough to make him cough, but it wasn't the dust that filled his senses. It was the smell, the unmistakable scent of decay, of something ancient, rotting, and alive. And there, at the center of the room, was a figure, a man, tall and gaunt, standing with his back to James. His clothes were old, tattered, as if they had been worn by someone from another time. The air around him shimmered, as if reality itself was bending in his presence. The figure's hands were outstretched, palms upward, as though holding something invisible between them. He didn't move, didn't acknowledge James' presence, but somehow, James knew he wasn't alone. The man spoke, his voice deep and reverberating. Though he didn't turn to face James, "You've come to the heart of it all, James," the man said, his voice echoing in the vast space. "To the source, to the place where the curse began." The words sent a cold shiver down James' spine, but he couldn't turn away. He was rooted to the spot, his body unwilling to move, even as his mind screamed at him to leave, to flee before it was too late. The man continued, his voice growing more distant, more hollow. "You were born into this place, James. Your bloodline has always been tied to it. And now, you have come to claim your inheritance." James' mouth went dry as he processed the words, but they didn't make sense. His inheritance, he had no inheritance, he had no connection to this cursed house, to this man, to any of it. But as he gazed into the darkness, something shifted within him. A strange, unnatural understanding filled his chest, spreading through his veins like wildfire. The pieces of the puzzle, his family, his mother, the fire, the house, all of it was connected. He was connected to it. "No," he whispered, the words barely escaping his throat. "No, this can't be." The man finally turned, and when James saw his face, his blood ran cold. The man was familiar to familiar. It was as though he were staring into a distorted mirror, his own face, twisted and aged beyond recognition. Staring back at him, it was him. It was James. The man's lips curled into a twisted smile, but his eyes were hollow. There was no humanity in them, no warmth, just emptiness, an abyss that seemed to stare straight through James. "You are the one who will complete the cycle," the man said, his voice cold and final. "You are the one who will bind the house to the bloodline forever." James staggered, backward, his mind reeling, his throat constricted as the truth, the horrible, unbearable truth, settled in like a lead weight in his chest. The curse, the house, the endless cycle of Pennet had all been set in motion the moment he was born. He had never truly escaped it. It had never let him go, and now it was time for him to become a part of it, forever. The walls began to close. In on him, the shadows stretching toward him, pulling him into their depths. His vision blurred, the room spinning around him, but through the haze, one thought echoed in his mind. There was no escape, no way out. The dark room pulsed with a low hum, as if the very walls were breathing, each exhale deeper, more suffocating than the last. James' chest tightened with the weight of the realization that had come crashing down on him. His eyes blurred with a mixture of panic and disbelief, his throat dry, as though the air had thickened beyond what he could handle. The man, the other James, stood before him, his haunting grin only growing wider, revealing the truth that James had tried to outrun for his entire life. "We were born to this," the twisted figure whispered, each word a slow caress of poison against his soul. "You were meant to become what you fear most, James. The house called you back. It always has." James staggered backward, his legs weak beneath him. His body felt foreign, his skin prickling as though something invisible were crawling beneath. The air was thick with the stench of decay, the smell of damp earth, and something worse, something ancient that had seeped into the bones of the house, into the very air he breathed. "No," he gasped. "This can't be real. This is just a nightmare." The man, or whatever this thing was, laughed, a dry, hollow sound that reverberated through the room like an echo of the past. It was the sound of torment, of centuries of suffering, distilled into a single note. "No, James," the thing said, stepping closer, its figure shifting with the darkness. "It's not a nightmare. This is your truth. This is what's always been." James' head spun. He felt as though the ground beneath him was shifting, warping, as though the house itself was reacting to the words of the man. The room around him seemed to warp, flickering in and out of focus like an old film reel, the shadows dancing in unnatural rhythms. The faces of people he'd never known flashed before his eyes: his mother, his grandfather, ancestors whose names he had never heard, but who all seemed to exist in his blood. They were all part of this. The dark figure that had tormented his every waking hour, that had haunted him in his sleep hit, was all connected. Double quotes. No. James gasped again, his voice now a hoarse rasp. He pressed his hands against his face, as if trying to rub away the suffocating truth. "I don't remember. I don't want to remember." But the figure in front of him stepped forward, its cold, hollow eyes locking onto his with an intensity that went beyond just vision. It was like the eyes of the house itself were staring into his very soul, into every deep recess of his memories, of his pain. "You remember," the figure whispered, each word 1,000 needles against his mind. "You have always remembered the fire, your family, your mother. It was not an accident. You did not escape. You were chosen." The word chosen reverberated in James' mind, echoing like a slow drumbeat, a constant reminder of a fate that he had never wanted. The fire, the screams, the way his mother's face had disappeared into the smoke. He had always thought it was an accident, a tragedy. But now, the truth was clawing its way to the surface, the sharp edges of the past breaking free, the memories turning from whispers to screams. The figure, his doppelganger, his shadow reached out with long skeletal fingers, and the very air around James seemed to bend, warp, as if the house itself was closing in on him. His chest tightened, his vision blurred, the light in the room dimmed further, and for a moment he could see only the cold, empty darkness that seemed to stretch endlessly before him. "No," James murmured, a chill creeping up his spine. "This isn't me. I'm not this." But the figure's face twisted into a dark parody of a smile. It was mocking him, mocking his disbelief. It stepped closer, its shadow stretching further until it swallowed the room in its darkness. "You've always been this," it hissed, voice cold and final. "This is who you were always meant to be." Before James could respond, before he could even process the suffocating weight of the words, he was hit with a rush of images. Not his own, no. These weren't his memories, but images from a past. A life buried beneath years of denial, buried beneath layers of time. They flooded his vision, his mother, his family drenched in fire, their screams fading into the thick smoke that curled up into the night sky. A burning house, a house he had forgotten. The place where it had all begun. But it wasn't just the fire, it was what followed the fire. James' hands shook as his heart pounded faster in his chest. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't think. The realization came crashing down like a tidal wave. His mother had burned, she had died in the flames. But she had not gone alone. There had been something else there. Something that had been waiting. Watching James had always known something had been wrong with the house. Something strange and unnatural. But the figure in front of him, the one who was him, was now showing him what had really happened. The dark power of the house had claimed her. It had taken her in the flames, and it had begun to feed on the sorrow, the grief, the despair that had followed. And in that moment, as the shadows closed in on James, he understood the house's true purpose. It was not simply a haunted house. No, it was a trap, a prison, a feeding ground, a place where souls were harvested, consumed, and then trapped forever within the walls. His mother had been the first, but she had not been the last. And now it was his turn. The figure, his dark twin, grinned wider, his pale eyes glinting. With cruel amusement, "It's time to awaken," it said, its voice now a low, guttural growl. "You will become the next link in the chain. You will carry the house's power, its curse, forever." James' body stiffened, a sharp pang of coldness seizing his chest. A desperate thought cut through his fear numb. He couldn't let this happen. He wouldn't let it happen. But there was no escape. The darkness swarmed around him, pulling him toward the figure, its cold fingers wrapping around his wrist, tightening, squeezing. The shadows were alive now, swirling and twisting like serpents, pulling him into their depths. The walls of the room shifted, closing in on him, shrinking. The air grew even colder, and he could feel the weight of time pressing down on him, suffocating him, pulling him into the abyss. Smiled. "There is no escape, James. This is your inheritance." James felt his vision blur again, the edges of reality warping, crumbling away. His body no longer felt like his own. It was as though his soul was being dragged away, ripped from his body, pulled into the depths of the house. He reached out, gasping for air, desperate to break free. But the shadows were too powerful, too consuming. The house, the curse, the bloodline, it was all pulling him in, chaining him to this place, to this fate. "You belong to us." James, the figure, hissed, its voice now 1,000 voices, speaking as one. "You belong to the house." As the darkness overwhelmed him, a scream rose in his throat, but it was swallowed by the void. And then there was nothing. James awoke in the silence, his eyes snapping open, but all he could see was blackness. He tried to move, to rise, but his limbs were heavy, his body felt like it was submerged in cold. Thick mud, each inch of movement taking an exhausting effort. There was no sound, not even the gentle hum of the house. No creaking of floorboards, no whispers in the walls, just the suffocating, all-encompassing darkness. His chest heaved with panic, his breaths shallow and uneven as the weight of his thoughts crashed down on him. What had happened? What was this place? Where was he? The last thing he remembered was the figure, his twin, his mirror image drawing him into the blackened void. He had been overwhelmed, consumed by the house. The shadows had eaten him alive, taken him deeper into the cursed bowels of this place. Now he wasn't sure if he was even still alive. A shiver ran down his spine as the darkness seemed to press in around him, tightening like a vice. Was this it? Was this where the house had kept all the lost souls? Trapped in an endless sea of shadow, he tried to stand again, summoning all his strength, but his body refused to obey. The cold seeped into his bones, the chill clinging to him like the grave. Panic surged in his chest, but he forced it back, gripping the edge of his thoughts with all his remaining willpower. Then the silence cracked. It started soft, so soft it could have been mistaken for the wind, but it grew. The faintest of sounds, a slithering, crawling whisper that seemed to come from every corner of the darkness. James, he froze, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end, as his name echoed in the void. The sound was impossibly close, so close it felt as though someone was breathing down his neck. His eyes strained, trying to see beyond the void, but there was nothing but darkness. Then, another voice joined the first. This one was louder, colder, like a death rattle carried on the wind. James, come back. The voice was familiar, his mother's voice, but there was something ... off about it. Something wrong. The tone, the cadence, the way it lingered in the air, it was unnatural, empty, hollow, but the desperation in it was clear. The pull, the beckoning. Come back to me, James. His heart skipped a beat, and for a moment his limbs felt like they might betray him. The voice was coming from somewhere. It wasn't just in his head, it was all around him. The house was calling to him again, the same way it had when he was a child. The same voice that had haunted his dreams, that had pulled him through the years with the promise of something familiar. No, not again. James forced his body to move, ignoring the weight of the cold that still clung to him, suffocating him. He refused to listen. He wouldn't listen. He knew the truth about the house, about what had happened to his mother, about the curse that had bound him to this place. The figure, the man, had told him everything. It was all true. His family had been sacrificed to the house, they had been consumed by its hunger, just as he would be if he let himself fall for this trick. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, the voices merging and overlapping until it was impossible to tell where one ended and another began. Come back, James. You are one of us. James, the house needs you. The words were clawing at his mind, digging their way into his thoughts, poisoning his every instinct. But he fought it. He squeezed his eyes shut, his fists clenched so tight, his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. He couldn't let it take him. He wouldn't let it pull him back into its darkness, into the cycle of torment that had consumed his family for generations. The shadows seemed to shift, grow larger, more aggressive, as though they were sensing his defiance, responding to his resistance. The darkness began to crackle, the air humming with an unseen energy. It was as if the house itself was alive, aware, watching, feeding on his fear. James could feel it, a slow pressure building around him. The temperature dropped even further, the cold so intense it stung his skin like needles. He gritted his teeth, pushing back, but the force was growing. It was coming for him. He reached out into the dark, searching for anything to steady himself, to anchor himself. His fingers brushed against something cold and jagged, stone or metal, he didn't know, but he gripped it tightly, forcing himself to move in the direction of whatever it was. Every inch of progress felt like a battle, but he couldn't stop. Now, the voices faded into an eerie silence, but the air around him remained thick with malevolent energy, as if the very atmosphere was charged with dark intent. And then, as his fingers brushed against something smooth and cold, he felt a sudden shift in the air, a tremor. The ground beneath him rumbled, a low, ominous growl, as if the earth itself was reacting to his defiance. The shadows began to shift again, swirling around him, wrapping tighter, as if trying to devour him whole. But there was something else now, something more, a pressure, a weight, as though the house itself was waking up. Stirring from a long slumber, the darkness around him seemed to expand. And then a light, faint at first, just a flicker, barely visible through the blackness. But it was there, a faint, fragile glow, like a dying ember in the distance.
It was
warm, a stark contrast to the cold that surrounded him, a symbol of hope. Maybe the only hope left. The ground trembled again, this time with greater force, and for a brief moment, James thought he could hear something deep within the earth, something ancient, stirring, something alive. The house was responding. He pushed forward, driven by a renewed sense of urgency, his pulse pounding in his ears. The glow grew stronger, clearer, until it revealed a shape-hand archway, a door. No, it wasn't just any door, it was the same door from earlier, the one that had led him into the heart of the house, into the very heart of the curse. But now it was open, a passageway into something different, something he couldn't explain. James felt the pull again. The house wanted him, it always had. But the door, the light, it promised something else, a chance to escape, a chance to end this once and for all. He didn't think twice, he didn't hesitate. With every ounce of strength he had left, James sprinted toward the doorway, the shadows clawing at his heels, trying to pull him back, trying to drag him into the eternal darkness. But he wouldn't stop. Not this time, not ever again. As he crossed the threshold, a final, deafening crash rang out behind him. The house, or whatever was left of it, screaming in fury. The door slammed shut, the darkness cut off, leaving him in a strange, unnatural silence. But James didn't feel free. He could still hear the whispers, the cries of the lost souls. He could still feel the weight of the house's hunger lingering at the edges of his mind. The curse was not gone. It wasn't over. It was just beginning. The silence after the door slammed shut was suffocating. The house, its shadows, its whispers, its unbearable weights into retreat. As though it had been cut off from him entirely, James stood in the center of a new, unfamiliar space. His breath ragged, his chest heaving as though he had been running for miles. His body felt like it belonged to someone else, each movement stiff and unnatural. The air here was thick, but not suffocating. It wasn't the oppressive cold of the house, but a different kind of stillness, one that was heavy with expectation. James blinked, his eyes adjusting to the dim light. He had crossed through the door, the one that had appeared just when he thought he had no strength left. But this place, wherever it was, wasn't any better. If anything, it was more suffocating. The walls seemed to close in on him, narrowing with every breath, as if the entire space was aware of his presence. There were no shadows here, no eyes watching him from the corners of the room, but there was something worse. There was a feeling that he wasn't alone. The place felt alive. He didn't know how long he had been standing there, lost in the haze of exhaustion and dread. The only thing that pierced through the haze was the familiar sense of hunger, that gnawing, insistent emptiness that he had felt since his first encounter with the house. It was the same pull, the same need that had brought him back to this cursed place. But this time, it wasn't as strong. It was distant, faint, like a murmur buried deep beneath the ground. The room around him was nothing like what he had expected. It was small, square, and barren, with walls made of cold, unyielding stone. The floor was smooth, almost polished, but cracked in places as though it had once been part of something greater, something more expansive. The dim light that filled the space came from no apparent source, casting everything in strange, shadowless hues. The air smelled faintly of mildew, of something decaying just beneath the surface. It was a scent that made his stomach turn, but he couldn't focus on that. There was something else, something more pressing. In the center of the room was a stone pedestal, tall and grand. Upon it, in an eerie stillness, rested a single object. It was an old, ornate key, its design intricate but faded with age. The metal had a dark patina, tarnished and worn, and it seemed to pulse with an almost imperceptible energy, as though it were alive. Breathing in time with his own heartbeat, James felt an unnatural pull toward it. He didn't want to touch it. He didn't want to move, but his feet carried him forward, slow at first, then faster, until he was standing before the pedestal, his fingers trembling as they hovered just above the key. It wasn't the hunger that urged him to reach for it. It was something else. It was the weight of all the years, all the generations of his family who had walked these cursed halls. It was the knowledge that he had always been a part of this, that somehow this key was his dot. This is the last trap. But before he could pull his hand away, the whispers began again, soft, distant at first, and then growing, swelling into a chorus of voices that swirled around him, crashing against the walls of his mind like waves on jagged rocks. The voices of his family, his ancestors, the ones who had been taken by the house. It's time, James. James, Joe's. The words twisted and turned in his mind, pulling at him, pushing him, until he felt as though his very soul was being stretched thin. The voices were familiar now. They were no longer disembodied echoes, were his, their desperate cries for release, for peace. But peace was a lie. This place didn't offer peace. It didn't offer freedom. It only offered one thing. The house. The house always took. James swallowed hard, his throat dry as his fingers curled around the key. It was cold against his skin, colder than it had any right to be. The moment his hand made contact with it, the room seemed to shift, the air thickening with an invisible pressure. The shadows at the edges of the room flickered, as if the house itself was breathing, alive again after years of dormancy. The walls groaned softly, as if shifting to accommodate something, to open a new path for him, a new door. The key felt heavier in his hand. It pulsed with a rhythmic thrum, as if it were calling him toward something inevitable. He closed his eyes for a moment, steadying himself against the onslaught of memories, of voices. He had come here to escape, to break free, to end the curse that had plagued his family for generations. But in his heart, he knew that the house would never let him leave. It would never let go. It had always been part of him. He didn't need to hear the whispers any longer to understand the truth. The key had been placed here for a reason. It was the last link, the final step, the last thing standing between him and the truth of what he had to do. The key wasn't meant to unlock a door. It was meant to lock him in place. It was a choice, the final decision that would seal his fate. The house had taken everything from him, and it would continue to do so forever, unless he made the decision to end it. But what was the price of that? Could he really destroy the house, end the curse, at the cost of his own soul? Could he destroy the legacy of his family, the very thing that had shaped him into who he was? A voice broke through the chaos of his thoughts, a voice he had not heard before, one that was familiar, yet alien. Your sacrifice is the only way, James. It was his mother's voice. But this time, it wasn't the hollow echo of the past. It was a plea, a desperate cry from beyond. The sacrifice was not his alone to make. It was hers too. She had been the first to suffer. She had been taken by the house, just like the others. She had been the one who had let it in. The realization hit him like a physical blow. It wasn't just his family's curse, it was his too. He had been born into this, bound to the house by blood and by fate. The house wasn't just a place, it was a part of him, and he was a part of it. And the house had been waiting for him to come back, to return. James' hand tightened around the key as his heart raced, his breath shallow. He had to make the choice. There was no turning back now. The pedestal began to shift beneath his feet, the stone groaning with the weight of centuries. The key began to glow, its edges pulsing with an otherworldly light. The voices of his ancestors grew louder now, a cacophony of grief, of regret, of longing. His family's pain was his pain. Their torment had been passed down to him, and now it was his turn to carry it. The final choice lay before him. End it all. The voices whispered, "Sacrifice yourself. Free us. Free the house." James closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his fingers trembling against the key. He felt the pull, the hunger, the need for release coursing through his veins, urging him to act. But he hesitated. For the first time in his life, he felt power. The power to make a decision that would change everything. To free himself, to free them all. From this never-ending cycle, he raised the key to the pedestal, his heart pounding in his chest. The air seemed to hold its breath as the light grew blinding. He could feel it the moment, the breaking point, and then, with one final unsteady breath, James made his choice. The key slid into place, and everything went dark. The darkness was not what he expected. James had braced himself for a final, overwhelming emptiness, the kind of silence that swallows everything whole. But this was something else entirely. The blackness around him wasn't still, it was restless, shifting, stirring, as though it was alive. It seemed to pulse in time with his own heartbeat, each thrum in his chest echoed by the oppressive weight of the void. He could still feel the key, its cold presence, clutched tightly in his hand. But everything else, the world, the space around him, was gone, nothing, not even a whisper. He had thought the key would lead him to an end. He had hoped it would break the cycle, that it would destroy the house, the curse, the weight that had hung over his family for generations. But instead, all that surrounded him now was nothing, just the suffocating pressure of an empty void. He was still here, still trapped. His breath hitched as the realization set in, his throat tight with fear. Had he failed? Had he made a mistake? What was the purpose of the key if it had only led him to this endless, insufferable blackness? Was there no escape from this place? No salvation? Had the house truly consumed him as it had consumed them all? Suddenly, the silence was pierced by the faintest sound, a creak, low and distant, like the groan of a house settling in the wind. It was subtle at first, barely perceptible, but it grew louder, more distinct, until it was unmistakable. The sound was familiar, the slow, torturous creak of the front door opening. The hairs on the back of James's neck stood on end. He didn't need to see to know what was happening. He didn't need to hear the footsteps or feel the weight of the presence behind him. He could feel it in the air. The house had come back. The house had never left. It was alive, watching, waiting, ever present. No matter how many doors were closed, no matter how many times he had tried to run, this was its true form, an entity that couldn't be destroyed, only shifted and reshaped into new forms. The house had consumed him, not with hunger, but with its eternal nature. He spun around, his heart pounding, eyes darting desperately in every direction, but there was no escape. The darkness remained, a prison that stretched infinitely in all directions. No walls, no floors, no ceilings, only the suffocating weight of an endless void. And yet, he could feel the pull of the house now manifesting around him, like a hungry, invisible presence, threading its way into the very air he breathed. There, in the distance, a light flickered, faint at first, then stronger, brighter. It was the same dim glow from before, the same door, now more solid, more defined. James's pulse quickened as he recognized it for what it was, a passageway. But it wasn't a way out, it was a way in. The house was calling him, pulling him back to its center, to its heart, the place where it had begun, the place where it had always been. The faint sound of footsteps reached his ears again, closer now, deliberate. Someone was walking toward him through the darkness. He could feel it, the oppressive weight of their presence, the sickening pressure of it. There was no need to see them. He could feel the eyes. This was the house reaching through the very fabric of his mind, reminding him of its unyielding power. It knows you, the voice whispered, as though the house itself was speaking through the footsteps. It knows everything about you, James gritted, his teeth, his heart pounding harder. No, he thought fiercely. I'm not going back. Not again. But even as he thought it, his body betrayed him. His legs began to move of their own accord, carrying him toward the light, toward the doorway, toward the place where he had first encountered the truth of the house, the place where it had all started, the place where it had chosen him, with Each step, the air grew heavier, thicker. His chest tightened, and the ache in his limbs intensified. He tried to resist. He tried to stop, to stand still, but it was as though the air itself was pulling him forward. Each footfall was like a heavy weight, dragging him toward the light. No. He had to break free. He had to make it stop. But every step toward the doorway felt like a step deeper into the abyss, the maw of something greater. The house, its hunger, its need. His vision blurred as the light ahead grew larger. It wasn't the warm, welcoming glow of hope, it was the same sickly, suffocating light from before. The house had twisted it, reshaped it into something darker, something more sinister. It was a trap, a lure designed to pull him back in. He knew this now, but it was too late. The moment he stepped through the door, everything shifted. The void exploded around him in a burst of light and shadow, an explosion of force that sent him reeling, his mind spinning. He staggered, his feet struggling to find purchase as the ground beneath him seemed to warp and distort, twisting in unnatural ways. The air was thick with the smell of decay, of rot, and the sound of the house, its groaning. Its whispering was deafening. The house was alive, and it was hungry. The walls around him seemed to pulse and sway, breathing in time with his heartbeat. The floor beneath him cracked, splintering as though the house was opening up to swallow him whole. The familiar scent of mildew and decay flooded his nostrils, and his heart nearly stopped as a cold, skeletal hand shot out from the darkness. Grabbing him by the wrist, he froze. The figure that appeared in the doorway, his twinsed end to the light. But it wasn't the same as before. It was distorted, twisted, as though the house had reshaped it into something grotesque, a reflection of what James had become. His twin smiled, a horrific, unnerving grin that sent a wave of nausea through James's gut. "It was you all along," the figure whispered, its voice a hollow mockery of his own. "You were always meant to return, always meant to be part of this." Part of me, James shook his head, his chest tightening. He wanted to scream, to run, but there was nowhere to go. The house had him in its grip. "You can never escape," the figure said, its smile widening. "You can only serve." The ground beneath him cracked open, and James fell to his knees, the sound of the house's hunger deafening in his ears. The floor splintered. Further, pieces of stone and wood falling away to reveal a dark chasm beneath. The void, the nothingness that had surrounded him, was pulling him down into it. And then the whispers returned, louder than ever. They were no longer just distant voices. They were here, in his mind, in his soul, consuming him. "Let go. James, you belong to us. We are one." The floor cracked, and everything went dark. And in that darkness, the house waited. It was always waiting. The abyss was a vast, empty sea, black and unyielding. It swallowed him whole, the darkness thick, heavy, pressing against him like the weight of 1,000 years. But this time, James didn't fight it. This time, he didn't struggle. His body felt as though it had been carved from stone, unyielding and still. The house's pull was insistent, like the call of the ocean to the drowning, drawing him deeper into its center. But he didn't try to swim. There was no point. He was already lost. But just as his mind began to surrender to the dark, to the endless spiral of his own thoughts, a flash of light erupted from the void. It was sudden and sharp, like the strike of lightning, searing the blackness with an intensity that made him gasp, his senses snapping back into sharp focus. James blinked, his vision blurry, but there at the edge of his sight, something was taking shape. A figure dark yet familiar was emerging from the void. At first it was a mere silhouette, but it solidified quickly, becoming more distinct with each passing moment. He recognized it immediately. It was his mother, but she wasn't the same. She stood in the center of the darkness, bathed in an ethereal glow, but her features were distorted, blurred. Her skin was translucent, her eyes voids of blackness. She was there, but not truly there, specter caught between this world and the next, a figure born of grief, of the past. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out at first. She reached for him, her hands trembling in the air like the fragile, broken wings of a moth. The connection between them was undeniable, a tether that stretched across the chasm of time and space, drawing him toward her. His heart raced, confusion bubbling in his chest. What was she doing here? Was this a final message? A warning? But when her voice finally broke the silence, it was not what he had expected. "James," she whispered, her voice hollow, torn between realms. "You shouldn't have come back." The words struck him like a hammer, shattering something deep. Within him, his knees buckled. Couldn't believe he had come here to break the cycle, to free himself and his family from the curse. But now, hearing her voice, hearing the regret in her tone, the weight of it hit him like a crushing wave. "Mom," his voice was weak, distant, as though the words themselves were being drawn away by the vast darkness around him. "Why are you here? Why did you?" Her form flickered, her presence wavering like smoke, and for a moment, the void around them seemed to breathe, its pulse thumping in rhythm with James's heart. The air grew thick, the oppressive weight of the house pressing in from all sides. "I never wanted you to follow," she continued, her voice growing weaker, quieter. "I never wanted you to carry the burden, but it was already too late. The house, it chose us." Her words hung in the air, each one sharper than the last. He struggled to make sense of them, but the meaning eluded him, slipping through his fingers like sand. The house, it chose us. What did that mean? Why had she said it like that? James's breath quickened, his pulse pounding in his ears. The house had chosen them. He had always known it, in some quiet corner of his mind. The house was not just a place, it was a force, a presence that moved through time, pulling people into its orbit, bending them to its will. His family had been caught in its grip for generations, and now he had fallen victim to the same curse. And now his mother was here, trapped in this empty space between life and death, caught in the house's endless pull. She had tried to protect him, to shield him from this fate, but it had been too strong. The house had claimed her, and now it wanted him to. He tried to speak, to call out to her, to ask her what he was supposed to do, but the words caught in his throat. He couldn't breathe. The shadows around him seemed to close in, wrapping around him like a suffocating blanket. "James," she whispered again, but this time the voice was distorted. It was no longer just hers, it was the house speaking through her. "You can't escape me. You belong to me now." Her form collapsed in on itself, turning to smoke, to ash, until nothing remained. The blackness surged forward, swallowing her. It was as though she had never been there at all. The weight of her absence pressed heavily on his chest, but before he could process the emptiness, a new sensation washed over him, a sharp, violent tug at his soul, a wrenching pain that pulled at him from deep within. His body lurched, and he gasped, unable to stop the sensation that was overwhelming him. The hunger, the pull of the house, it wasn't just external anymore. It was inside him. It was part of him. He tried to scream, but no sound came. The ground beneath him quaked, and the darkness seemed to stretch and ripple, warping and distorting around him. Shadows began to form, distorted figures, half human, half monster, crawling from the blackness. He could see their faces, twisted in agony, mouths agape in silent screams. His ancestors, those who had come before him, they were there, but they weren't alive. They were trapped. One of the figures stepped forward, tall, gaunt, with hollow eyes and a mouth twisted in a grotesque smile. It was his father, or at least, it looked like his father. "You're not free," the figure hissed, its voice sharp and crackling. "None of us ever were." James recoiled, his heart racing, as the figure advanced, its hand reaching out for him. He tried to pull away, but his feet were rooted to the spot. The darkness, the shadows, they were alive, and they were pulling him closer, drawing him into their grasp. He couldn't escape them. He couldn't escape the house. "We are all part of it," the figure whispered. "And now, so are you." James's vision blurred. The darkness surged, growing heavier, until he felt like he was sinking into it. The figure's hand wrapped around his wrist, cold and unyielding. The shadows reached out, their tendrils curling around his body, squeezing the air from his lungs. The house had taken everything: his mother, his father, his family. It had taken their lives, their memories, and now it was taking him to heat. Closed his eyes, a tear slipping down his cheek. It was hopeless. There was no escape. But then, amidst the suffocating grip of the house, a memory surfaced, one that James had pushed down, buried so deep that he had almost forgotten it. A memory of his grandmother's voice, her warning: "The house feeds on those who stay, on those who refuse to leave. It doesn't want you to fight. It wants you to accept it. It wants you to belong to it." And suddenly, the meaning of those words crashed into him with terrible clarity. He wasn't just caught in the house's trap. He was feeding it. The house thrived on his fear, his grief, his despair. As long as he stayed trapped in this endless loop, it would never release him. He had to let go, but could he? Could he truly accept his fate? The answer was already too late. The shadows closed in, wrapping around him until he was consumed by them. The weight of the darkness was suffocating, pressing on him from all sides. It didn't feel like a place anymore. It felt like a living thing, its breath slow and deliberate, its pulse in time with his own. James was numb. His mind floated in a haze, a swirling vortex of thoughts and memories that refused to solidify. The house had him, and there was no way out. There was no end to the blackness, no escape from the weight of its ancient hunger. Every step he took, every breath he drew, seemed to sink him deeper into its grasp, pulling him into the very bones of the place. But then, a shift. A crack in the void. Something stirred in the distance. A faint light, flickering like a fragile star in the chasm of nothingness. It was weak, but it was there. A doorway, perhaps, or a sign. James couldn't tell. He felt his limbs moving before he could even will them to. His feet shifted through the air, light as though they were not touching the ground at all, and his body drifted toward the light. His mind was too clouded to resist, and his heart too heavy with hopelessness to fight the direction he was being pulled in as he approached the light. The air around him seemed to hum, vibrating with energy. The shadows recoiled like a retreating tide, and for the briefest moment, he thought he saw something faint, but undeniably, there a shadow crossing the threshold of the light. The figure was tall, hunched, shrouded in a cloak of darkness that seemed to shimmer as it moved. James's breath hitched. He knew that figure. Even through the haze of fear and despair, he could recognize it. It was his mother, but something was different about her. Her presence was distorted, warped by the very essence of the house that had claimed her. The ethereal glow that surrounded her seemed twisted, as though the light itself was infected with the house's unnatural force. Her face was the same, but her eyes were black, as they had been when she had appeared to him before. Hollow, empty. The life that had once filled them was long gone, replaced by something dark, something that no longer resembled the woman he had loved. She extended a hand toward him, her fingers long and translucent, as though they had been pulled from the very shadows that had consumed her. Her lips parted, and her voice cold and distant slithered into his ears, like a whisper from the grave. "James," she spoke, her voice echoing through the darkness, bending and warping as it filled the air. "Do you think you can escape this place? Can you truly fight what we have become?" James's heart pounded in his chest. It felt as though her words were squeezing the air from his lungs, and he could barely get the strength to answer. His legs trembled, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he stumbled, his footing uncertain. He collapsed to his knees before her. "Mom," he choked out, voice raw and desperate. "Why are you still here? Why can't you leave? Why can't we leave?" She did not answer immediately, her gaze fixing on him with that hollow stare, the emptiness that seemed to consume the very soul of the house. The coldness in her eyes burned through him like ice, an endless freeze that stilled his blood and rattled his bones. "Leave, James, I have never left," she murmured, her form wavering, shifting between moments, like a shadow struggling to hold its shape. "None of us leave. Not now. Not after what it's taken from us." Her eyes darkened further, if that was even possible. The shadows around them seemed to stretch and twist with a mind of their own, wrapping around her, clinging to her like old clothes. James could see that she was fighting something, struggling against the very thing that had claimed her. It was as though she was tethered to the house, bound by invisible threads that would never snap. "You don't understand, James," she whispered, her voice trembling now. "It feeds on us. We are its food, our memories, our grief, our souls. It takes everything, and it gives nothing. It devours all of us, everyone who tries to fight it, and then it becomes part of us." James stared at her, the realization crashing over him like a tidal wave. The house wasn't just a house. It wasn't just some evil force tied to the land. The house was alive. It was more than a structure. It was a being, a creature that had existed for centuries, feeding on the pain and sorrow of those it claimed. His family hadn't just been trapped in it. They had been consumed by it, their very essence twisted and broken by its endless hunger. He remembered the stories now, the whispers his grandmother had passed down through the years. The ones about the house, about how it was cursed, how it devoured the hearts and minds of those who entered. It didn't just kill them, it took them, reshaped them, turned them into something else entirely. A piece of the house, a fragment of its insatiable hunger. He wasn't meant to escape. No one was. It was too late. James looked up at his mother, seeing the sorrow in her twisted gaze, and for a moment, he thought he saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes, a flicker of the woman she had once been, buried beneath the house's influence. She reached out to him, her hand trembling, her face filled with the torment of an existence trapped between worlds. "James," she said again, her voice now a broken, desperate plea. "I tried to protect you. I didn't want you to suffer like we did, but it's too late. The house, it will never let you go. It never lets anyone go." The darkness around them seemed to press in closer, suffocating, as though the house itself was breathing in time with their words. The light from the door behind him flickered and dimmed, as if it were about to fade away. The shadows wrapped tighter around his mother's figure, swallowing her presence piece by piece until there was nothing left of her, only a faint echo of her voice. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her words barely audible over the growing hum of the houses. "Power, I couldn't save you." And then she was gone. For a moment, there was only silence. The darkness closed in around him once more, the air thick with a crushing weight. His mother's words echoed in his mind, the truth of them settling like a stone in his stomach. The house had claimed them all, and now it was coming for him. It was not just a physical space, it was an entity, a hunger that sought to consume everything it touched. The more it fed, the stronger it became, and now it was too late to stop. No hope, but then something shifted, something else, far deeper than the darkness, began to stir. The house was not finished yet. It was not ready to claim him. A soft voice, cold and hollow, whispered through the blackness. "James," he shuddered, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck rise, his pulse quickening. The house was calling to him, but it wasn't just the house. It was something else, something older, something far more sinister. It had always been there, waiting. The door behind him creaked open with a groan. The sound of wood scraping against wood, so familiar it made his chest tighten with dread. This time, it wasn't a door, it was a portal, a way out, or perhaps a way deeper. James felt the tug again. The house's grip was tightening on him, pulling him toward the door, toward the light that beckoned him. It was a familiar light, a cold, spectral glow that had promised so many things before, but this time it was different. The house had shown him its true face. He had seen it all, and he knew what he had to do. The door was not the way out, it was the way in. The cold that enveloped James was so deep it cut through him, straight to his bones. He stood at the threshold of the door, staring into the flickering light, the faintest trace of hope that still clung to his mind. But there was nothing hopeful. In the light now, it was pale, sickly and natural, like the glow of a dying star. It beckoned him, its warmth almost inviting, but he could feel an annoying sense that the door was not salvation. It was another trick, another illusion spun by the house, designed to lure him deeper into its depths. He should have known better. He should have understood the moment his mother's tortured spirit had whispered her final words to him: "It never lets anyone go." The weight of the truth settled heavily on him, and for a brief moment, the world seemed to stand still. Everything around him, the darkness, the shadows, the house itself, fell away. It was as if time had stopped, and he was suspended in a space of frozen silence. His breath caught in his throat as the gravity of his situation pressed down on him with crushing force. He wasn't just fighting for his life, he was fighting for his very soul. The house had taken so much from him already: his family, his past, his sanity. It had devoured them all, one by one, until there was nothing left but empty echoes of who they had been. And now it wanted him. He was its final piece, its last meal, its last chance at full consumption. Yet, in that moment of stillness, something inside him stirred, something buried deep, locked away for years. A spark of defiance, a flicker. The man he used to be, before he had ever set foot in this cursed place, before his mind had fractured under the weight of grief and loss, before he had let fear control him. He wasn't just another victim. He wasn't just another soul to feed. The house not yet. The door before him shimmered, and as he stepped closer, the air around him shifted. He could hear it now: soft whispers, faint voices, like the wind moving through a forest, murmuring from the other side. There were memories in those voices, snippets of conversations, of laughter, of sorrow. He recognized some of them: his family, his father's laughter, so warm and full of life, his mother's voice, soft and nurturing. But there were others too: strange, hollow voices that didn't belong to anyone he knew. The voices of those who had been lost to the house long before his arrival. The house's hunger had claimed them too. He raised his hand, fingers trembling. As they hovered just inches from the doorframe, the cold radiated from it, seeping into his skin, and he could feel the pulse of something powerful, something ancient, thrumming from within. And then a voice cut through the noise of his thoughts, familiar and haunting. "You can't go back, James. You're already here." He froze. The voice was unmistakable, his mother's, but twisted, warped by the house. A low growl, a sickening sound that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. "You can't escape," it continued, "because you belong to us." He clenched his fists. His mother's face, the one he had seen in the darkness just moments ago, flickered in his mind. She was trapped. She was a part of the house now, a part of its insatiable hunger. She had fought, tried to protect him, but now she was nothing more than another lost soul. The realization struck him like a blow to the chest. He was already gone, but wasn't he? He reached for the door, his mind swirling in confusion. The house wanted him. It wanted all of them. But if he walked through that door, would he be walking toward his own death? Toward eternal darkness? A voice, low and guttural, rumbled beneath the surface of his thoughts, pulling him deeper into the house's grasp. Walk through and you'll be free. James's heart pounded. His legs were weak, unsteady, as though his body wasn't his own anymore. He wanted to turn away, to run, but the door had already pulled him in, as if it were waiting for him. His mother's tortured face flashed in his mind again. She had never wanted him to follow. She had tried to protect him, to shield him from this fate, but she hadn't been strong enough. She had surrendered, and that was what it came down to, wasn't it? Surrender. If he could just give in, give up, maybe the house would release him. Maybe the cycle would end. He could stop fighting, stop surviving, and finally fade away. He wouldn't have to carry the weight of loss, of guilt, of everything he had failed to save. The light in the doorway beckoned, its tendrils wrapping around him like a soft, familiar embrace. He could feel the warmth of it, like the first rays of the morning sun, a promise of peace after a long, brutal night. The voices spoke again. His mother's voice, his father's, the hollow voices of those who had been swallowed whole by the house. Come to us. ... We are waiting. With each whisper, his resolve wavered. He closed his eyes, the temptation to give. In pulling at him like a tide, his knees buckled, and he fell to the floor. The shadows swirled around him, like they were feeding on his hesitation. The door glowed brighter now, almost blinding. But then something shifted. A crack in the endless darkness, a sliver of clarity. James opened his eyes and looked at the door, but now he saw it differently. It wasn't just a door. It wasn't just the path that the house had laid out for him. It was a choice he could make. The house didn't own him, not yet. He didn't have to give in. He didn't have to surrender, but it was hard to fight. So hard, every step forward was a struggle. Every breath was an agony of conflicting desires. The door was still there, glowing in front of him, a promise of peace, of an end to this torment. But the cost, what would it cost him to walk through that light? What would he become? What would he lose? Could he live with the consequences? The darkness around him shifted again, pulling tighter, urging him to take that final step, to cross the threshold. The hunger of the house was ravenous, and it was clear it would not let him go easily. But he had already lost so much, it would take more than a door, more than a promise of peace. To break him now, James stood, his hands shaking as he reached for the doorframe. He pressed his palm against the cold wood, feeling its pulse beneath his fingertips. And in that moment, he realized something. The house was not invincible, and neither was he. There was power in resistance, power in the choice to fight, even when the odds were against you. James turned his back to the door. The light flickered, dimming, the house's pull becoming desperate, frantic. It could not understand. It had always fed on surrender, on fear. But James was done surrendering. His mother's voice echoed again, but this time he didn't listen. "I'm sorry, Mom," he whispered. "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to give up." The darkness rumbled around him, the house's rage building in a crescendo. But James took a deep breath. He wouldn't let the house take him. Not today. The door slammed shut behind him with a deafening crack, and the darkness swallowed him whole. The darkness felt different now. He could feel it press against him with a weight far heavier than it ever had before. It wasn't just suffocating. It was alive, pushing and pulling him, twisting him into places he didn't want to go. The shadows, those ancient tendrils that had always crept at the edges of his vision, had become more than just a presence now. They were a force that demanded something from him, and now that he had defied it, it had become enraged. It burned with fury, like a creature whose prey had slipped from its grasp. James staggered forward, his legs weak, his body trembling. Under the weight of exhaustion, but he forced himself to move. The air around him was thick with the stench of decay, of things long forgotten. The house seemed to grow smaller, pressing in on him from all sides, until he felt as though he was walking through a tunnel, his steps echoing off the walls in a hollow rhythm. It wasn't just the architecture now. The house had become the darkness, the walls, the very air. It was a single, pulsing organism that beat in time with the rhythm of his heart. The further he walked, the more the house seemed to shift around him. The floorboards groaned under his weight, creaking as if they had come alive, bending beneath the strain of his movement. The walls whispered to him, not in the faint, distant voices he had heard before, but in words now sharp, clear, and cold. You can't escape. You can't leave. Not ever. James clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He knew now. It was the house speaking to him, the malevolent entity that had woven itself into every inch of the place. He had come so far. He had seen the truth, but the truth was not enough. He had not broken free. Not yet. Not until he had faced what waited beyond. He had to find the heart of the house in the corners of his mind. The house was a monstrous creature. It had a heart, a pulse, a source that powered everything. It was no longer just a structure built from wood and brick. It was the embodiment of something far older, something ancient, bound to this land for reasons even the oldest folklore could not explain. The hunger it carried within it wasn't merely for souls, it was for control, for dominion, for totality. The house was a living force, and it would stop at nothing to consume all that dared to enter. The walls pressed tighter, the whispers louder now, angry murmurs that seemed to come from the very depths of the house. He could hear them in the dark, rising and falling like the sound of distant, broken voices, long buried, screams, laughter, mournful sighs, each one reminding him of the lives, the souls that had been lost here, and still the house waited. He reached the end of the hall, but the door before him was not a door anymore. It was an opening, an abyss. The threshold had changed. It seemed to ripple in the air, distorting like a wave across water. It wasn't a doorway leading to another room. It was a crack in the very fabric of reality itself. James stepped toward it. His breath came in shallow gasps now, his heart racing faster as the darkness around him pressed closer, threatening to devour him entirely. He could hear the heartbeat of the house now, a slow, rhythmic thrum. It pulsed, and with each beat, the air grew colder. When he reached the opening, he hesitated. He had come this far, but now doubt took root. His hand trembled as he extended it toward the air in front of him. He had to know what was inside. He had to face the heart of the house. He could feel its power, a surge of energy waiting to be unleashed. Like a beast coiled in the dark, he stepped forward. The world around him rippled, the air pulling at him as if trying to suck him in. The ground beneath his feet seemed to dissolve into nothingness, and for a moment, he was suspended in a place where nothing existed but the sound of the house's heartbeat. He felt the pulse of the entity, of the house itself, vibrating through his very soul. And then he saw it. The heart, not an object. The heart was alive. It was the very essence of the house, pulsing and writhing, a swirling mass of darkness that had no shape, no form. It was everything and nothing at once, a black void that consumed everything it touched. But it wasn't just a void. No. As James gazed into the center of it, he saw the faces of those who had come before him, his family. His mother, her face twisted in torment, her eyes hollow and empty. His father, a mere wisp of a shadow, his form flickering in and out of existence. The others, so many others. They were not gone. They were not dead. They had been absorbed into this entity, part of its dark core, forever trapped in the heart of the house. And then there was a voice. No, not a voice. A presence. A force. The house spoke to him now, directly, its words slipping into his mind like a cold blade. "You are mine now, James, just like the others. You will never leave. You will become part of me." The words rang in his ears like 1,000 bells, but this time he didn't feel fear. This time he felt something else, something more powerful than fear, something raw, anger, defiance. He had no family left. They had all been lost to the house. His past had been consumed, twisted, and distorted by its hunger. But he was not like them. He was different. He had survived, and now he would make his choice. The pulse of the heart quickened. The walls closed in, the shadows darkened, and the house waited. James reached deep within himself, grasping for that one thing that had carried him this far, that thing that had been buried deep inside him all along. His will. He was not a part of the house. He was not a part of its hunger. He was a man, and he would not be consumed. With one final, forceful breath, he reached out into the heart of the house, into the pulsing, writhing blackness, and in his mind he screamed. The house recoiled. The dark void shattered with a terrible, violent roar, as though the very fabric of the house had torn apart. The walls trembled, shaking like a beast struck by an unseen force. The heartbeat faltered, then faltered again, and then came to a sudden, deafening silence. Everything stopped. The darkness was gone. James stood there, gasping for breath, his hands trembling at his sides. He couldn't believe it. He had done it. He had broken the house. It was over. The house had been defeated. He could feel it wash over him, and he could feel the weight lifting from his chest. The oppressive presence, the suffocating pull of the house had vanished. The shadows that had been his constant companion were gone. But then, as the light flickered, a chill ran down his spine. The light, once so warm and inviting, began to darken, flickering with uncertainty. The house was not finished yet. It had only retreated. The heart of the house had been ripped open, yes. But something else was born from the wound. A whisper filled his ears. "It is never over." The voice, no, the presence was not gone. It lingered in the very air around him, in the walls, in the fabric of the house. It wasn't just the house that had fed on him. He had fed on it, too. He had taken from it as much as it had taken from him. And so the cycle would continue. James turned away from the heart, from the darkness, from everything that had once consumed him. He knew now that he had a choice. He could leave, and he would have to live with what had happened. The house would never truly let him go, but he could break the cycle. It was over. But the house would always wait.